what's up, guys? Mr. Elvis, thank you for that raid. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream today. Yeah, this is that previous song was my favorite, was like my favorite Octopath song as well. Like, the Octo 2 has really good ones, but that song, anytime it comes up, it's like, it's one of the songs that I will literally just sit down and listen to. Like, I won't pass until I enjoy the song, and then we'll carry on with the day. But welcome in, everybody. Elvis, what are you up to in 14? Mr. Elvis, one of our wonderful Deep Dungeon community members, has been doing quite a lot of mahjong. Does some routine stuff on 14 as well. Has been going through a playthrough of 8, which is exciting. So definitely check him out. He streams at a much odder hour than I go, so he might cover a time slot that I don't cover. So if you need someone to watch, then boom, you got one. How many points he lost today? How many points did you lose today? Welcome, guys. Let's get in. We are on camera today because I got the next Tokyo Cheat Box. Sakubella, hello, how you doing? And everyone else, say hello to you guys. We got the next Tokyo Cheat Box coming in. Valentine's Day. I don't know what gave it away though. Have a there's a Pokemon Ramune hard candy that I think that's in there that we're gonna try today. So that is what we'll be consuming later. Usually I plan it for post Behemoth, so it's kind of a lot of pressure because it assumes I beat Behemoth. Otherwise, you know, everyone just kind of like leaves the stream and everything. But we just want to see Behemoth. But we'll get there. We'll get there eventually. Yeah, it's good to see you guys. I don't actually remember how many I had at the beginning, but you were negative, is what you're telling me. That's basically what you're saying. So, Sucky Bella, hello. Mr. Wallen, hello. Kieran and CDX, hello. And Majion. It's been a while. Well, we were here last Monday, then we weren't here the Monday before, so... But I would expect I should be on Mondays for quite a while. Mr. Connor. Welcome in. It's gonna be 4 AM for me on Behemoth. Guess I'll be... Oh, rip. We'll see how it goes. Maybe I go at a good pace. Let's go now, and then we'll see how the pacing goes, so how about that? Oh, wow, what a good start of the song. Love the song. Have a good stream. I need to go out and you guys are... Oh, well, at least the bot will be there, I guess, RMX, but... Well, this was a requested job from gamers. They want to see the Paladin, so we're here. Sleep now and set the alarm in 2 hours. That could work out, too. I mean, I would go at a pretty predictable pacing, so, I mean, that's fair. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you had a good weekend. I am happy to report I have made it onto the leaderboards of Path of Exile ladder just today, and I'm very excited about that. So I'm still alive too, so I'm thinking I might actually push that character up tomorrow instead of playing my stream character, since we're there, so I'm probably gonna push that up tomorrow. You are so right, 11 is great. I've gotten into it, enjoying it so much. Yeah, look, I mean, my time with 11 has been good. It's just I could never go back to it because the way I played 11 is very different than what it is now. But with that being said, it has a great story. It is set up very well to be very appropriate for solo gameplay. So, I mean, the game is still alive. It's like one of the longest running MMOs that are still up there, so it clearly is doing a good job at what it's doing. And I've never actually heard about people complaining about 11, right? Oh, the game's bad. Oh, we should... Never. I've actually really never heard anyone complain about it, even in its current form. So it's still in a good spot. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's got a great story. And honestly, like, I don't know if you were here when I've mentioned this, Connor. FF11's where I learned a lot of my MMO tricks. I mean, Deep Dungeon to me is very adjacent to my experience with 11. Even down to, like, how to stun things and how to CC things on the fly. I learned that from 11. I didn't learn that from this game. So I learned a lot of my skills from 11. Yo, what up, Snack? Good afternoon. How you doing? Alright, let's see if I can find the exit relatively quickly. Might be a trap here. Nope. I'm almost out, so... I bet it's in that last room I didn't check. I'll be awful. Yeah, it is. Naturally it is. Of course it is. Alright. Pull the ogre. I'll go back and get the strength before I go. Hey Duke, thanks for streaming earliest, using stream as a distraction. Yo, that's usually what I aim for, honestly, Duke. I understand what you mean. We just play games here, so I got you covered for the next maybe 6 hours. Oh, nope. Okay. I would still be playing 11 if my guild didn't move over to 14. You know, it's funny. A lot of my old buddies, my guys who are in my old Link shell, we all kind of moved over to 2.0, to 2.0, kind of all at the same time. So in essence, I moved, like, we all moved together to 14. But like, we were at the time when I was like kind of finished with 11. Like I played everything I wanted to, and I didn't really have anything left to do in 11. That's kind of where I was. So I stopped more on my volition than like, you know, people like left me, if you will. There's a maintenance tonight. I believe there's a maintenance tonight. I'm not worried about it. I think I'm looking to end about 3 hours before maintenance, so it's not a concern for me. But yeah, I believe it's at 11 p.m. Eastern. I would check it in game, but there have been times when when I open up the support desk in game, I can actually crash my client. So if anyone wants to remind me, I can actually show it on stream. But yeah, I mean, you could just look at Lodestone if you want to. Nem, hello there. What's up, Nem? 14 story is getting a bit too bland for me at the moment. So playing 14 with a super unique dialogue and playing 11 with a gotcha. I got you. Yeah, it's a good story. I just opened the client, 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. Yeah, there you go. Until 5. Yeah, typical. I don't know what the patch is today. What are they doing in the patch? No, I got you, Connor. What's up? Yo, not much, Nem. Nem, I'm on the leaderboard for Path. I just got down there today. I should be around 975. I'm actually pretty surprised how quickly it populates. Like it's just kind of vibing. It goes there immediately. Nice. Yeah, I mean I'm happy with my build. I'm still kind of concerned about, like, you know, the other stuff like Trial 4, the Pinnacle bosses. Like Pin was halfway joking when we were playing this on Saturday. He's like, just don't do them, and I'm like, yeah, I probably just don't do them. But I don't know if I like should do them. You know what I mean? Like it's like I want to, but like, do I really have to? Like, you know, it's like I'll just vibe till I'm rank 10 and be like, all right, guys. Oh, you know what I was actually thinking of doing, legitimately? I was thinking of, like, okay, let's say the new season comes in, and like the characters is like finished, right? Like, okay, new season, we gotta make new characters. I'll do it then, you know. And it's like, okay, well, if that dies in hardcore, I mean, do I really care that it dies in hardcore? I mean, I guess I care. I guess I care it's not going to be hardcore anymore. But I don't need that character anymore, you know what I mean? So that's what I'm thinking of, like, probably doing at the end of the day. It's like, I'll do those bosses there. Wait until both your online and offline are maybe there. Yeah, I'm thinking I might take my offline character tomorrow. Because I just want to keep pushing it up. And then if that happens to die, then I take the other one on. I don't know if I create another character after this with all the time that I put into it now. I think, like, if they both die, I think I just play a new game. I think that's where I'm at right now. I mean, it's a lot of time. I was, like, mathematically doing, like, how long it would take me per the XP per hour to get to, like, let's say rank 1. It would be, like, from this point on, it's, like, 60 hours. To even reach rank 1, that's assuming, like, no one moves. Like, if no one actually does anything, I probably get it there, but, you know. It's also not really my priority, but it was just interesting. Watching Steel. I've been chilling a lot, but no, I'm going to reinvest hard again when new class... Yeah, oh my gosh, I can't wait for the new one for Witch. I cannot wait to see what the third one for Witch is going to be. Because it's probably going to be something that's going to be up my alley. That's how I'm looking at it. So, Duke said probably unlock Savage floors, but not loot next season of. Oh wait, they're starting the next season of PvP on that patch, really? Why did I always think they do the PvP on like on the patch? I thought they always did it on the patch, but I guess not. They stagger it. I mean, not that I care, but that's it. No, yeah, that's what I mean. The ranked. Yeah, I always thought they started the season on the patch. Honestly, I thought they did both of them at the same time. like forget the series. I thought they were gonna do the whole thing at the same time. But okay. So I guess they do the series. There are 2 seasons. This major patch. Jesus, that's the kind of patch cycle you have in this game, that you have 2 seasons. Whatever. I mean, it's not my concern. I don't do the content, so it's wild to me. I think we're still waiting till what? I believe when we were last talking about like when is like 7.2, it's gonna be what, end of March, right? Middle March, end of March. Like we still got a ways to go till the next freaking patch. Was hardcore hinting at a new long-form grindable content in an interview? Fingers crossed next month. Long-form grindable content. A new long-form grindable content? That isn't going to be the 2 that we're predicting? Is it going to require humans? Because, man, that will really take the sales out of it for me. Yeah, I mean, that's an ambiguous statement, right? I mean, it's new because it hasn't been released yet. Now, to be fair, chaotic is new, is like literally new, so maybe there is something new. Chaotic is a chaotic mess. I heard, in general, chaotic was a good addition. Is that what you're hearing, Duke? Is that what you feel? I'm just listening to what people are talking about, but the consensus that I seem to be having is that it seems like it was a good addition. Like, people are happy with the addition. One night I tried it, the people don't know what the heck they're doing. I mean, it's like most of the player base, to be honest. Farm parties and chaotic are tower prog. Towers prog is towers prog fresh and... it's just tower prog. Stand in towers. I feel like there's a skill barrier. If you're good, then good enough to listen, then yeah, you can do it. Okay. That seems like a low bar. But... I mean, again, who am I to say I don't do party content? I don't know what the level of skill is for people out there. If you've never done an X, then you have no idea, which is what I ran into. Interesting. Hey! Yo, Skylings, thanks for tier 1! Thank you for that support. That is a massive sub. I very much appreciate the tier 1s. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Monday. I had a tank and chaotic blame me for taking auto attacks on Black Mage. Can you stand in front of the tank? Can you stand in front of the tank and take damage in that fight? I would like to say probably no, but I mean that's just funny. Right now the skill level is low since all the good players finished Savage months ago and are playing other games. Like me? I'm playing other games. I don't think the chaotic is hard, but I am a Savage Raider. I think there is a mismatch expectation for people who aren't used to the head. Interesting, okay. So that seems to be the consensus there. So would you say that maybe, maybe it's the type of content that, once again, just like most content in Final Fantasy XIV, you kind of need to do it when it releases, and then it becomes like a shit show later? Because you're dealing with like leftovers essentially. It's like Deep Dungeon is the one content that is immune to that, thankfully. But then you don't have to deal with other people. That's the other thing. Although I've been kind of scouring the other Deep Dungeon Discord, the bigger Deep Dungeon Discord, and I've been hearing of tales of people getting really weird in like PF and Duty Finder on Deep Dungeon. I think there was, I caught wind, I didn't read the thread, but I caught wind of someone posting on Reddit that there was a thread that they got kicked out of a Palace of the Dead party because they stepped on a luring trap. And I'm just like, nice. Who the hell are these people? No way? Yeah, like, you know what? I'll go find the link. Let me see if it's still there. Hold on, I'll get it on the floor transition. That's amazing. Yeah, it's amazingly dumb. Let's see. See if I can find it in a reasonable amount of time. If I search Reddit. I don't know if I can find it quick enough. There's something walking towards me. Oh wow, it respected my position. Sick. Oh, I don't know if I can find this fast enough. I caught wind of it when I was searching through this Discord, but it might have just been luck. And now maybe they deleted it. I don't know, maybe you can just search Reddit for it or something. No, I'll do one more. Yeah, I can't find it. But there was a thread. Like they posted a link of the thread, but I don't know where it is anymore. Oh, did you have it? Hold on. I'm just gonna copy paste what Nem said. Instead of permitting you, it's just faster that way. Kicked from Palace of the Dead for triggering a luring trap. It's so dumb. That's just 3 points, and you tell them. I know that there was also a partial discussing with, and I pay attention to that Discord because the other Discord, it is going to be with a little bit more on the beginner side of like deep dungeon runners. So I keep a tab on it just to see what people are talking about, and they had a discussion that they felt like there definitely feels like there's a larger separation of people who are starting deep dungeon and the people who have been doing it for a while. But then when you go into a party, there is like an expectation that gets brought up from party runs of like, you need to know this, you need to know that. And that's like weird to me, I guess. I mean, it makes sense, but also even the closest adjacent concept of gatekeeping in deep dungeon to me sounds like such a dumb concept to begin with. But if you're running with people, I guess that just is what it is. That's just the nature of the internet, which is dumb because the nature of the internet is dumb. But there are a few people who have strong opinions on group deep dungeons. On group deep dungeon, I've noticed. I know that thread you've made. I coincidentally come across it like 2 days ago. It was like, oh, was it 8 years old? Was it an old thread? That's funny. I thought it was recent. Personally, I kick people for being turned into frogs. I died on a run yesterday in 151 to 160. I got items unavailable, and the abilities unavailable duff with no Serenity. Should I save Serenity for just a particular combo in the future? Well, Succubus, Succubell. My recommendation, actually, one really cool tip that I like to give, and I think I might have said in the tutorial. You definitely don't want to knee-jerk a Serenity when you look at the debuffs, and you're like, oh, that's crap, okay, Serenity. What I would kind of recommend, especially if you happen to be riding or raising, kill one thing. Try to fight one thing, and kind of maybe have at least some confidence that you will have enough reaction time to adjust. Because you never know, you might actually surprise yourself. You're like, you know what, this ain't so bad. And then you like slowly get your way through, and then you make it without the Serenity. Even something like no items, although you had the bad wombo combo of having no abilities. Because I think that might get you in trouble. That like okay, you said, do I save Serenity for that particular combo? Yeah, you can. It's just the chances of you getting that particular combo, I mean, you may not see it for like the next 3 runs, you know? But there's like a balancing act of like, what do I recognize as something that is a no-go, but then also like the gray area of like, I think I can do this. Let's just give it a shot. And you want to at least try. Now, without the raising, completely understandable. Maybe you start like panicking and stuff. You're like, okay, never mind, I'm just gonna use it. Fine. But I would kind of suggest like at least try it and see how you feel, because you might surprise yourself with certain debuffs. I mean, how I kind of parse what a bad debuff does to me is basically how much time is it taking me. That's really all it comes down to me. I mean, there are some no-goes in general that you don't want to deal with, but Mostly it's like, okay, this will take me 2 times as long to clear. Did I make up that time? Okay, we'll just do it very slowly. Like, you can kill, like, super slow. And just let your HP come back up per pull, just, like, run around and navigate. You know, you can kind of kill time that way. But it's something to think about. I tried fighting through it, but ran out of time and mana. Yeah, that's the tricky part for sure. Like, that's where the balancing act of time also comes into play. If you had gone really fast earlier, you're banking time so that if you run into a situation like that, then you have the ability to manage it. Not to mention, 151 to 160 is kind of notorious for giving bad debuffs. So one thing to think about as like a future plan is that you may want to try to walk in there with 3. Like, think about the 141 set. Like, did you use the Serenity there? Maybe try to get through that without using Serenity so that you have a full bank, you know? Now, if you ended up using all the Serenities in 151, I mean, you know, sometimes it is what it is, but that's one way to look at it. Running back on chat. Also, who said, I only accept people with Astral name day in my groups. We don't need that kind of bad luck. Damn. How do you verify? What's the verification process? Do you like facial ID or something? Jim said need to kick people if they're not on the exit and instantly opens. I remember one story in that other Discord. That I'm not gonna find. I just remember reading it and it's stuck in my head. That someone was getting mad at the people because they were using flights because it reduced the enemies on the floor, so it made it harder to get off the floor. I'm like, oh boy, these are the type of people out there, huh? That was probably like a couple of years ago. It's great. I love it. It's like you're kind of not wrong, but you're also completely wrong. Stop using flights. I think even Heaven on High had some... If you ran into the right people, they would definitely be on, like, you know, Magicite uptime when you're doing 21 to 30. Like, you have to really use it on, like, you know, the proper floors. And then people might get a little angry. Little V says, time to kick people from Deep Dungeon because they used Fortune then. Yeah. Yeah, you created more chests. I mean, I remember early on people would get on people's cases when you'd go out to get silver chests when you're trying to upgrade your armor. And I remember I created a strategy to, like if anyone gave me a problem. Basically, my entire strategy was I would run around, get the silver chests before they hit the exit, so that when the exit opens, I would check as much as I can, stand on the exit, and they could never blame me for taking time. Because I think the biggest argument was that, oh, you're wasting time because we're trying to speedrun for GDQ, and we need to get off this floor as fast as humanly possible. So if you get on the exit before they do that, they can't complain. That was my strategy. I never got any flack for it or whatever, but like, that was before I started having enough confidence and understanding that I actually go faster solo, trying to farm armor, but you know, those were fun. Profi, thank you for the 7 streak in a row. Let's go, dude. Ooh, steel. You didn't use them on 29 to 30. The high density floors out of my... Yeah. I don't know what the going theory was, but there was definitely like a Magicite uptime 21 to 30 that people were going for. Like, to me, I'll always adjust, but I just find it funny. Although I got Picto and beat the previous score by 40k. Highest score ever, yeah. That's some insane high score. You know what's actually hilarious and kind of appropriate? If you don't know who Alpha is, which by this time, there might be a lot of people who don't know who Alpha is. Alpha was the original person who actually sat down and dissected the scoring. And, you know, you might attribute Finn a lot to, like, the scoring guides and everything. Essentially, what Finn did was just he made it more legible. Because Alpha, I believe, his second language is English. And I think he had tried to write it out, but it was kind of like conflicting with like his ability to write English and between his main language. So it was a little bit harder for people to understand like fully what it was. So Finn, eventually, when he came along, kind of made it a lot more digestible, and that's what has definitely helped a lot of people. But Alpha was the person who dissected it originally. First one to actually spend the time, go through this whole process of going of reworking and re-engineering the whole thing so we can understand it. And to me, it's almost like it's appropriate that he is the one that is now sitting at like the highest score, you know. So I think it's kind of interesting, and it's great also, to be fair, like just to see anyone hang around the community and do the content for that long. I mean, that's still pretty badass too, right? So good for them. What's up, Henry? How you doing? And I still remember, we got like about 2 or 3 over here. I spent earlier trying to clean it up a little bit. Kind of worried about the freeze over tonight, though. That's gonna be the scary part, but... Boom, boom. Hi, Nam! How you doing, Nam? Pew, 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 pew. Where we at? Oh, we're moving at a pretty good time. I checked those chests, right? Rezo... Oh, Rezo? This is the exit. Alright, it's blocked by crap. Steel. I'll use it later. Going to -2. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be cold. So it's just the concern that, you know, all the snow is gonna get frozen over in streets. Wonder how long Tara Tara will let that score stand. Tara Tara is... I mean, I imagine Tara Tara is kind of like a number of the Deep Dungeon gamers who are kind of hunting for rank 1. Where they get the rank 1 and they're like, alright, time to just, you know, go on vacation for a little bit and then just come out of vacation. Like, that's what I kind of envision. Like, it's not so much how long will they let it stand, it's just they're probably working on it as we speak. It's just how long is it going to take for them to go and beat it, you know? I mean, that's more what it is. Which I think is fantastic. Because a lot of times, even like the score runners, like I imagine Alpha had been working on that for a very long time. And just, you know, this is the fruit of their labor. I imagine you're looking at that situation where they're not really going to show you all the runs. You're just going to see the good one. Nothing wrong with that. It's just, you know, I mean, unless you're actively streaming it like I am and some of the other gamers are doing it, you're not going to see every single attempt that goes on. Like, they're not going to literally post every single one. Some do. Some people do it. And sometimes you just kind of want to, you know, vibe in the background and just wait until you get that good score and then show up. He seems a bit taken aback how much higher it was, so might not feel super motivated to try. We'll see. Well, you're also in an... I mean, I guess you combine it to Hustle Hoop with that era right now where there's a lot of people that are doing other things. It's almost like if you're knee-deep in a game, like I'm knee-deep in Path of Exile, right? So if I had something that motivated me to kick my gear back into like 14 for some reason, it's almost like I'd have to put that game down first before I go over there, right? Whereas, like, let's say a month or 2 ago, I was kind of like, I kind of just waiting to see what game's coming out. You know, maybe I can come here, maybe I can go there. So I think that's all gonna come into play too, which I'm sure. Like if you're like knee deep into doing runs, and then you see your score get beaten, I'm like, okay, we'll just continue what I've been doing the whole time. But I'm sure it's reminds me of Joni. You know, when Johnny is like, I'm gonna take a break, you know, Deep Dungeon I've been doing Deep Dungeon for a while, I'm gonna take a break, then like 5 hours later, they're just back in. You know, it's one of those things, I imagine. Get the right motivation. I started score running EO myself for a bit, but I really gotta pace myself to not overdo it, just keep going and going. And just keep going and going. If it's fun, you keep doing it. If it's not fun anymore, you take a break. You don't need to force yourself. I mean, we do have a lot of time before the next Deep Dungeon still shows up. Probably still enough time before they change anything in Deep Dungeon. Which you'd expect maybe happening in 7.3. You might see something changing since there has been a precedent for that happening. So just vibe. Worst part is the potion. Oh, I bet. Yeah. I bet. What job do you like to do? Yeah, what job do you like to do? Been blasting it on Pictomancer. Pigmancer is definitely a good job. I have refused to unlock off principle. But you don't like artists? Is that what you're telling me? You don't like commissions? My black mage roots Amanda to me. Wow, you're a stronger black mage than even our buddy Velvet. I think actually, yeah, Velvet did unlock the job. Yeah, she cleared up Pigmancer recently. When Pigmancer came out, Taratar improved the score over Machina's by 3k, so to see you would need to find an extra 40k is pretty tough mentally. It could be. I don't know. We don't know what's in their head, right? Although you did say that they mentioned something, so you know that I guess like that might give you some insight about things, but it's fun setting new goals over and over. Reaching 1.915 is a high score a bit ago, so now I want to get to little by little. Yeah, the climb. And I'm sure like you're looking at your runs and you're identifying things that you can see you can do better, you know, where you can go. It's always tough when, I think it's the toughest thing, when either one, excuse me, when either one, you've convinced yourself, or two, that it's really true, that you gave it your all, and it's still not enough, and it's frustrating, you know? Like, that's a frustrating feeling. Like, that's how I felt when I was trying to redo Stray speedruns, because I'm ranked 2 for Stray glitchless any percent. And a JP gamer beat me by like a whole minute. And I came back to Stray like a couple months ago to see if I could like, you know, grind it out to see if I can make up that time. And just let me tell you, like, a minute, it's like 1 or 2 minutes. That's a massive amount of time. And I got very frustrated. I'm like, I can't do this because the amount of expertise you needed was insane. And maybe I come back to it in the future, but it's like, you know, you get to that point where you kind of just like, yeah, you know what, I'm good. I don't think I'm gonna do this again. And it sucks because it's like you want to, but every avenue you look at, it's like it's not the time, or you revisit it later. So if you get that feeling, if that's what is the overpowering thought, it becomes difficult to keep that motivation going. Yeah, I really enjoyed the Stray speedrun. I got really good at it. At least for, it was not for PC. PC is competitive as hell. I did it on PS5, but, I had a comfort level with PS5. It's fun to see myself get more and more efficient. Deep dungeons are very fun and direct to improve on, and I really ended up liking them so far. It's good content, man. That's how I felt when I DC'd on floor 7 times in a row or whatever in Palace. I was like, well, maybe next year. God damn it. Yeah, oh my god, when it happens like that consistently, that's brutal. So we had no auto heal applied to mobs and sustaining potions duration back in 6.3. What is the last direct chain specifically for Deep Dungeon before those? Direct change, I think you're looking at, and someone could correct me, but I think it was when they introduced interruption for mimics. I think that was the last direct change that they made. Because you can say the stat squish, but the stat squish wasn't a direct change. Like that was just, you know, a trickle down for whatever. Oh yeah. Pox was just take it. And the history of that, by the way, was amazing, because I thought it was hilarious. So back in Shadowbringers, I believe it was Shadowbringers, that was when they introduced the new bar thingy, where like you could tell if you can interrupt something because they had this animation on the bar. No, it was Stormblood was the introduction of Red Mage and sustaining potions. So Shadowbringers was the one after that. So in Shadowbringers, they introduced that new mechanic where like they got rid of silence and they just made it interrupt. Now at the time, mimics did not have the squiggly line. Like it was basically like, okay, you can't do it, so you're just gonna eat the pox just like we used to before. I distinctly remember I either accidentally did it or I was just like, YOLO, let's try it, and I ended up interrupting the Mimic when you weren't technically supposed to. And I'm like, shit, okay, let's do it again. And yeah, you could interrupt the Mimic. So, at the time of that patch, it was also when Deep Dungeon was broken and literally unplayable because the as a point of perspective, because we can't do it now with the current HP. Back in Stormblood, you had about 43k HP as a DPS in Heaven on High. And at that time, when they entered into Shadowbringers, they removed Vitality from accessories. And what that did was that when they removed it, for some reason, it didn't apply to Deep Dungeon. So you were running around with like 32k HP as a DPS instead of 43k HP. For perspective, a Mimic in 81 plus could crit you for 34. A Mentega can do its gap closer for like 33k crit. So DPS were just dead without steal. Like, literally cannot clear without steal. So it was broken. So when that time came in, I purposely ran Gunbreaker, because Gunbreaker came out then. And I'm like, okay, well, Gunbreaker, who cares if I have lower HP? I'll just run Gunbreaker. And that's why I kind of ended up finding that thing out. Now, in 6.05, they fixed the HP value in Deep Dungeon, which I thought was actually a lot faster than I thought they were going to do, because, I mean, it was a really small community. It was like super side content. They went and fixed it, but they also fixed the fact that you could interrupt Mimics. So you could no longer interrupt Mimics, and let me tell you, we tried. But later in, I think, 6.1 or 6.15, they reintroduced it into Deep Dungeon. Specifically in the patch notes. Mimics can now be interrupted by you know, their malice can now be interrupted. So they made it official later. But it was very interesting that at first it was a mistake, then they removed it, then they added it in. So it was around that time. But that's the last one I could remember that they actually directly did something to Deep Dungeon. Like, think about the pressure people feel when they take a penalty shot in important finals. How to actually deal with that is the best way. That's a good analogy there. That was a pretty long... Yeah. I mean, you don't see Deep Dungeon really being touched for, like, you know, until the actual content comes in, right? So... I was mentioning how random the sustain... It was, you know... I thought it was interesting because I think sustaining potions was a big topic for our community. A lot of people were always talking about how to make that whole thing better. Like, oh, they should do the universal potsherd, or they should sell it on the market board, you know, multitude of different options there. And I don't think anyone ever suggested, oh, just increase the duration. Like, I think maybe... I know I certainly wouldn't have thought of that, because I'm like, that's a game mechanic. I don't know if they would ever change that. You would think of some other avenue, but that was their avenue. And reality is, I mean, you know, you don't look at it as... Now you have to use 2 times less sustaining potions, because the cooldown is still 15 seconds, but you are still using less sustaining potions, and I think that still helps kind of keep the stock higher for some people. I guess in the overall community of things, you are using less sustaining potions than we did before, which is, I guess, nice. Whether that's still the ideal solution, I don't know, but that was kind of cool to see it. Thanks, Corrupted Peasant. How am I doing? I'm doing great today. We had to shovel up some snow, but it was a pretty good day today, so... Wait, I should probably get that chest, huh? Yeah, why not? Farming potsherds right now? Yeah. Well, luckily in Palace, I mean, you don't really have to farm potsherds anymore, in my opinion. I mean, it's nice to have, like, a number that you don't have to worry about, for sure. But I think Palace is certainly one, depending on the job, of course, Palace is definitely one where you can be a little less worried about potsherds, unless you're just, like, chugging them like no tomorrow, then you do have to keep that addiction going. Are you expecting new changes now in post-patches for Deep Dungeons? Well, you are expecting a new Deep Dungeon. So the new Deep Dungeon should be arriving 7.35, which we're predicting around August, September, October. That's what we know for sure is happening, because they also had recently said They are developing a new deep dungeon. Like, it's in development. So, I mean, it was in the pre-order teaser. Like there was a lot of mentions of deep dungeon happening. So seeing that it's in development, that's also very promising. And that was like a month ago. But aside from that, in terms of timing, we don't know. I mean, you might, again, we were kind of mentioning like changes into deep dungeon, direct changes. When you had the auto heal disable added to enemies, that was 6.3 ahead of Eureka Orthos. So for that, we can't predict that because it's just, we don't know what they're going to do. Like, we don't know what they're going to add. They could add something in preparation for a new deep dungeon. We're just going to have to find it randomly. You know, they could also change the content fundamentally without them saying anything, because that's always happened. So, but that's also why like Skylinks, it's one of the fun times of doing deep dungeon post a patch, post a major patch, because sometimes you just might see something really weird. I think one of the weirdest things that I encountered was when there was a point in time, the 60 boss and the 160 boss, the Odin dude, his knockback was broken, and that it turned into a positional. So you could actually face your side and face your back to the line AoE and not get knocked back. That got fixed very quickly because I think it broke somewhere else in the game. But that was very interesting, you know, like just the random stuff that you can run into. It's so funny. It wasn't in the patch notes either. Someone just had randomly mentioned. Yeah, it wasn't in the patch notes. And I remember checking like afterwards to see, but it wasn't in it. But then we found like, then that was out of context. We're like, whoa, okay, auto heal works now, but we didn't know Storms was coming in the deep dungeon. And then after we saw the Storms Pomander, we're like, oh, it all makes sense now. Eradicated? Oh, by what? Talking about your boss? Oh. We are Ghostbusters. Dej. You love watching them melt? It's a good time. I mean, you could also do the boss normally. I think that's one thing I was proud about in the new tutorial guides, is that we actually fought the boss normally. Just to showcase it, and then I intentionally died. I'm like, hey, this is how it looks normally. This is how it looks with the uptime shot. So, I'm gonna pin this one. This is our sponsor today. We do have the sponsored tab, so we're gonna be showcasing you and opening this box later, which I'm very excited about. A lot of people do like this. We've had a lot of community members try this. The Tokyo treat box. I have my chosen snack that I'll eat later, but that is our sponsor for today. We'll open it later. You did it normally recently on Bard. It's like not bad. It's just, I think logistically it's just better just to use the resolution. Like, you should have one by now, and you don't need one until the last 10 floors. It just makes more sense to use it. But okay, ad going out. We're gonna continue the run. Thank you guys for watching. 141 coming up, and then we'll press out the ads. We like to try to time the ads in between the floors. So see you in a little bit, BRB. YouTube gets some too, because, you know, we all want to share the ads. But YouTube can skip. See, YouTube's special, because they can be like, oh, 5-second skip. Can't do that on Twitch. Here's a 9-minute ad on Twitch. Well, you gotta suffer through the entire thing. The entire thing. What do I want to use? Let's use this one. Start using actual food now. Let's hit on it. I remember one run where I had one resolution post 100, then I didn't get any until my... Whew, really key. I had 2 runs so far in my history of Deep Dungeon Magion where I walked into 191 and I had 2 resolutions. And I'm like, okay. Like, I wasn't dodging chests. I just never saw one until, like, the entire time. I used one for 140, and then I never saw one again. I think I eventually picked it up on the floor set, but yeah, that was definitely interesting. Ooh, flight, that's good. Wait for the AoE to come out. One big tip, which I don't think I mentioned on any of the tutorials, because honestly, because of EO, it's kind of like fallen away. But in Paladin Heaven on High, I always like to call it the 5-second rule. Where like, the moment you pull an enemy, typically within 5 seconds, if they have an ability that they're using, they will use an ability within 5 seconds. That rule in EO doesn't apply. Like EO, they just use it whenever. So you can't use a 5-second rule in EO, but Heaven on High Palace, they do that. Like, literally pull any enemy, they won't use a single ability until 5 seconds later if they have one. So when you're like timing mid-range Pomanders mid-fight, it's good to just hold. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Yep, there you go. Now that one is special because he opens with an ability, but generally it's always 5 seconds. Doing all deep dungeons really make it more fun to see all the differences between them. I agree. Like I always say this, like EO I know is like probably the least popular amongst most for certain reasons. I mean, for scoring, I think it's a different field in scoring, but for like general purposes, I think EO is definitely a little less popular. But I always appreciate EO because it is different than the other two. At least it gives you a different look at the content. And amongst anything else, that's what I kind of enjoy about all the deep dungeons. And at bare minimum, for Deep Dungeon 4, I just hope that it gives that same vibe, that it is different than the other three, rather. And I'd be like, yeah, you know what? I like it. Like, you can hate it completely, it's just at least it's different. If it's double auto mobs, they do it, like you said, for a few seconds after pull, then majority of them have around 12 second CD after that. Ooh, 12 seconds after that, okay. You know, honestly, like, I think the one after that I care less about. I think it's always that opening, but that's interesting. I didn't take it a step further, but yeah, like, that probably is true too. I'm not even gonna dispute that. PoTD loves its box mobs. Heaven on High likes more ALS, and EOs where everything is about mechanics. Yeah. Well, also further than that, I mean, Heaven on High is roulette. You know, like even the whole game plan of how you use your Pomanders are all different between the three of them. I would say maybe EO and Palace are a little similar to each other, but Heaven on High is definitely a lot different than how you do the other two. Which I like. I like that. You know, I like the different execution. You know, that's something I like execution in games. I like doing things in games. So if that Deep Dungeon 4 comes out and it makes me have to like exercise different skills to get through, I'm gonna like that a lot. You know what I mean? And it doesn't necessarily have to be like skills I like to use. Like EO is certainly one where it can get a little frustrating, especially on the streamer side of things, because it's tough to talk chat with doing EO, but I'm getting a little bit better at that. I mean, I think when you really look into it, there are challenges that I think we all like to do, and there are challenges that we don't necessarily like to do. It's almost like a jump puzzle. Some people will love a jump puzzle, some people will despise a jump puzzle, but regardless, it's still the challenge, and that's kind of where you look at it too. So I'm curious to see what that next one is going to be. Got a Discord sound? I don't think so. I don't have Discord sounds on. Heaven on High baffles me. The damage they do on later floors is so high. It's great. I love it. I was initially scoring Heaven on High as well, but I quickly grew tired of it after 3 runs in a row where I just never got a single floor. Yeah, welcome to Heaven on High. Yeah, that's kind of Heaven on High in a nutshell. But what can you do? Bum, 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 bum. I wonder what silver chest items will be in Deep Dungeon 4. We had insta-kills and ads so far. Yeah, I wonder. I just hope it's creative. What's up, Zorby? I just hope it's a little creative. 2 days ago, I died to a turret mob in Heaven on High. Because I thought they were enraged when... Because I thought they'd enrage when low HP. Turns out yes, they enrage in like a minute or two. Like a minute and a half. Yeah. What's up, Cut Man? How you doing, man? Hope you had a good Honkai session. I think you did that today, or you did that yesterday? I'm like behind in Honkai, so I have to kind of stay away from Honkai for now. I've barely touched the story. But I will probably do endgame at some point. Let's... Chibi Wooklamat? That'd be funny. Hey Moose, how you doing? I'm still hoping they have a boss that chases you through the floors and shows up the worst possible moments. Well, they have, there is a boss in, there's a modifier in Path of Exile 2, where you actually summon it summons a shade that chases you through the entire trial. And if you get hit 7 times, it kicks you out. And you can't dispel the, debuff. So, I mean, that's similar to that in a way. So just imagine you have something that is chasing you, but then it's constantly doing, it's constantly doing AoEs that you have to constantly avoid, otherwise you don't necessarily take damage, but you take a bad debuff, you know? That would be brutal, for sure. It happened exactly once when I was doing delves. I paused the shadow today, yeah. Yeah, I'll probably do it during the week. Sometimes I get like really kind of addicted to that. That's like the one thing I really enjoy in Honkai. But I had a little trouble with Memory of Chaos last cycle. I cleared it in a respectable amount of time. It's just I had cleared it faster before. So I'm like a little concerned over the characters that I have, but I should still be okay. And I had to like start shifting into what do you call it? 3.0 meta. So I'm sitting on my hands seeing which character I want to go for. I joke that since there's a lot of summoning in Honkai right now, if they release a Necromancer, I'm gonna spend money on it. I'm not, but you can't give me a Necromancer, man. It's like the one thing I like. Oh wait, I'll take the steel. Ba-ba-ba. Mostly it being AoE oriented hurts me with my single target characters. Yeah, on my end, it was a shift because I was still pretty good. It's just I had to then conclude that I had to run Erudition, which I was basically running Destruction the entire time, and Destruction wasn't good anymore in MOC, at least for that cycle. You needed more Erudition, because you need to clear the ads out than the boss. So it was an interesting adjustment. But I had to like break my mind away from like, you know, what I would typically run to clear that content. Rage? Okay. I'll safety. Oh, I already know where the exit is. Okay, we'll just do it from here then. I'll clear the 2 rooms adjacent and then go into the exit. I'm a better Manticore. Good old classic FF11 music. I love it. Hello. Okay, that chest's over there. So I have my plan for Paladin on Behemoth. I did not look up my old VOD, but I should have a good plan for it. Paladin, in my opinion, is actually, like, the hardest now of the tanks, but ironically, it's not because it's necessarily harder, it's just everything got easier in terms of what they do now in for the other tanks. But the characteristic I always thought of with Paladin had a lot of downtime between stuff. Like, there wasn't too much OGCD that he had to use. I think the only one I want to make sure of is I need to not fat finger Spirits Within, because Spirits Within, where is it? Yeah, because I need to not fat finger Spirits Within and use it at the appropriate time, because if I use it early, then it might make things very complicated. I have to use it after I start using Clemency. But I have a pretty solidified game plan and time to think as well. Yeah, that is just the one aspect I did enjoy about Paladin, was just on specific Behemoth, was that it's like you can think between meteors of like what do you need to do next. You could kind of always take, like, you could always be like 1 or 2 steps ahead of the game based on what your MP looks like, based on where your rotation is. The other tanks are kind of like you just have to go through a proper rotation, and there isn't too many ways to fix it if you go really, really bad. It's either you're doing Clemency or you're running DPS, that's it. But you can certainly brick the run if you just misuse your Clemency. If you go into Meteor Phase without full MP, or you just overuse Clemency, you can just brick the run really quickly. It's a little MP sensitive. Currently we're going through a FF11 arc right now with my playlist. Two ghosts. Affluence. That's the exit, so I'll take it on the way out. And there's another ghost that came over there, which I imagine would come back, because that looks like a dead end to me. Yep. I know my K-Force. Serenity? Nope, I need a haste. Yeah, that is a dead end. Cool. I think this just flighted, so I'm going to be out of here really fast. Okay, let me check the other room. I might run past this room to go to the other one that's a dead end. The only downside is that I probably hit a trap, because there is a trap that could be on the wall. Steal in the spawn, and there's sometimes a trap like here. There's indeed a chest here. Steal again, okay. I won't say no to that. Kind of depends on where this knight goes, because it's a little close to get it. I mean, I don't necessarily need it. But if I need another kill, I can go fight him. Where is the exit? I don't remember where the exit is. Oh, maybe I do the gargoyle. Okay, let's get the steal and go. The gargoyle, I probably should have just left, because now I'm giving the gargoyle a chance to turn around. But I'll fight it if it aggroes. It did turn, but it didn't go in my way, so good. My favorite 13 song. Okay, my fight or flight is gonna come up soon, so just pull something. Keeping that thing on cooldown at all times. No, sir. Wow, he really tried to catch me off guard there. Good thing I can hear him. Hound, Knights. Knights. Because the Knight's gonna be a little bit more trickier on the chest. Rage. So what I want to do is I want to get to that other room. Because there's a chest there. I want to check the chest and then move away from this room. Serenity. Yeah, I'll do it now. On later floors, would you prioritize time or chests more? So, I guess in a very, very simplistic answer is that time is definitely the highest priority. But my pathing and my navigation, what I would do, Sucky Bell, is that I would be trying to get to all the rooms as best as I can, because picking up certain power-ups can speed you up more than just going to the exit. Not to mention it keeps your stock in order. Now, I think the only time like you would want to just leave when you still have the opportunity to check a chest, like here, this is a really good example in this very particular situation looking at right now. So the exit opened, right? But there was a boot that was blocking me, and there is a donut room that's here. So there's a lot of kind of variables that could make it take longer than it needs to. And essentially, you never want to kill more than the exit opens, especially on the later floors. I always like to say, if you're having to kill anything after the exit opens, you are wasting time. And no matter what kind of justification there is to it, you are wasting time. So how you want to make that not a waste of time is you want to take every single variable prior to open the exit out of the equation. So even checking chests before the exit opens is important, because you're now eliminating the chance of mimics. If a mimic is opened before the exit opens, it's not half as bad because it's contributing to the exit opening. But where I think a lot of newer runners will find themselves losing a lot of time is because they kill, exit is open. Okay, now let's just check all the loot. But the loot's all mimics. And it's like, oh my god, it's a mimic! Oh my god, it's another mimic! And you start bleeding time because you just keep doing that, not just on one floor, you do it on consecutive floors. I'm not taking that room, because that's another thing, right? I had to go to the treasure, I had to go to the donut room to get to that room to run back. So if your time was getting a little spicy or you don't have the time to spare, then you could just go. Those are like the micro decision making that you want to go for, that you want to kind of adjust for, if that makes sense. Finn opened, oh, but that's a different thing, because scoring is a completely different animal. So this is certainly in the realm of like when you are going for a clear. Like going for a clear, in my opinion, and going for scoring, and even going for speedruns are going to have three very different mentalities. Hustlehoof saying, so what you're saying is if you had your rage at 2, you would never have to backtrack. You'd never have to have backtracked. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah, for a score run and for certain, yes, for sure. Again, like I actually really compartmentalize the 3 different avenues. Like if I'm doing a speed run, it is definitely very different than if I'm going for a scoring run. Because not only do I have to worry about navigation and pathing, I have to worry about making sure I don't overcap on anything. Because if I overcap, it's like a time loss to me. Scoring, of course, like when you do scoring, there is a little bit of time optimization that happens with some movement and everything. But you're also kind of just assuming that you're wanting mimics. You're like hoping you see mimics as opposed to like not, you know? But Yeah, hope that made a lot of sense, Sucky Bell. That's like kind of the thought process I go through, especially when your only focus is really just getting to the end. Those are ways you can be efficient. It's really funny though, like, I think with Palace is just the one deep dungeon that I'm like very kind of conservative with my rage. Because maybe it's just because I have run into too many situations where I just don't see it for a long time. So to me, in a regular clear attempt, sitting at 3 rage is perfectly acceptable. I would never ever really consider sitting at 2 rages on a clear attempt. I'd rather overcap than not overcap. But in the other 2 deep dungeons, it's like, I never want to really sit on 3 Petries for too long. I never want to really sit on 3 Magicites for too long. Certainly don't want to sit on 3 Demis for too long. I think I sit on Dreads at 3. I think the same kind of philosophy there, simply because I don't see them. I can go through the entire run without seeing like that many Dreads, so I kind of sit on the Dreads a lot. But I think my brain, I kind of adjust for maybe the lower drop rate, and like my brain is like, no, keep it, because you've had a situation where you just didn't have it anymore. You know what I mean? Also, Zabin, did I thank you for that resub? Thank you for the 19 months resub. I very much appreciate that, Prime Gaming. I think I was in mid conversation. I didn't thank you. So thank you for that. Assuming an equal number of kills, do you think for a tank that blind is a bigger risk of causing time issues than gloom, or do you think they're about equal? In score run also would expect a bit more palms. Yeah, you would get more back because of that. Yep, 100%. It's like a weird thing because you're getting more chests and you're killing more, you actually get a bigger return. So therefore it's almost like you're assuming you're getting it back. And like in the score run mentality, that's when I keep my rages at 2, but not like... I wouldn't force it to keep at 2. Like, I want to make sure that if I'm using it, I'm making the most out of it, right? But also trying to keep it at 2. But I would try to keep it as efficient as possible. Because you're kind of assuming you just get it back because of all the chests that are going to drop. Mr. Sadie, thank you for the 39 months. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. I hope the week is treating you okay. Okay, so now going back to Zabin's question. So, I think it's a little bit of a complicated answer because here's 2 scenarios I'll give you, Zabin. A blind floor in 182 versus a blind floor in 189. I don't think the answer is going to necessarily be the same to what you just said. Even with a gloom, like which do you Serenity? I think I kind of judge a Serenity for those 2 depending on how the general floor has been going. So, okay, here's an example. Right off the bat, 182 is a blinded floor. If I got through the first floor in a very speedy 4 to 5 minutes, which is very fast for 181 plus, I'll eat the blind floor. And then, in my brain, I'm like, okay, if we get another blind floor, we probably Serenity that because it might cost me a lot of time. Because this floor is going to cost me a lot of time. Now, if you're later on the floor, and your time is, like, on pace of, like, you know, whether or not you're going to be good or not, I think a Serenity becomes a play because you can kind of predict, oh my god, this is going to take me a while, I don't want to take any more time. That's, like, how I think about that a lot in, like, Heaven on High. That's why in Heaven on High, you end up using floor wipes to kind of mitigate time because that helps you out. And I think Gloom is kind of in that same scenario. I think, if anything, Gloom and Blind to me are kind of similar, that it's going to take you time regardless of how you deal with it. So it comes down to, do I have this time to spare? Does that make sense? I mean, of course, there's certain things like, okay, let's take a Dark Knight with no abilities. Dark Knight with no abilities is absolutely brutal. Because you don't have any of your MP spenders. I mean, granted, all the tanks are going to be trashed with no abilities, but I feel like Dark Knight's the one that gets hits the hardest. So you look at that as just, I don't look at that as, can I get through? I look at that as, how much time is it going to cost me? What is my time right now? And do I have that time to spare? And if I don't, we just Serenity or we nuke it out, or we do something to kind of help mitigate that. How long is 150 on Paladin without any palms? I don't know, like 12 minutes? It's not going to be a good fight. I'm probably going to Strength or Steel. Strength and or Steel on the fight. But it'll probably be like 12 to 15. Probably like 12, 13 on Paladin. Not in the mood to do the fight for that long. I love this boss theme. Oh my god. Oh, I was looking at chat. That's on me. I always just send a Lust when on tank. The fight is so long. Yeah. Well, there's also like kind of like uptime when to do the Lust at like a better timing and everything. You know. Blame chat. I don't blame chat. I'll blame chat in the appropriate moment, but no, I don't blame chat. Farman, I hope you're doing well. I know you've been checking out the Picto guides. I hope they've been a good watch. Numerically, I was thinking that if Gloom isn't a threat to a tank, it's better to tolerate it than a blind, but I guess it's kind of hard to gauge how much damage... Yeah, kind of. It is hard to kind of gauge how much it does, like, kind of kill. It's just, I think no matter how you look at it, it's going to kill time. So you just look at it as, like, do I have that time to spare or not? I mean, you know, if you stepped into 177 with, like, 35 minutes remaining and you get a flying floor, it's like... I'll just fight through the blind floor, you know what I mean? Reaching the ad. Actual speed tech. You died at 197? Shit, what got you? Was it just like you just got punched really hard, or... a mimic? Why are there so many succubuses? What the hell happened? What is this? Strength. Oh, strength. Okay, let's kill you. Don't worry about me, just killing your buddy. Caroline, hello, good afternoon. Hope you're doing well. Man, 39 months from Sadie. Ugh. Bless his soul. Yeah. Alright, let me clear this first before I go pick up that string. What's the plan for today? Good old Paladin to the end. We win or we wipe. Ghosts? The good old Ghost Gravekeeper combo. That's a good plan. Hell yeah. Gonna try to carry you guys a little bit to the maintenance. There's a maintenance today, but I'll have more than enough of a buffer time before that happens. Which potion would you use for Gunbreaker in Heaven on High? Like the healing potion? Max Hyper or Super? So I always use my highest, but like super potions are fine. The ones that drop in Heaven on High, no big deal. When is maintenance? 11 PM Eastern, Henry, for us. 11 PM Eastern. Targeted respawn theory? Hey, I'm on that theory. I lost the monk run because of a respawn on top of me. And we had the route to victory in a freaking course aggroed right on top of me. And I lost the run because of it. Very sad. Super potions are better for lower HP jobs like Black Mage. You mean max potions, sorry. Yeah, it's like, you know... I mean, I wouldn't really, like, put too much investment on which you should use. I mean, if you're sitting on Hyper Potion, then use it. But if you have... But otherwise, just rely on whatever the game is dropping, which would be Super. And the difference is minimal anyway. It's like a couple hundred HP that you're going to, you know, have or not have. I guess I'll do... Oh, I guess I'll just go. Okay. Hopefully the Persona doesn't give me a problem. PoTD gives thousands of max potions. So better use them. It's true, but I guess it also depends like how much you've been doing Heaven on High. You might be sitting on supers. The real big brain is just to sell your potions for money. A lot of people do that. They actually make a good amount of gil by selling their deep dungeon potions. That is very true. Hyper's still selling well. Who's using Hypers? Are the Raiders still using those potions? Like, why do they sell? Imagine if you could sell sus potions. I know that's been something a good amount of people have wanted as a fix for the shortage of sustaining potions is to buy them. I personally, I still don't like the idea of being able to buy them on the market board, but whatever means a better quality of life for everyone is kind of just what I'm looking at. Will says he buys them for Heaven on High. He's the buyer. Was it just Willow? Did you craft some? Hell yeah. Living in Savage Prog because of that 11k heal from Hyper Potions. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was actually good in content like that. Just Willow, got it. EO is good money in general, though. People sleep on it. I don't know if people sleeping on it necessarily, just not really doing it. I mean, I guess to have an efficiency in EO, you have to be pretty good at the comp. Guild farmers buy them. They gotta get them. They gotta get their stocks up. I just want them unified, so you're never in access of one potion. I would love a universal potsherd and a universal potion. You know my argument for that. My logic for that is like, okay, maybe the grander community, maybe like, you know, the X less than 1 million subs that are playing this game now are not going to be running around Deep Dungeon like we are, where we have like eight slots taken simply from potions. But that is my argument, that it's like you're now going to be looking into Deep Dungeon 4. If you don't change the system, you're running around with 8 slots that are just purely taken because of 4 different potsherds and 4 different potions. It's like, at that point, you've got to think about like combining them or something. You know, maybe put Palace, Heaven on High, and EO together, and then have the other Deep Dungeon on its own. I don't know. Maybe that's more fair or something like that. But I would like that. I mean, that would be such a good quality of life. Then it's like easy. I redo all the sustaining potion guides. It's like, okay, just go into Heaven on High, spam the hell out of that so you can farm everything else. Like, that's it. You don't have to worry about Palace anymore. You don't have to go through the annoyance of EO. Just do it in Heaven on High. Boom, you're good for potions forever. That would be a nice thing to do, you know? I mean, it's not great, but it costs basically nothing and occasionally saved me. And then I look up at Hyper Potions and I go, hey, once a Deep Dungeon moves into non-current expansion, it should be combined potsherds like Poetics. That'd be kind of cool. I think that would be kind of cool, honestly. Yo, what's up, Ether Bunny? Can we add the other Eureka potions in there as well? They're different content though, so you wouldn't. I mean, I guess you're going to be expecting a regen potion from the new open world coming up, right? That'll show up. People just hate EO. I don't think they just hate EO. It's just I don't think people just do it as much. I mean, maybe people do hate EO. If they like it too much, that makes more potions in the market less money. I have 218 EO bronze sacks and 424 to open. Open them. Spend an entire day opening them. This potion regenerates health in specific instance areas. They won't do that. No way. They won't do that. I would be shocked if they combine them with the open world too. I mean, that would be very efficient. Like, don't get me wrong. That sounds like a decent idea, but I feel like the game systems are too different for them to worry about that. I should have done an affluence into this floor, I forgot. I'm yapping too much. Come here. It's alright, I'm sure I'll find a strength here. You know, I did technically do a sack opening stream. So, when I got Twitch partner a couple years back, I felt not obligated. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do anything, okay? But I wanted to do, like, a subathon. I've never done a subathon before. So, we did a marathon. But what I did was, every time we got a gift sub or a sub to the channel, it would equivalent to me opening X amount of sacks. So, you know, we get X amount of subs and then boom, okay, let's open these amount of sacks. So like how, like a lot of subathons are like, okay, if you sub, it increases the timer into the stream. So the streamer will stream longer. But I mean, when it comes to Deep Dungeon content, I mean, it makes no sense to extend the timer. I mean, unless I'm like, okay, we're only going to 450, you guys have to sub so you can see 60. Like, I could do something like that. That sounds really weird. So I wanted to do something that didn't affect the run. So we did it in Intuitions. And then, if any time I got a big money item, so that was a mount, that was like the hairstyle, I forgot what else we did. We would do like a stream giveaway. And at the time we had the access to the Mog Station, so we could just do Mog Station items. So it would be like Gamba. So like essentially, you know, if you subbed X amount of times, now I have these opportunities to open these amount of sacks, and then you have a chance to be participating in a giveaway. It sounded great. It's just it was logistically, like, it was a big logistical thing. Like, it was just, there's a lot going on. And it's like, I don't know if I could do that again. Like, it was definitely a one-time thing, because bless one of my moderators at the time who essentially handled all the logistics for it, where I can just do the content and play the game, and then I would refer to the spreadsheet that we had and be like, okay, blah, blah. You know, it was a lot, but it was interesting. It was certainly, you know, certainly a way I wanted to do it, which was appropriate for the content in the channel. But one-time deal. Maybe in the future you'll think about doing it again, but that's a massive if. The old system for opening sacks is a pain. Well, they did update it. You should be able to burn channel points to make them open sacks. You got 200. I can't do that, dude. It will be a whole stream of me opening Intuition sacks if we do that. I can't possibly do that. But yeah, I never opened my sacks. Maybe you know what it is also? I'm holding off hope for the impossible dream that in a future patch they'll be like, oh, you can get potsherds from your old sacks. And if they ever do that, guys, I will never run out of potsherds ever again. And I'm like, it'll be like this, like, 6-year-old thing where I'm like, I told you so. 6 years later, you know? So maybe part of me is, like, holding off for that big hope. Don't say that I deleted 600 sacks. Hey, man, I play the long game, okay? Swimming and yeah, I would never have to worry about potions ever again. I think the other one is a resolution. I have a fresh strength, so that's good. I think I'll steal for the boss. Maybe I won't steal for the boss. I don't know. Before they do that, but sacks acquired. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Like, it's like a legacy thing. Oh, these are the legacy sacks. You have to use it on the new sacks. They could that I could see them doing 100%. One more chest I can check here. Serenity. Intuition? What intuition? Oh, I need to use one. Oh, right. I'll do it. Come on, I can do this, I swear. Didn't even drop a chest. Strength. I've been so out of practice now for using the intuition. My bad, dude. We don't have any redeems when I'm playing Path of Exile. Had to oblige. It was like, use your intuition. So I mean, it was my bad already for forgetting and missing it. Fortune be out here being the least reliable farm ever. As always. Do. Use my flight. Oh, you got it, Sadie. Sadie knows his palms. I trust Sadie. Before the AoE comes out. Easy game. Eat it. Oh, I didn't. Oh, I did get that last hit, I guess. I don't think it counted towards the thing, though. Void Fire does like no damage. Only the miss I worry about because it does fear. I mean, you shouldn't get hit with miss. I mean, that just can create a lot of issues. Do you have a least favorite boss fight in PoTD? 130. 130 to me is an absolute boring slog. I hate 130. I don't mind this boss, because this boss is... I mean, I guess mechanically it's interesting. I guess that's how I look at it. I mean, it's certainly an annoying boss for sure. That's without a doubt, but... I guess it's more active than a lot of the other bosses. What's up, Chelsea? I actually dodged that, really? Man, I miss the days of having to put Goring Blade on 2 targets here. When Goring Blade was a dot, that was fun. No, those days don't exist anymore. And 130 is also a good contender for boss fights that are not in the mood. Yeah, that's just an annoying boss fight. Like, I used to despise floor 20 in Heaven on High because it was just so unnecessarily spongy. But because they changed that boss with the stat squish, I don't mind 20 anymore, but now 130 feels like the 20 boss in Heaven on High, basically. Since PvP season ends, I wonder if they transfer the PvP data center to or wait. Good question. I would like to think they're going to change the data center. They should. They should not put it to Aether, that's for sure. They should put it to Dynamis or Crystal. But I thought that would be the deal, that they would... I mean, didn't they say that they're going to change the data centers? Just not Aether. I think Aether has enough popularity as it is. You don't want people flocking to Aether for an entire PvP season. Imagine they do that while the raid is happening. That would be like the worst decision ever. Shout out to Dynamis. Good old Dynamis. My Twitch chat keeps having to refresh. LOL. Maybe 2 more cycles. I think maybe 2 more cycles. Feels like a 2-cycle gaming situation. I'll hold on to my damage for the ads. NA ping. 100% NA ping. Yeah, I think 1 more cycle after this. I don't think I'm gonna bridge 12%. I might, but I don't think so. Maybe. Yeah, maybe not. So it's touch and go. It's touch and go. If I had fight or flight, maybe, but not without it. Definitely this cycle, though. Strength is dropping. Right now. Gonna respect the ads. I'm gonna keep my circle of scoring available. Oops. May not need it though. Okay, good. Alright, 150 boss down. With 10 minutes to spare. 10.5 minutes to spare. Good. Okay. We'll step into the next set. I may take a break after the next set. Yeah, that'll make the most sense. I take the break after the next set. So later, once we finish off, the current plan is once we beat 180, we'll do our sponsored segment for the month, our Tokyo treat box right over here. I'm gonna showcase to you guys what is in this box. It is Valentine's Day themed. I already have my snack picked out, which is it's like a Pokemon-shaped candy, hard candy, I believe. Which is like ramune flavored, which is pretty cool. But that'll be later. But first we'll do this. So I'll hit the ad out. Ads between floors. We'll step into 151, and we'll see how it goes. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate your time. I hope you're all having a good start of the week. And let's see where this run goes. BRB. We need a smack in Tokyo. 2 very different companies. I'm just glad that they didn't clash together. That was one of the most important things I had to ask both companies. Are you guys okay with each other coexisting on my channel? They're like, yeah, it's fine. I had we had an old sponsor. It was like a coffee company, And then I got another coffee company coming at me. And I'm like, hey, so I'm currently with these guys. So is it okay, like, that I'm with these guys? Like, no, we want to be exclusive. I'm like, oh, that sucks. I get it. I understand. It just kind of sucks. So. A treasure room on the exit, as the first room that you see, could be intimidating for most, but I already have the exit cleared, so who cares? Sometimes it may not be as bad as you think. Only 2 puddings not bad. All coffee shops want me. I don't know, not all of them. Yeah, honestly, the 2 puddings aren't that bad too. You're right. Trying to clear this right chest. I might try to go for that chest as well. The one that's to the right. Sights? Flights. Oops, I hit the wrong button. I might skip that chest up there, especially because the pudding is blocking it. So the reason I skip that chest, it's because I still technically am not really clear with the treasure room. So I want to make sure the moment I open the exit, I can go to the exit. That's the idea there. So that's what kind of matters with that. So again, that kind of question, you know, when do I prioritize leaving? When do I prioritize chest checking? It's a difficult answer because it really depends on the situation. If the pudding wasn't there, I may strongly consider shooting over there. But that pudding costs me a kill to get to that chest. And then if that chest is a mimic, then it's just kind of a snowball a little bit. So I want to kind of keep the kills a little bit to the minimum. And welcome back on the after ads. Thank you for sitting through that. We have encountered a opening treasure room on the first room out of the spawn room, but luckily it wasn't that complicated. So no big deal. Hey Sparks, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Gonna refill my water. I forgot to do that. I'm gonna do it in between the floors. Make sure y'all hydrates. Still not out. I'm gonna check that chest before I pull something, in case it's a mimic. Another flight. Okay. Now we just clear the exits. Still not out of here. Now, could I have gone for that chest? In hindsight's 2020. Of course I could have, but there are still quite a couple enemies that are kind of right on top of this exit. Okay, water refill in between floors. Water uptime. I don't think I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it on the next floor. At least I have it prepared. Haste! Alright, you take it. Oops. Fortune. Okay, we'll fight here. Alteration, I will use it. Silver chests. Okay. So check, check, clean. No exploity chests. Oh, the miracle 2 kill. Alright, I might check this one and just go. Fortune, don't need it. I'll eye the other room to the right. If it's clear, I might go for it. If not, then I will just jet. It's not clear. I wouldn't go. Song is such a good. Okay, Gloom. So herein lies this thing where like we created a lot of extra time because of we created a lot of extra time because we went pretty fast on the first two. So I'm willing to fight through this floor in particular. Now it is also altered, but it kind of doesn't matter if it's altered. I do need to find the altered room though. Did I miss my combo? Or did I just miss? No, I must have mishit it. I believe this is the trap that updated. It used to be it's a wall trap, but if you walk through it, we can get through it even if there is one. So we will be taking that strategy there. So if you're going at normal speed, you should be able to hit the thing. But if you're going at a lower speed, you shouldn't be able to hit it. That's the going thing. So I'm trusting the intel on that. Benny. Alright, I'm gonna drag it with me. Okay, let's see. Shopti came back already, which indicates probably a smaller room. Corians. Okay, let's clear these first to see if it opens the exit already, so I don't need to do an extra kill. Found the trap. Safety? Oh, nice. Constellation safety. That video is actually like 3 years old by Norba, and I just happened to see it because Aurora stream accidentally avoided it. Interesting. Lost knowledge. Well, I mean, now I will just keep remembering it, so the more we talk about it now, hopefully people will also know it. Hey, it is what it is. I mean, you know, not gonna get everything perfect. But when you're in this kind of content so high, I mean, I think the going play is to play safer than riskier. You just need someone that's kind of ballsy to be like, what if you try this? See what happens. Oh look, it exploded. Alright, let's get out of here. Really? You piece of crap. I guess we're not gonna get out of here. That's what Ross's streams are for? Hey man, gotta love it. It's the joy of the content. Even up till now, we're learning things, and I think it's just the coolest thing ever. You think you know everything, up until the very moment that you you realize that you didn't. Honestly, that's probably why. That's probably a small percentage of why we always keep running it. You always just see something you've never seen before, you know? It's the thrill of the content. Hey, Yuzu, thanks, I appreciate it. I'm gonna move out of here so that Shopty doesn't become a problem. Alright, now we can leave. I might try to investigate that other room, just to see if the chest is kind of accessible, but there's a pot there, so I'm not sure. Not that I see anything anyway. We're just gonna go. Next floor is Affluence. No items, alright. In a rage. Huh. Let me see what the other chests are first. Sight. I think I actually Serenity this for the rage, for the time as well. Oh yeah, this is gonna be big. Okay, this is just a little too big for me to ignore. A lot of good stuff here. To me, this is acceptable. There's a lot of things that I can... And this kind of, again, once again, continues that conversation. Do you use Serenity on a Blind Gloom or not? And pretty much what the thought process here for me is, I'm going to bank so much extra time, and Paladin can get through so much that this is a play that will help. Like, if I make this decision now, I'm going to bank so much time later on that if I run into a really bad debuff, well, it's okay that I spend 2 to 3 times longer on that floor, because I save so much time on this floor, and the next floor because it's flighted. All of which were extra pawns. Now, if I was sitting at 2 Serenity and I would go down to 1 Serenity, I would say that'll be a much tougher decision. Much tougher decision. But because I'm at capped at 3, it becomes an easier decision because I'm okay at sitting at 2. Strength came back, which is great. Steel came in, which is also good. Might use that strength to keep the strength at 2. I may use the strength before I zone out to the next floor, because if we get hit with another no items, then kind of would suck. So I'm gonna do that just to keep it at 2. Since I was destined to keep it at 2 anyway, may as well do it on the upcoming floor. The only time that becomes a bit of a waste is if I pick up like another rage, but I mean that would just be a very fortunate situation. And we're sitting in true luxury. Yo, Excel. Hey, thanks for the 35 months. Let's go, dude. Hey, yo! Into one of my favorite songs. Hey. Let's go. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for that continued support. Very much appreciate that. Nice. Safety. Patrol's going out because they could become a little bit annoying here. Do I kill it before that Merilith comes in? Anything else coming? No, no. No? Okay. You know, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is coming out in, what, 2 days? I hope you guys enjoy the music. The music is so good in that game. Also, I don't know if you saw it or heard, which it's kind of tempting me to go play the game. A little bit. Just a little bit. They are having drops for Rebirth. They didn't have drops when they released it on PS5, which honestly, okay, not a lot of people could have played it because of that stupid exclusivity. Now everyone should have the ability to play it. So just heads up if a lot of you guys are interested in that game. I am 90% sure you're not going to see it on my channel, because I'm going to play that game, but I didn't intend to play it on release. So, just heads up. But, you know, I don't know what you're getting. There are drops for Rebirth. Just heads up. Doing great. Back into 14 after a 5-month break with IRL getting in the way of gaming. Goddamn IRL, man. Every single time. Well, welcome back to 14. It's funny, because I would say I'm on, like, a really much deeper kind of, separation from 14, in a sense. Like, currently, I'm only doing 14, like, once a week. I used to, at bare minimum, do it at least twice a week. But I've been so addicted to Path of Exile that I've been just putting a lot of my time into that game right now. But I always still want to maintain 14. Right now, it's on the Mondays, as you see right here, so... Still love the game, it's just I gotta pace it out. This Deep Dungeon. For me, it's like, I don't think I could ever detach myself from Deep Dungeon. It's just, I just need to pace myself in a way where I really, really don't actually get burnt out, because that would be very tragic for me. So it's just the maintenance. I'm on maintenance. It's almost like me logging into, like, my gacha games. You know, I log in for, like, 20 minutes and I'm out. But hey, at least I'm still playing the game. And then when something important comes along, okay, we'll give it a little bit more time. Like, over the weekend, I was catching up on Withering Waves, because I had not done the story at all. And I also wanted a couple more pulls for Carlotta. But I sat down, spent the day to do it. I enjoyed my time, you know, I really had a good time. But I gotta pace it out. Right now, my addiction is in Path of Exile, though. We actually, we made it. We are in the leaderboard in Path of Exile Hardcore Solo Self-Found. Really excited. And I'm still alive, too. So I'm hoping to push that leaderboard up during the week. Another rage. Hell yeah, baby. Oh, there's safety. Check one chest. Serenity. Not try PoE, looks good, but I only have so much time for games. Have to pick and choose my additions. Yeah, and not to mention, I mean, PoE is one game that it's in early access, so the longer you wait for that game, it's just gonna be a better game later on. So there's honestly no harm, no foul waiting for that game. And the game honestly is in a good shape, but it's completely understandable if you want to wait to full releases. I mean, I have a couple friends that only play games when they release. Like, they swear by the fact that they will never play an early access game by any means. And that's completely understandable, you know? I mean, especially if you've played a good amount of early access games, it is a literal gamble. You might get a game that, like, literally just left alpha, you know? And their whole intention of putting out for early access is like, help us, tell us what to do. And then you have other games like Hades, Path of Exile, that are, like, just about there, need a couple tweaks. They want to at least let people try the game out, and maybe, like, start getting, like, the opinion into it to start shaping the game into its full form, you know? But it all kind of just comes down to like, it's just such a random thing. If you get a bad impression of the access, you might not even come back. Yep, that is, we played Luti, we played Wayfinder. Did anyone play Wayfinder when it first released? They had so much hype on that game. I was actually surprised and shocked how much hype that game actually had. But they had such an awful launch. Just to give you perspective, I was in on that game because I actually had one of their social media guys actually talk to me. They actually seeked me out when I went to PAX East like 2 years ago. And they're like, hey, you should try this game out. And they met up with me. We had a good conversation. It's like, how do I say no to this? I'll at least give it a try, you know? And there was an online game at the time. It's not online anymore. It's no longer online. But it was an online game at the time. And I don't do just chatting streams. If I'm streaming, I'm going to do a game. I want to play something. My whole thing to me is gameplay. That's what I like to kind of, I guess you can say, specialize in, with a little commentary. We were just chatting for like 5 hours before I actually got into the game for the first time, only to get disconnected again. But it was actually a really good stream, though. I actually had a good time on stream. It was just... the first week you could just basically not play the game, and that really, really just took away all of its sales. Like everyone was disappointed, everyone refunded. It's just, you had an opportunity, and you kind of screwed it up, in a way, you know? But the game was actually pretty good at early access, but it's just unfortunate. I did, yeah. No, I did do some guides for that, because again, I felt like I had at least a decent connection with their whole kind of back end and their social media guys, and I did genuinely enjoy the game. So I'm like, yeah, look, I mean, to me it was like, how do I kind of say no to someone who wants me to play their game? Because, you know, you don't really get that from 14. So it's like, you know, let me try this. Let me give this a shot to see if I'm going to like this venture. But after a while, it did start to get a little stale. I kind of finished what I wanted to do, and then it's like, yeah, you know, I'll kind of shift away and kind of maybe go back in the future. Never really went back, but I still had a good time. You know, the people were nice and everything. Ether Bunny says, Wayfinder did more damage than good with its launch, so much so that they had to redo the game almost entirely is how its core functions operated. Well, yeah, and then, I mean, I don't know how it went down, Ether Bunny, but I mean, they're not connected with, what is the publisher again? The guys that do Warframe. They're not connected with them. They're on their own. They are solo. So, I mean, I don't know if that had to do with anything, but I'm sure if the game was a success, then, you know, maybe it would have been a little bit of a different scenario, but people got laid off and everything. Actually, one of the guys that we had, that was one of their big social guys, was laid off. So that kind of sucks. He was just like living that game for so long. He was mitigating all the community stuff, but he laid off. I don't know how the game's doing now. I know it's there. They're posting stuff. It seems like it's doing pretty good, but that's all I know. I don't see myself going back to that game. But it was a good time, though. It was a nice experience for my whole content creation career, if you will. Alright, how's our time? 37 into the 7th floor. Okay, we can just stroll to the exit right now. There's 3 mimics in front of me, which I can probably bypass because of their position. And the exit is over there, so I could just ignore the mimics for now and just deal with this. Okay, I was gonna say, I'm like, if I didn't get that aggro, that would be kind of surprising. Kinda want to get that chest, like, now, while the imp is not really looking in my direction, but... Sight! That's gonna be good. Any landmines? Or did I safety? No. I'll check the chest first and then maybe take care of the imp. No, let's take care of the... The imp. I gotta play for the gargoyle and the turret if I need another kill. Holding. Kind of out of range to try to stun the ice spikes. Oh, didn't even pay attention that I got ice spikes off. Oops. I should be able to get all 5 off here. Oh, and it's hasted. Right. Oh, I can stay in Lust. I'll stay in Lust until I get Fight or Flight. Yo, what up, Hugo? How you doing? Happy Monday. And I needed that kill too. Why I need another kill? Okay. I think I did that. That's the way you do it. Dum, 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 dum. Oh, I am still not out of here. Okay. High kill. And this is where banking the time early is now a big advantage. Because we can just vibe right now. After coming back to 14 after so long, went right to PoTD, had a Pictomancer file of 121. Booted up, within 5 minutes forgot sustaining push into our thing, almost died right away. Well, that's one way to get the juices flowing though, right? One way to just kickstart the brain. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, provided you didn't die. Maybe a good idea to just pop a raising for those set, you know? I'm sure you'll probably make it back before it gets important, but maybe just pop it a raising. Sometimes I'll do that. I'll play like extra safe until I smoothen out. Until I get into the groove, and then we go. Muscle memory saved me. Muscle memory is an incredible thing, I swear. I always loved the story when I was in high school. I had taken like I think I was just out of school for like a week, for whatever reason. And I remember getting to my locker. And I just look at my locker and I'm like, I don't remember my lock. I'm like, I don't remember the numbers. And I think my passcode was in like a notebook that was in the locker. So, and I was in a school where like, if I literally forgot my passcode, like I would just get detention. Because it was like a penalty, you know? So like I was sweating, I was like, scared as hell. So basically what I did was I just held the lock and just let my fingers just turn the dials. And I'm like, muscle memory saved me. And I opened the lock, which is my muscle memory. I'm like, da 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 da. Like I did that and I got it. I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe it. I don't think I still remember the number, but it gave me confidence of knowing at least I know that, right? So that was really funny. But muscle memory, I swear, is just sometimes just... And this, like, here, like, okay, so sometimes I do concern myself because, like, we're doing 14, like, once a week now, at the moment. And sometimes I do think, like, do I still remember how to play on, like, as we're doing it now? Because I'm playing on a controller for PoE, so it's, like, a big shift, but every time we get in, it's like, yeah, what am I worried about? I've been doing this literally for years. My fingers just remember everything. I don't need to concern myself over this. That's what happened to me on my iPad pin. I don't actually remember if my fingers do. Yeah, just hit the pattern and stuff. That's so funny. Muscle memory is so fun. And even like I just have to kind of tell myself sometimes, like, just you know it, just let your body do it. You got it. Arahi! Is that my buddy, the queen of heaven on high, Arahi?
I'm in Angelus mimic bongo animate inverted question mark 1/4 Angelus mimic heart.
I don't know how you ended up with that one, but I'll take it. I don't even know how to do an inverted question mark on my keyboard. What the hell? Literally the most powerful individual I know. Like, I'm fairly sure Arahi plays on, like, uses like a regular American keyboard. Like, I don't even know how to do an inverted question mark on my keyboard. Arahi, cheers. Thank you for the 39 months. Arahi, I gotta yell at you. Hold on. I gotta yell at you for a second, okay? I think it was Friday. I wrapped up stream, and I'm like, oh, Arahi's on. Maybe this time I can... Nope. Still can't raid her. And you were playing the Get to Work game? And I'm like, oh, this game is hilarious. And I actually watched you for a little bit. But... because I was coming from Path of Exile, I'm like, surely I can finally raid Arahi when I'm playing Path of Exile. Nope, still can't. But anyway, you don't have to change anything. It's just, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. I just thought it was funny. Zippo, thank you for the 42. Mercy, thank you for the 4. Thanks for the hype train, guys. Thanks for the continued support. I appreciate it. Hey, it's all good. You're perfectly on time. It's always what I like to say. Do, 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 do. Thank you for all these resubs, guys. I appreciate it. I know I've been on the the Path of Exile addiction, but it means a lot that you know, still want to keep the 14 going. Just I really enjoy that a couple of you guys do pass by the other streams, and hopefully you're still having a good time regardless. Hey Tandori, how goes that video, by the way? Haven't been able to have time to actually sit down and watch it. I really want to sit down and watch that video so I don't like zoom through it, but hopefully it's been going well. Great. Love that for me. I thought it was gonna die in that GCD. What is that? Chest? I don't remember. Did I even check the chest? Oh! Okay, I didn't check the chest. Okay, noted. Clearly didn't check the chest. It's okay, I try different games once in a while so we can see if we might enjoy them as well. Oh yeah, it's just kind of, you know... It's a content creation thing, that's all it is. It's doing very well. Yo, let's go. What's up, Breezy? How goes you? Oh, Breezy, of course. Breezy comes in with the intuition. You gotta do the intuition. Hope you're having a good day, Breezy. I don't think that's a landmine. I don't think that's a landmine either. Like 6 times by now second. Yo, let's go poggers, dude. Well done. Kind of miserable. Ooh. Okay, well, I hope I can make you think about something else at least for now. A happy mandolin. Thank you for the 10. Thank you for that continued support. I appreciate it. Dude, I didn't want to fight you. Do. When I move past Soul Flare while I have a chance here. I don't have time to try a different game, to try games myself most times, so seeing a stream I vibe with play a new game is good to me. See if I like it or not. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I love that too. I actually have a lot of fun watching the homies play some different games because they're actually, at least from the viewer perspective, I've definitely identified games that I don't think I would ever play, but I actually like watching a playthrough of the game, you know? So in essence, I get to experience the game through their eyes. And many games are like that. I mean, it's actually really, you know, interesting because sometimes I will not watch someone play a specific game because I will get to it, and I'm so sensitive when it comes to spoilers. And it sucks sometimes. It's like, I'd love to watch you play this game, it's just I can't watch you play this game, you know? Hey, Thurin, how you doing? But, yeah, lots of games I've watched from a number of my buddies that I've never even heard of before, and it's great. It's like, wow, I didn't even know that game existed. Now, I have totally played a handful of games that someone else played, and I'm like, I want to play that. Totally convinced because of the way it played out. I know one such game 100% was Loop Hero. Loop Hero was one game that I was watching Sharply Dressed Man play, and I'm like, that game sounds like fun, and I tried it. And it was actually really fun. Nice little game. Chilling after a nice Viper run. Hell yeah. Paladin's been smooth. Can't complain about Paladin at the moment. Of course, the big concern is always Behemoth, but I got my plan for Behemoth, so we'll see how it goes. But I love Loop Hero. Played it on and off for a year. Yeah, I played it. I played a good chunk of it for a while until like I basically hit a spot where I'm like kind of doing everything, and I got my satisfaction out of it. But it was a good game. I liked it. A very interesting concept. But those are the gems that, like, sometimes I would never have run into unless I did see someone else play it. Like, even the game that Arahi is playing, I don't think I've heard of it before, but it seemed really funny. And it was really enjoyable watching Arahi play, I think it was called Get to Work, I believe was the name of the game. Plus it had Necro, you did have the Necro class, yeah. It's a funny game. But I have that mix of, like, try hard and, like, cozy and, like, comfy, you know? But that's kind of just the gamer I am. I'm not necessarily, you know, single-minded. I always have to do a challenge. I always have to do something difficult. It's nice to have the adjustment. Even on stream for me, it's nice to have that variety, if you will, of the types of games. And I'm semi-try hard in Path of Exile, but I have a goal, and I want to hit the goal. That's just what it comes down to. He was such a pushover with Viper, I didn't even push him. It does good damage. I mean, melee in general is always good on Behemoth. I always like the Behemoth push on melee. do 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 do. Nailed it. Not gonna lie, the first time I watched my streams, I wanted to see a full PoTD run live years back, and I picked your stream because of and the blue, and I like blue. Blue's always a good color. Hey, thanks for the hype chain, guys. I really much appreciate it. Enjoy your emotes if you got any. Because of all the blue. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Well, blue themed, man. You like the color blue. Oh, I thought I could do it. Damn it, I thought I can get all 5 off. Rip. Henry! Aw, thanks for the 5, man. Thanks for that. Thanks for the 5 gifted subs to Max Poetic, to Descarte, to Hanaki, to Suzetta, and to Hate-chan. I think is how you say that name. Cheers. Thank you for that, Henry. Always appreciated. I like that emote. Okay, let's see. Oop, okay. That's a dead end. Got it. Noted. Henry Hype. Indeed, Henry Hype. That's right. How did I go? Okay, whatever. It's fine. I'll do that again. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Sorry. Never got that strength back that I used like a couple floors ago. Purite. Should be good. Oh my god, there's another? How many patrols are there? The real strength for a man is strength behold inside. I guess that's true. I don't think I use I think I just go into the boss just straight away. Probably burn a lot of potions on it, but I'll just save my palms. It's like the semi-lazy way of doing it. I could use something, but I don't want to use something, so I won't. I haven't followed any for a while. Did I get to try Monk in PoTD? Not in PoTD. I did do it in Heaven on High, though. And I hate to admit it, but I kind of didn't hate it as much as I had been hating Monk. And the reason why, actually, was more just because of one button, which was Riddle of Earth. The Riddle of Earth change was actually super nice in Heaven on High. But... Oh, is that the actual emote that you got from Twitch? Oh, okay. I thought that was like from somewhere else. I didn't realize that's the Twitch thing. I didn't have stun. But I will say, like, running through Monk in Heaven on High, like, in terms of the rotation, it definitely felt a lot more brain dead, which was not a bad thing. Because before, it's like you had to kind of, you know, figure out the combo as you're going through the combo. But now it's like the game kind of just tells you which button to hit next, and it's like, okay, well, that's less thinking, so I guess it's fine. And that was one job where it's like, I'm already frustrated at the job to begin with, so if you're kind of just making it a little bit more streamlined, then I'll take it. I like complexity, but Monk is a different story for me. That was what I was wondering. Remember, you didn't like... Nope. I still don't. Monk to me is boring. Like Monk... If I were to think of a monk, okay? Like, in video games in general, a monk. You know what a monk to me is? Like Tifa in Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. Where she's extraordinarily fast, she's extraordinarily, like, strong. I think of Monk as being fast. And so... To go through this version of Monk, like, in 60 and 70, mind you, 60 and 70, it's so slow. Feels so slow. Whereas before Endwalker, you had a lot of OG cities on Monk, so you'd walk up to something, you're hitting like 6 buttons and it's dead, and it's great. You do your Forbidden Chakra, you do your Elixir, you do like before Steel Peak and everything, and it was so much fun hitting all these buttons in between. Like you felt like your character looked like it was hitting fast, but that's not the case anymore. I think of Monk as being Goku or Goku adjacent. Tifa could be Goku if she wanted to. It's true, she could be. Her Star Shower is so much fun, you know? Like, that's the thing that I love. Alright, this will eat a lot of potions, but we'll do it. What time we got? 17 minutes? Okay. Maybe when I have time, we'll see. That's a joke, I'm kidding. Bum, 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 bum. Like bleeding HP here. I don't know how I feel about that. I guess I can clemency. I guess I can heal myself. That is louder than usual. It's so loud. I was playing last night and it was like, why is it loud? Yeah, I don't it used to be a little bit more manageable. It's like if you angle it correctly, you get a little less of the sound, but I think as of been me doing this recently, it's been so loud. Oh, I don't have any heals. Bit of a problem. I mitigated the sound. Alright, this will be a long fight. I think 3 minutes I took for 30%, so I guess this will be a 10-minute fight. Mathematically speaking. Oh, that's loud. I'll try to block this next knockback. I'm still gonna make sure I go into the right area, but I'll block it. Okay, almost halfway there. Halfway there. Yeah, this will be like a 10-minute fight. I think I started this at 17 something. Without strength on. So I guess it's gonna be a 7 with strength on. I hate this boss so much. I mean, the only thing I like about the boss is that it does keep you on your toes, so that's a plus side. Unlike some other bosses where it's kind of just boring. Recent runs I felt like hit harder than Sneck. This fight is interesting. One thing, I couldn't really get a confirmation on it, Thurin. I always felt like when you got this boss lower and lower, it almost felt like it increased in damage. It was really weird. It's almost like it started to crit harder. But yeah, to me, this boss always hits harder than 170. The overall damage is just, there's more opportunity for crits to happen, I feel like. That's just what it comes down to. I like the fact that you're a tank and still taking this much damage. I mean, to be fair, this is also without steel, but yeah, that's fair. I mean, it is a you know, a pretty hard-hitting boss. I mean, in another respect, it's amazing that we can get through on DPS. You know, like we can just skate through on DPS. That's one way to also think about it. And that is one little tiny detail of Palace of the Dead that is interesting. How with Steel on, you can just get through on DPS. You know, like it wasn't tuned to be you'll just miss the mark, or it's a little too strong. Like you look at Heaven on High, you look at EO, you can pretty much get away without Steel, you know, for the most part. But here you can't. But it could have been tuned even harder, where like you seriously can't. But it's tuned in such a way where it's just the right amounts, you know? Even through the years, even from the very beginning, Steel was just enough. I mean, maybe even now it's a little less than that. It's more than just enough now. But it is interesting. What up, Nina? How you doing? Happy Monday. Alright, almost there, guys. 22%. Long journey is almost done to an end. Do I can climb? Yo, Demirsa, appreciate that, thank you. Should be good, hopefully. Just Behemoth, of course, is always the fun part, but... Or they just got lucky with the balance. How long did it take for the first player to solo PoTD? It was January of 2018. The content was released in 2016. Stormblood was in 2017, if I remember correctly, if I know my history. Summer of 2017 was Stormblood. But I mean, people were actively trying before then. When was Stormblood? I don't remember Stormblood. No, I think Stormblood is 2016. No, that can't be right. No, it can't be 2016. Anyway, I know that Usagi Mimi got it in January 2018. That I know. And their score is still on the leaderboard too. That clear is still there. It's cool to see some scores leaderboard from... I had a 2016-17 Astro in, like, you know, back then, but I had to unfortunately delete it because I had to clear on Astro. Oh no. First world problems. How do we know? Do you know if we knew how many floors Petita had when it came out? Yes. Oh shit, hold on. I have a potion running. Yes, they explicitly mentioned that it was going to be 200 floors, and I think they had already previewed it like it was going to be 200 floors, I believe, even on the release. But they did it in 2 parts, so... Yeah, I can't... I need to not... I need to pay attention the whole time. Okay, we're good. Yeah, literal 11-minute fight. Holy moly. Alright. Yeah, I think, like, how they released Palace was, like, it was the first 1 to 50, and then they said later they're gonna release 51 to 200. And they had said how many floors there were, so... And also, I don't think that would be possible to hide the floors anyway, because the achievement would show it. Like, one of the partially bad things, if you will, if you want to call it bad, was when EO was about to release, like in, I think it was 6.3. Not 6.35, but it's 6.3. PlayStation already had the name of the title in their achievements. I don't think it was in 14 in the game in here. Maybe Steam had it, but PlayStation had it. So you actually knew the title back in 6.3. And I always was like, don't tell me. Like, no one say anything. And I never knew. I didn't know until the game came out. Until EO came out. They could have said last... They could have. That's true. But they didn't. I think they didn't. So I think it always had said 200 floors. But Necromancer didn't exist. Prior to Stormblood. So... Okay. Release... of Stormblood. Stormblood was June 20, 2017. So then 6 months later, Usagi Mimi gets the clear on Red Mage. And again, people were trying before then. It's just that obviously, you know, opened the door. But I mean, 6 months. Now, to put that into further perspective, okay? 6 months once Red Mage became available, that the first person gets Necromancer. And in, I believe it's January 19th, because again, their score is still there. I get Necromancer March 9th, I think, or March 14th of 2019, a year and 2 months later. And I was the 14th in the world. To give you perspective of, like, the gap between, like, that time and how many people cleared from that time until then. Like, you really still had a very small amount of people clearing. And this was also during the era when Heaven on High was going to release too. And I think when Heaven on High released, you had, like, all of 3 people who cleared Palace at the time. So it was interesting because it's like they introduced Heaven on High having a solo title, but barely anyone has cleared Palace at that point. So you wonder, like, I mean, there were, like, things that they changed in Heaven on High that definitely felt like quality of life stuff, but it was always very interesting to me. What is the job that's second clear? I want to say Machinist, but I'm not 100% sure. I know Bard was Heaven on High. Meiji was the world first Bard in Heaven on High, and the first job that wasn't Red Mage that cleared a deep dungeon. It happened in Heaven on High first, and it started trickling to Palace of the Dead. I don't remember Palace of the Dead which one was first. I want to say Machinist, but I can't say that for sure. I mean, so what that tells me is probably job changes made it possible. Well, in Palace of the Dead, prior to Stormblood, sustaining potions didn't exist, and Red Mage didn't exist. So, I mean, it certainly was a tall order for anyone to clear back then, and then you didn't even have the title to begin with. So Red Mage was certainly that job once it released. A lot of us felt like this was the job that was going to pull it off with the self-healing and all the mobile damage and everything, which is going to be a very difficult one. I mean, over time, things have also adjusted. I mean, you know, the more recent Kinetic Bomb Warrior with Raw Intuition, how that propelled Warrior up. You know, you have things like that have changed over time, but certainly in the very, very beginning things, certainly job changes have helped a lot. Even, like, I would say for tank, like, just having, like, the removal of tank stance was kind of a big deal too, you know? There's a mental barrier for the first time achievements. You see it with every activity. Once one person does it, the floodgates open to everyone. Yes, and certain Saffron, 100% applies to Deep Dungeon. I still remember the era when the tanks had not been cleared on Palace yet. And we see JP clear, like, I think Paladin and Gunbreaker. And it no longer became Fury. It was just, how do we get there? That was it. That was the community at the time. That was all everyone could think about, was what was the strategy that they used. Because originally, when you don't have a clear, it's like, I don't know if you could do it. Because you did have that era where there were jobs that you just weren't sure were possible. And you just had to have someone ballsy enough to go in and give it a shot, you know? But I mean, you're talking about, like, okay, go spend 12 hours to figure it out. Because Behemoth was always the one that stopped everyone. But once you got that clear, that's it. That opened everything, because your mindset completely changes. Yeah, sustaining potions came in on Stormblood. I wonder how many Red Mage runs were ended by backflipping to death. Mine, I had one Aether Bunny. I had one die. I was fighting a Shabti. I backflipped at the worst time when it did the AoE. It crit me for all my life. I died. 151. Welcome in, and I died. I also died. You know what's another way I died to backflipping back then was in Heaven on High. I didn't know an elephant was somewhere in the room, so I backflipped away from an enemy. And the very moment I hit the button, it registered my new position where I would land on the backflip. So the elephant used the AoE at that precise moment. And then I couldn't move, because back then you still had the animation lock for the thing, and I was just dead. That's it, game over. Like, I didn't have raising on, so it was just done. And I think that was the last time I backflipped in freaking Deep Dungeon. Like, I didn't backflip for a long time, because I kept dying with the backflip. Until, of course, now you can, and the animation is much faster, and I'm a little bit more experienced, but certainly back then I didn't forget it. Interestingly, first ever PoTD clears. Yeah, I was joking about that. Elvis that I feel like Usagi Mimi would never re-clear. Like if they were gonna do a red mage high score, they would take an ult up. I would never take that away. Like I would totally just take one of my alts and just do red mage if that was the case, you know. If that was literally world first, it's like, and I wonder with like almost like, you know, the respect of like Japanese culture, sometimes you also wonder if like the people on the server are kind of like in respect to that too. It's like, you know what, let's just go to like, let's go to mana and Gaia. Let's get our scoring done over there. Let's just leave elemental alone, you know. Let's preserve that, okay? I wonder. I mean, it was a pretty damn good score too for like the first clear. You know, that's a really impressive score if you really think about it back then. 3 million as your first clear ever. Incredible. The Dragoon incident on Luring Trap? Yeah, well, you know. Sometimes we gotta make entertainment. Not in the DD, but my favorite Red Mage backflip death of mine was off the cliff in Pagos? That sounds amazing. I don't think I've ever... No, I wasn't... No, was I Red Mage? I was Red Mage in Eureka. But I don't think I backflipped off a cliff. That sounds epic. Okay. Oh, Caroline, good night. Have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you. I hope to catch you next time. In the meantime, I will take a small break. I'm going to stand up, stretch, hit the restroom, and then we'll continue into 161. Later on, after we do Behemoth, guys, we are doing the Tokyo Treat Box, our sponsor for today. We're going to show you guys what's in the box. I have a snack that I'm going to eat on stream. We got the whole thing, so that'll happen after we kill Behemoth or we die to Behemoth, one or the other. So hang on for that. We have the pinned post if you want to see the information for that. If you want to check it out. Any new subscriptions to Tokyo Treats will support the stream. I get a nice little hefty $20 US dollars for everyone who does a new subscription, so it's actually really nice amount of commission. But check it out if you want to check it out while we're away. But I'll be back. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in a little bit. BRB. Hey, thanks, Kitty. I'm glad you had a good time here. I appreciate that message. Okay. I think I'm good. Water looks fine. I'll probably have to get more water later. Yeah, I'll probably do that later. Alright. I gotta update the title. We are in 161. And then we will go on in. Let's do this! Actually, was AFK long enough to be AFK? Oh, did I set my AFK to be like 5 minutes or like 1 minute or something? Must have been like 5 minutes. Alright. Let's continue 161. Strolling on and good luck with the run. I'm working on my first clear while watching this. Heyo, Emily B. Well, if you have any questions, Emily, you can certainly ask them. Just go on and ask the questions. I'll try my best to answer them. But hey, if you just want to vibe's all good. Yep. By Alpha, a good buddy Alpha. Coming in with an amazing score. Kicking butts. Fortune. Okay, so I don't have the strength, so I'm not going to open with the strength. Do 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 do. Hey Ruby, saw you today in the most unexpected places. Where'd you see me? A YouTube video? Oh, did you watch, was it Tandoori's video? My house? Oh, that happens all the time. What's up, Rula? Yeah! Yeah, bless Tandoori. I'm glad you got to see it. I'm glad that video is starting to pop off a little bit. Yeah, Tandoori talked to me about it. I'm like, hell yeah, let's do it. So. I haven't had the chance to watch it myself, but I will. I want to sit down and watch it and everything. Yo, what up, Ross? Which video is this? I will pull it. Hold on. Tandoori's doing almost like a journal-like video concerning their journey through Deep Dungeon and trying to get Necromancer. They're kind of like documenting it, so... Yeah. Ross, I hope you're having a good day today. I got a notification from Twitch. Where is it? Here? Here we go. Got it. Here you go, this one. It is titled, "Can a Sprout get Final Fantasy XIV's hardest title?" That's how Tandoy labeled it. Perfect clickbait title. But clearly, gamers are enjoying the video more importantly. So, not too shabby, just getting mad about my terrible... Did you die again? Rip. Ross, I am on the leaderboard. I'm so excited. Also terrified. I'm also thinking about playing my leaderboard character tomorrow instead of my stream character. But I am on the leaderboard. I'm on standard, so I didn't matter, but yeah, I blew up in the chaos. Oh no, well, chaos is like freaking rough though. Did you get to the boss? I'm still very curious about the bird boss. Because they changed the bird boss, but I don't know what the change was, and I'm still terrified of that damn boss, because that thing blew me up last time. So did it still murder you? I'm very curious. Because the thing that was bad was, oh, that bird! No, there's another bird. There's a second bird. There's a second bird that does a big-ass tornado. And that's the one that they said was the hardest boss in the game because of that mechanic. And they said they fixed it. So I don't know what they did, and that's the thing. You died to that too. Yeah, that other bird, it's just, I mean, I don't know if you want tips or anything, but yeah, I heard that when it starts, like, puking, that's when it could really kill you. I mean, there's like a way to handle it, but... After that, I spammed boots until I got something with movement speed. I heard, but, I mean, it's like, I heard that you need a lot of movement speed just to even think about dodging that thing. I don't even know how that works. This is chest, I don't remember. Did I even check the chest? No, I didn't. Flight. I didn't check the chest because I was in combat. Yeah, I was running away from this Tauros. Emily says, highest I got was 191. Okay, that's really good. What? Did I not check this? Before getting a little careless with the treasure room. But hey, you got there. How are the palms though, Emily? Like there's definitely a big story there if you got in with good palms or you didn't get there with good palms. Because I always think that, okay, maybe you died right away with really good, if you had really good palms, but it means you can do it again. That's the takeaway. It's like, okay, I did it once, I can do it again. That's deep dungeon, you know? Sucks to lose it, but you can replicate. No idea, but I had 0 and got some 20%, which is really nice, and since I'm using Incinerate, I feel like I really need it. There is, I know, a skill gem that will reduce the movement penalty when you're casting. Did you use that one? Because that sounds like it would be smart for... Incinerate. But also, the thing I'm curious about, I don't know if you found it, because since you're going hard Incinerate, have you figured out, like, how to speed up the application of Incinerate? Is there a way to do it? Because I think that was always my hold-off, was that it takes so long for you to get to all the stacks. It feels like you're just kind of married to Incinerate until it's done. I mean, you could probably couple it with, like, Firestorm or something, but it just felt like it was just gonna, like, you had to just sit there for 8 seconds. I think it was, it's a dexterity gem, and I gotta say it's at least a tier 2 or tier 3. But I know it's something about, like, it reduces the penalty by 30% or something like that. Does Bist Food Tincture matter in Deep Dungeon? It helps, Nina. But the best way I can put it, Nina, you have free trials that are clearing. And free trials, for the most part, are probably not having tinctures unless they went super serious and are, like, crafting it themselves. And they don't have access to food. That's the same logic, unless they're crafting and they actually leveled crafting to make it themselves, I mean, that's a lot of work just to do content. And I've cleared Deep Dungeon on a free trial without any food or tinctures, so I mean, does it help? I mean, it helps. It's gonna do something. It's going to mean something. But is it necessary? I wouldn't say it's necessary. Like a lot of times, I suggest people like, look, if you're a raider, which I would almost, you know, I'd say what 7 out of 10 people are raiders. You're probably sitting on food. You're probably sitting on tinctures. Like, use those. Like, you don't have to go too crazy. If you're just sitting on them, you have nothing else to do with them, then boom, use it. Chronomancer's slow helps, and Ice Wall is actually really nice because you can incinerate. Oh, really? Well, that's fascinating. So they're busy smacking the wall, and then you just kind of shoot them with fire. That sounds like the flamethrower of Final Fantasy XIV if it ever became useful. Like, you know, if flamethrower actually did anything, that would be the application. They don't have access to high-level tinctures. Yeah. Well, level appropriate is still pretty good. Like, you know, being at that level, I think is still not bad at all. But you're right, they wouldn't be able to get, like, the top tier, because in Palace, for example, for Palace, I believe the food cap is, like, 540. And what I mean by that is anything past 540 eye level, it won't do any more benefit. So, like, having anything above 540, you're, like, good to go. But I don't think you can get to 540 on a free trial. I could be mistaken, but I don't think so. Good luck, Nina! I want every advantage I can get getting my first clear this year. Yeah, so there, that is what it is. That helps. So I have a skill gem. I have a skill gem that makes enemies have a chance to explode on death from ignition. So I just get the first few dead to the wall, and there's usually a lot of explosions after I kill. Oh, I was curious about that one. The problem with that one for me was I think it had to be ignition from me, not from my minions. So that kind of sucked because it would have been so cool because I have like 2 sources of ignition from my minion build, but it has to be from you. So it's like, oh man, that would have been so cool. But it is what it is. Honestly, for food, it's just the HP increase that helps the most. Really. The other stats I don't know if they actually work in Deep Dungeon. They do. So if you were really like min-maxing kinetic, I believe Determination is one really good one. And also one really important one. What's up, Ederino? One really important one is direct hit, because you do not have base direct hit in Deep Dungeon. So by eating food that has direct hit, you are now giving yourself direct hit. So, you know, if you're talking about looking for every advantage, that's an advantage. I mean, even if you're looking at like, you know, it's all of like 3% direct hit, I mean, that means you're going 3% faster to some extent. But again, it's not something that's mandatory. It's not something that you will live or die from, in my opinion, because people have cleared without any of that, but it does help. Big lesson. They was just go all in one type of damage. I was trying to do fire, lightning, equal strength, but then I respected all in fire while I'm killing faster. Yeah, and like, but that's tricky too, right? Because I think how I'm organizing myself, Ross, is that I'm still a little split on my damage, honestly. But all of my minions have damage, and then I'm doing like whatever I have. Like, I don't have that much bonus damage on my end, but I'm also taking advantage of what my minions are producing. So like, running Firestorm means I get bonus damage when I hit something ignited. And again, I have 2 minions that are igniting, so I'm getting boosted damage from that, but I'm not producing the ignition, my minions are. And then my minions are all getting these bonus damages from like fire because they're kind of fire spec, so they're busy doing all the damage. But yeah, I kind of went through that pathing too, but when it comes down to it, it's just a multiplier game. The more multipliers you stack upon each other, the more damage it's gonna do. And then if you want to look into other elements, like you're using Ice Wall for utility, that's how you kind of look for it. You use them for like utility. I couldn't get a grasp on using lightning. I wanted to try lightning somehow, but the way my build worked, it just didn't seem like I could take advantage of like the shock. I wanted the shock because the shock would help everything else. I couldn't get it to work, so you're kind of looking at just like finding things that'll boost your damage further. Ice damage is relevant. The wall is just useful. Yep. Yeah, and then I get the advantage. Like you have abilities like like detonate corpses, which it has fire damage attached to it, but it's doing 20% of the HP of the enemy, which is like, okay, it doesn't even matter if I even inspect it towards fire or whatever, it's just doing a flat 20%. And then, you know, you run into like a map that does like, oh, enemies are now 75% more HP. Well, like, to me, it's like, okay, I don't care, because my detonate's still gonna do the same amount of damage. You have things like that, too, that exist. So it just all comes down to just, you know, fixing it all up and everything. But, hey, there are, like, gems, Ross, that actually are supposed to give you benefits for having different elements. So I don't know how that necessarily works, but they exist. I know that there's one that gives you a damage boost every time you swap elements. Like, if you hit a target with a different element, you get more damage out of it. Within, like, 4 seconds. Just... I know for my build that didn't seem to work out. I mean, unless I am, I guess one way to look at it is if, like, I had a melee skeleton that was doing, like, lightning, fire, and cold, that would count, but it's still kind of questionable. Alright, let me focus here. Just seems like you have to be spec'd into it later. Seems not good. Yeah, and that's part of it too. There is different specking for like the MSQ and then different specking for like endgame. I mean, I have like 3 different builds climbing through MSQ. Okay, I went here to avoid you, and you followed me. I didn't mean to do that. I got Temporal Rift today. It was very fun, but not sure if I would use it in... Seems prone to... Is that the one that, like, you teleport into the enemy? With a lightning spell? And then you just show up and just do damage? Is that the one? Pull this one. Emily says, Palms were good on their 191 set. Except no steel. Definitely the biggest mistake. Oh, okay. No steel is pretty rough. Yeah, for sure. You can make it through with no steel, but it does kind of, like... It does limit your options, but... That's still pretty good progression. You snap back to the location you were in with the HP... Oh, that one. Oh, yeah, I heard about that one. It's like a rewind, right? This, to me, that... I feel like that's so much, that'll take so much strategy. I don't think I could ever play like that. It sounds so, like, spooky to try to set up for. It's not on demand, though. It's just ticking constantly, so you have to monitor the clone location to see where you would end up. Woof! I'm sure someone has figured it out. Someone has that skill level to pull it off, but I don't think I could. I think I'd just mess it up every time, because I would just... My mind would drift into some other direction, and then I just screw it up. I'm more kind of like the in-the-moment kind of person. Okay, those have to go. So I think I want to check the chest... Oh, actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Pull a Wyvern now, while I have my buff up, and then check that chest. Yeah. Because I have my fight or flight available. I'm glad you're still, like, pushing it and you're still having fun with it. That's good to see it. I have almost died a handful of times already up in the higher levels to some very spooky things. And it's just like... I think the fun part to me right now is that it always keeps me in my toes, just like Deep Dungeon does. I always have to more or less pay attention. Even though we're kind of strolling, but all of a sudden things can just go south so fast, it's crazy. No, I'm actually not going to use that site. If I don't have to retreat backwards, it's nice to use just after a curse because they drain so much mana. So I just get it all back. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I guess that could be a way to do it. Yeah, that makes sense. You kind of plan to burn off the mana and then adjust that way. I'm getting frustrated, but it's because I'm bad at the game, so it's nice having the learning curve to go. Yeah, I mean, I still remember my, you know, the early bits of doing Path. It's like, you know, dying to this, dying to that. It's like you just kind of roll your eyes. It's like, oh my god. But I don't know. I feel like the deep dungeon endurance has helped me in that department. That the run back just didn't seem that bad, and you know, it's like the philosophy I use with deep dungeon. It's like you gotta every death you gotta take something away from it. What's the positive? What's the negative? What did you learn? And then as you're climbing back, it's like I'm crafting strategies, crafting like what to do when that happens again, or try this, try that. You know, that's to me is part of the fun of it. I mean, even when I was first progressing deep dungeon, whew, you had to crit, huh? When I was first progressing deep dungeon, that was exactly how I was thinking. Was that okay? What do I do differently? How do I get through this mess? How do I get through this one part I died to? Just develop something, even if it seemed dumb and silly. It's just like you gotta do it. Sometimes feels like the game's fault. Most of the time, I just think, yeah, I suck. yeah. I don't think I've actually necessarily... I mean, I think Titan was the only one I blamed the game, if you will. But I think everything else was just like... Alright, I was just dumb. I should have positioned myself better. I should have seen this coming. I should have not been, you know, not drifted my mind off, you know? Okay. Flight going into the next 4, pretty good. Time is, like, kind of on time, but that flight will definitely help. No abilities, though. It is flighted, so I will just have to fight through this. I still have Clemency, and I still have Shield Bash. We'll just do this slowly. This is where I miss Goring Blade. The original Goring Blade. Now it's just sitting there useless. Can I get that chest? Anything coming? Negative. I think I could actually get the chest without any aggro. Now, do I get that aggro? Steal? I'll take it. Worth that effort. Alright, let's get out of Wyver Alley. He's going to take a poop. Not danger. Man, Holy with haste buff and presence of mind is so satisfying. Rapid fire Holy. It's the stuff that can get you banned in Limsa, that's what I heard. But it is fun. Rapid fire. Machine gun Holy. You jerk. Oh, that's the exit, I guess, so it's okay. God, I hope it's 2 kills. This is where the time bleeds, but I have to fight through this because it's flighted. What can you do? I thought about using the strength, but at my diminished power, I just feel like I'll just use it when I have full power. Yeah, Miracle 2, not so much. Let me check the chest first before we do anything. Then we'll pull the croc. Affluence, okay. The raising is really nice though. Definitely can reduce the stress of the run. Chomp. The nice thing, at least about Paladin, no ability for, is that your healing spell is a spell, and you still so you still have a strong heal, and you have Shield Bash. You have an emergency stun just in case, which you certainly can't complain about. So utility-wise, you do. Just damage-wise, it's just. I mean, I guess damage is better than Dark Knight, where Dark Knight is really, it's really stripped away of what it could even do. So I mean, all the tanks are really going to be in a bad spot without abilities, honestly. Gunbreaker probably the best off, in my opinion. I'd probably say I'd probably say Gunbreaker is the best off, because its sustained damage is really good. Or you're probably okay with Fail, but that's why the class is taken away. Yeah, yeah. Oh, and Picto is like the worst. I think Picto is the worst of the 21. You do not have damage on Picto, Answer, if you take a no ability. Completely useless. Enjoy your 1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1. And the occasional sleep panic because the thing is taking too long to die. Whoops. I hit the wrong button. Hopefully I'm out before. Time is actually still really good. This just hurt time. Like, we could have had more time, but... oh well. Out of here. What's up, Jason? Okay. Time for the weekly dose of Deep Dungeon? Hell yeah, dude. Weekly Deep Dungeon in action. Oh, my new song. Right there. But the exit of the treasure room is blocking me. Songs you'll hear in Deep Dungeon 4. I will really, really laugh if in Deep Dungeon 4 they do put in Pulse 2 in there. It'd be really funny. This is Pulse 2, not Pulse 1. I like this version of the song a lot. Oh, it's a huge surprise. Like, they had... I think you could have gotten the pulse tracks via the Mock Station. But for them to put it in the game was shocking to me. But then what was more hilarious to me also, Jason, was that every song they put in were all the songs that I didn't use except for one. I thought that was funny too. Song's nice. Yeah, it's a nice remix of Close in the Distance. I'll definitely say Close in the Distance is not one of my favorite songs, the OG version, but this version I ended up liking a lot. It's also the genre that I like, the genre of music that I like. What if for Exploration they randomly put Pulse Papaya? They should. Why not, right? That'd be funny. Okay. No, 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 no. Okay, good. Gotta clear the two-side Triceratops. Okay. Also, a very difficult song to loop. It was a little bit difficult to find the loop, so I just had to just play the whole song. Hopefully this is all I need. Nope. Ooh, that Mylodon's gonna come in and fight, huh? I don't know if I can get... Oh, I can't get that chest. That chest is blocked by the Diplo. And I know the Exodus might be blocked by the Wyver. Oh, it's blocked by two Wyvers. Wishing. And a Mylodon shows up right on top of me. Targeted respawn right there. They're out to get ya? Yeah, they are. What's up, Eris? How you doing? Should be good. Hanging here just in case I get locked out from the other area. Which I kind of did. Aha! It worked out very well. That was definitely the smart plan to go with. Because I would have had to kill either the Wyver or the Mylodon. Unless... Oh, I waited for them to move again. Time's pretty good. Exit. Diplo. The more dangerous one only because it's proximity. It's not really dangerous, it's just... could be in my way. We have a bird coming in. That room is 4 kills just to get out of there. We have 2 Triceratops over there. Okay. Busy. Heb, how you doing, Heb? What's up? Hope you're doing well. Serratic! Hey, thanks for the resub. 2 months. I really appreciate that. Doing well. My D's pretty good. We had to deal with some snow outside, but it was nice and quick, and Kind of a little scared of the freeze over. That'll happen overnight, but it's alright. Hope you're having a good one. No chest here. Oh, nope, I lied. There's a chest here. I might hold on to the strength until we get to the boss this time. I feel that on the snow, and now the freeze tonight is gonna be cold here for a good couple. Yeah, I'm gonna have like it's gonna be cold by my parts for like until Friday. I typically just dislike the cold. I know like there's always that question about would you rather be cold or hot? And I think a majority of people always say they'd rather be cold because they can just put on layers, where if they're hot you can only take off so many layers. I still would rather be hot than cold. Just hate the cold. I know that there's a bird here. I'm gonna watch it. I hope it doesn't come in this direction, otherwise it becomes a little complicated. Thank God. Okay, I don't have to worry about it. We have a cold. We have had cold past few days. Hold on. We've had cold the past few days. It should be at least bearable by Wednesday or Thursday. My problem is that I get sick so easily when it's cold, even though I love it. Yeah, that's rough. I fear that I get sick because of that, Henry. Like, I try to bundle myself up and everything, but I still fear that I will still get sick because of it. I'll clear this up. I hear cold brought up again and must reiterate that as a small person, give me hot any day of the week. I'm with you, Bula. I have a heat intolerance, so I prefer the cold, but this is a little too much. Fair. Hey, Chidab. We talking about freezing on the East Coast? Freezing on the East Coast, man. Well, snow into the freezing on the East Coast. That's the problem, right? I mean, cold is cold, but if it just snowed and it just rained, that's when it becomes an issue. I like that at some point, Square Enix is like, hey, let's put real dinosaurs in our fantasy MMO, but not all of them, or even a lot, only a couple to confuse people. In the middle of Palace of the Dead. You know, Doomy, there is a, I think, is it a hunt you guys said, or is it in Bozja? Which I really don't remember. But in old Diadem, when Diadem used to be battle content, one of the big bosses over there was a Tyrannosaurus Rex that casted Meteor. That was the boss, and it was just the most hilarious boss. It was a very tough boss, but it was just so funny. Of all the things they made a cast, it was Meteor. I figure I'm always running my PC and TV creating heat, so I'm saving on power. I need to cool even more when it's hot due to PC and TVs. That's fair. That's right. That's a 6 callback. Yeah, I just don't know where it is in the game anymore. I miss that boss. I wish we were fighting him still. I'll take the heat as well, says Corrupted Peasant. I work outside. Man, I work inside and I still want it hot. I think they brought it over from 12, which has some dinosaur enemies. They didn't make much sense in Evilus either. Well, the thing I remember from 12, Doomy, was the crocodiles. So, you know, like the big, like in here, we just passed them, we won't see them anymore, but the crocodiles, and they have the face of the crocodile is in their mouth. That's from 12. I always thought it was hilarious. You look when they open their mouth, you see their eyes and stuff. It's like disgusting, but that's just where it is. I would rather have the heat. Cold water, wearing less clothes, open window, the beach, etc. Cold is less fun. Cold is just irritating. Do you have anything that's harder to do? Wait. Beef Jerky asks me. Do you have anything that's harder to do than you would like based on your button layout? Oh, based on the keyboard, is there anything that I do that's more difficult? There is one thing, but it doesn't apply to this content. I would say for a majority of regular 8-man content, I don't feel like I have a handicap at all. I think one of the biggest things people ask me is like, oh, how do you find mechanics, you know, when you keyboard turn? I'm like, I don't know, it's fine. I never really worried about that. I use audio cues. But to me, the most difficult for me is Alliance healing. I never do healing in Alliance raids because I don't have anything set up correctly to, like, target out of Alliance. Because I have it set up where I can cycle through my party, almost like I'm cycling through a menu, you jerky. But for me to get to the Alliance is like a whole thing. Like, I think I could probably change the UI, but to do it anywhere near as fast as I need to is just not going to happen. So I literally just don't heal in an Alliance raid. That's the only thing I would say is probably my big one. Also, I do forcibly have to use a mouse because if I need to access the map, and this comes into play when I was doing like Boja, and I was trying to find certain fates and whatever, I always had to click the map to figure them out because I can't really do it on the keyboard. But outside of that, those are like very specific things. But for the most part, I don't feel like I'm handicapped in any shape or form playing this game in particular. And it's also I've been used to this. I've been doing it. I've been playing on a keyboard now ever since Final Fantasy XI. So we're talking like 20, 22, 21 years playing like this. So it's become literally second nature to me. So it definitely is going to be a much different perspective from, let's say, someone who's doing it for like their very first of the year or something, you know. It's a much different perspective. But I never heal other party members. That's their well, no. So it's not necessarily the healing. Like, I would love to heal them. It's the raising. I can't raise them either unless they're dead bodies in front of me. But I have filters on that I can't target other people that are not my party members. So it's a whole thing. Like, I'd have to rearrange my filters and everything just to be able to do that. So if anything, it's the raising that's the problem because I can't raise other Alliance members either. But again, I don't do enough Alliance raids to really care about those details, and I don't really play healer in party content. I'm usually a DPS, so it doesn't really matter at that point. I remember Kill says, I remember when I played FF6 and grinded my characters, I used dinosaurs, and it made me laugh when they used Meteor until I died. That's so funny. Was dinosaurs in FF6 a good XP spot? I don't even remember. Like, so I never played FF6, so I've seen a couple speedruns, but man, I don't even remember any dinosaurs. Maybe they don't do it in speeds. There was dino grinding in 6. Interesting. Okay, cool. Yeah, I guess speeds don't do that, so that's why I haven't really seen it, but okay, fair. Brontosaurus and T-Rexes. You like thousands of XP. Interesting. Okay, cool. That is interesting and funny. That's a chest over there. They also have a rare relic that you can steal. Ooh, interesting. I don't need that. T-Rex cast Meteor. The Diadem callback, and the Brontosaur also dropped the best relic, Gem Box. What does that do? They cast 2 spells in 1 turn. Ooh. Let you use double cast in a single turn. Oh. Gotcha. That does sound pretty damn good. Get yourself a gem box and economizer, reduces MP cost in your business. It almost sounds like something they'd end up having in a speedrun, but maybe it's just too out of the way to get it. Or you get it doing other manipulation. One guy with Gem Box Economizer, the other with Genji Glove offering 8 attacks. Good old Genji. It's too much time investment for not enough increase in power. Gotcha. I'm actually slightly worried about my time to some extent. We're definitely in a position to have the strength of the boss. But yeah, time is kind of catching up with me a little bit here. Tuition. Okay. Oh, ability. That can cause some problems. Okay. I feel like Paladin has to be the most boring job at 60 outside of healing. I find Gunbreaker more boring, to be honest. At least Paladin, you have OG CDs. To me, also, Warrior's a little bit more irritating because you have to line up Berserk. I don't necessarily mind it, but it has gotten worse over the patches. That's the only downside. Paladin has gotten worse over the expansions. The Brady strategy gun? Bird. Kinda seems like a lot of top 60 got boring, Ninja's the same. Well, I think it's a matter of perspective. Tanks are pretty much 1-2-3, 1-2-3, 1-2-3. Ninja is active at 60. I mean, you have still a chunk of your abilities. You just don't have the Sakuchi reset, but you have a chunk of your abilities. I would say for the melee, Viper is definitely going to be boring for me. And then Monk is just more irritating than boring. I would say Monk is not necessarily boring. It's just... I just don't like the way the job plays, and then all the other details that are involved with it. But if you're comparing it, I mean, here's like the interesting perspective too. I know a lot of people who get really kind of who kind of think of their kit at like 190 in EO, and then you bring it down to 60, and that feels extra painful because you're missing this, you're missing that, and that kind of plays into how you feel about the job, right? I know for me, like, a lot of times I take jobs in, I just take it at face value. It's like, okay, this is what this has. I don't even know what it has at 100 or like 90 or whatever. This is what it has, so let's just work with it. So for me, my comparison is more like I'm comparing it to like the other 21 jobs, if you will. I guess another way to put it is like, this is the kit. So if it's boring, okay, it's fine, it's boring. But hey, if you want to clear Palace, then this is what you have. But between the jobs like that, then I started like looking at, you know, that's why Gunbreaker to me is like, it's not as fun because I would have a better time on like Warrior or Dark Knight if I did Gunbreaker. Viper, I would have a better time on like literally any other melee than Viper. You know, that's how I like kind of look at it. You're feeling cold. Only jobs I can tolerate in PoTD are healers. Fair. Healers are kind of interesting. I mean, you can. Oh wait, nailed it. You can certainly push the limits on healer. That's why it's kind of cool. I really like the DPS jobs though. Like Machinist to me will always have a good time, but then Machinist to me, I'm biased because we had so much fun with Machinist, with GDQ and everything. Like you just can't take that memory away. And Pigmancer to me just is just a load of fun. I was very surprised how mid Dancer was. Bard felt way more fun. Really? I kind of like Dancer. Actually, you know how I kind of look at the range physical? It's just, I like all three of them, but the reason I would put Dancer last is just because, one, Machinist is just powerful, but two, Bard is more active, and I like the activity of Bard more than Dancer. Dancer is fine. I like kind of trying to figure out the, how to do the dance correctly and everything to not clip anything, but... Bard feels sellable and anything and everything until like 75. It's not bad in Deep Dungeon, honestly. What is the other chest? Oh, Witching. I don't know if I go check the other one. I'll just go from here. I don't think I steal. We should be okay without the steal. I felt weird how Machinist and Dancer got their party minute 60 and Bard doesn't. Well, Bard has the Asuna at least, right? I'd be constantly in fear of hitting extra enemies with dances. Yeah, and that's Varm, and that's one thing I got really much used to. I think I learned a lot of the dances too from like Assize. Having to manage white mages Assize, I learned a lot of that kind of range. So I find it like a nice challenge. So every time I use it, it's like an adventure, which is fun. I didn't hit my G-City, god damn it. The Asuna is very nice in the forest. Yeah, it's a really good ability. I mean, it's so good in Heaven on High, too. Having that Asuna in Heaven on High, like, it opens so many doors to what you can fight. I mean, Onryus become a lot less trivial. Monks become so easy. You know, you have a lot of enemies that just open up because of Bard. And only Bard can do it, really. Emily says, I'm biased for liking Monk because it was my starter job where I began the free trial. Yeah, I think like that's something that definitely gets accredited too. Because like I'm sure all of us has like some good memory of something, not necessarily the game, but something that kind of leads you like, well, you know, because I had this memory, whatever else, like I get that it's like this, I get like it's like that, but it just makes me feel happy, and that's definitely a factor that gets into it. Get it off. Alright, a little bit faster than the other one, especially because we had strength on. It's gonna be like about 3 minutes faster, amongst anything else. Sprint. Run. It broke through my Divine Veil. Do I actually have the Clemency? No, I'll use a Hyper Potion here. Not the Clemency. It's a DPS loss. Okay, halfway there. We're halfway there. Actually, kind of eyed the time for a second, but we should be more than enough. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. So I do have a plan. I was mentioning this at the beginning of the run. I do have a plan for Behemoth. I didn't look at my old VOD, kind of on purpose. I was kind of figuring out how I wanted to handle Behemoth. We have a pretty set thing on Behemoth. Paladin used to be the best job for Behemoth on tank. And reality is, what you have to do on Paladin has really never changed over the years. It's just all the other jobs have gotten so much better. Between Living Dead changes, Raw Intuition, Super Bolide to 10 seconds, like there's a lot of things that have, and now the new Super Bolide have made it a lot more appealing for the other tanks. So now Paladin is like the hardest of the four, but it's not too bad. It's just there's a lot of room for maybe, you know, bricking the run. Like if you don't handle your clemency correctly, then you're gonna brick the attempt. MP management is really important on Paladin, but the reason I personally liked it, it's because unlike some of the other classes where you had like a lot of button pressing to do, Paladin kind of gets a little chill towards the end where it's like you kind of have all the GCD rotation to kind of think about what your next move is. And that's not bad. To be like, okay, how's my MP? Do I do clemency here? How's my HP looking? And you kind of think between hitting buttons. Whereas a lot of the other rotations is just hit, meteor, hit, meteor. Like you have to make sure that you hit it correctly. So we have a plan. A little bit of audible on it, depending on how my HP looks on the post hollowed ground meteor. Strength is about to drop, but we're okay. At least I got all that damage off before the strength fell off. Sprint. Okay, 2%. %. Alright, Snake Boss down, 170 good. Palms are pristine. Don't even worry about the palms. Alright, and so thus we have entered now the Behemoth set. I will take a small ad break here and a stand-up stretch break, and then we'll get into the Behemoth set. Also, after Behemoth, whether we win or we lose, we will be showcasing to you guys the new Tokyo Treat Box, which is our sponsor for the stream. Limited time Japanese snacks. If you guys were to get any subscriptions from them, it would definitely help the stream out. We get a really nice commission out of them. It's on the pinned post. The links and stuff are in the pinned post if you want to check it out. Is there while we're on a small break. But otherwise, prepare for Behemoth. I'll be back. See you in a little bit. BRB. Ads are going up. Alright. Let me refill my water. I might have to get some later on the next break that we'll take. After we showcase to you the box. But for now, we should be fine. Make sure you all hydrate. Stand up stretch if you haven't already. Ugh. Oops. Punch my microphone. Alright. Let's do it. Time for another... No, Mochi! What happened? Did you just make like a fatal error? Is that what happened? Sorry to hear it. I am sorry to hear it. Free you from the prison? I think that's against TOS. But I believe in you, Mochi. I believe in you. What happened? You want to talk about it? You talk about it together. You're amongst friends in the community. Are you trying to break your own record or what? I've never done PoTD. What is the best job? Hey, Rashid. So, whenever I do these runs, Rashid, it's literally just because I love the content. Literally, I just love the content. This content is so much fun. You have 21 different versions to run into here now with all the different jobs. I guess you can say I'm breaking a record, a personal record, but I mean, it's not really so much for that. We are on our 60, we're going for our 64th clear-ish, give or take 1 or 2. But it doesn't really matter to that. A lot of times for me, especially when it comes to how we do our guides for the content and like help people get through to get Necromancer, a lot of times I go to jobs because people are like, hey, when's the last time you did this job? You know, I'm thinking about doing it on this job. Do you have any tips or advice? And literally, someone goes into that and they're like, and they say that, and I'm like, you know what? I'll run it next week. Like a lot of times it's just because someone just wants to see the job. That's kind of where I'm at now. And part of it also becomes like, I haven't done the job in a while, and maybe it's different in the expansion, so it's like, why not? I mean, think of it this way. I do Palace of the Dead currently like every other week, or I can do one like once a week. So if you're talking about 21 jobs, you're talking about 21 weeks of doing Deep Dungeon. And there are, what, 52 weeks in the year? So at some point, some job is going to get adjusted here and there, and I always want to investigate like what the job is, what the changes are. You might get significant changes, you might get small changes, but it does affect the job. So to me, it gets exciting to try the job out and to see, you know, how it goes. If I do Pictomancer all over again, you mean if I get more content all over again? They're not going to change Pictomancer. At this point, I don't think they're going to do anything. I mean, if they're going to do that, JCN, they'll do it at 7.2. I don't think they're going to do it today. That'd be weird if they do it now. So Astro, when? It was suggested for me to do Astro. You might see Astro sooner than you think. HOH is also similar to PoTD. It's 100 less floors, so it's 100 floors. It's also the 70 cap, so you have a different kit. The enemies hit a lot harder in Heaven on High than they do in Palace. That's one thing to take away, is that they truck you in Heaven on High. So you kind of have to execute yourself a little differently. The game plan isn't 100% the same. I would say it's maybe like 60% the same. But it does challenge you in different ways. It's a lot of fun. But you do get a title for clearing it solo and everything as well. Witching Rezo got interrupted by imps until Gourmands popped out of the witching and crit me to hell. Got 13 minutes left and the key was right there. Oh, fuck. You know, I was watching Ross. He was doing Astro, I think, last week. And I was just... My heart was sinking for him because he also went for a witching play and he was going for a lust and he kept getting interrupted. And I'm like, oh man, it sucks so bad. Sometimes it just be like that. Sometimes you get unlucky and just get interrupted, but... Mochi, you will get there. 199. You had the game. You had the palms for it too. I mean, just, you know, a little tweaking on the execution. No problem. I enjoy Aurora's runs. Oh wait. I wish Square add more stuff like this, but designed for 4-mans. Well, I mean, well, okay. To be fair, this content you would argue is kind of designed for 4 people. But the challenge is, you know, definitely not quite as much as it is for solo. That is for sure. I guess that's where Criterion comes into play. But it's still not the same. I mean, you don't work with power-ups, you don't work with stuff like that. So, you know. I would still love them to crank up Deep Dungeon difficulty a lot more than what it is now. Emily B says, me and my sister were having a successful Heaven on High run until we got backhanded by a magical one-shotting Minotaur. A magical one-shotting Minotaur. Okay. Was it all like glowy and shit? Or was it the one with the armor? Damn, Minotaurs are sneaky. They like to just drop their hammer. All the difficulty. What's up, Magnus? How you doing, man? How did Freedom Wars go? I hope you had a good time with that game. I enjoy Aurora's class runs personally, adding another 9 something options to the pool. True. But with rules of one job, each can't stack jobs. Yeah, I mean, I guess the game could implement that, but I mean, you know, the community implements that if you want to do it. Just, like, make it, like, so people don't run it, but yeah, it's fair. But yeah, I mean, you're looking at Criterion. Criterion is very difficult format and content. Only thing you're lacking is the Promanders. Yeah, you know what I always find great when I see some of the gamers do classes chaos? I think it's so awesome when someone goes, I'm 21 out of 21 for Omni, right? So you do 21 out of 21, but then they'll do 22 out of 21, 23 out of 21, 24 out of 20. Like, so you're getting the classes in, but the main jobs are still 21. It's just you're not counting to, like, you know, 21 out of 30, 31, 30. You're saying, like, you're overshooting that number. I think that's the coolest one to see. Yeah, you're kind of going over that, you know? Bouncing around, Freedom Wars, 7 days. SMT, Imagine lately for a bit. Still doing 14, but main wife. Yeah, I think that's where a lot of us are. Maintenance mode for 14. I mean, I do 14 right now, like, once a week. Can Blue do Palace of the Dead? I wish. If Blue Mage could do Palace of the Dead, you would have seen me on it today. 100%. I would have been there. I would have been there yesterday. But I almost clicked an ad. Sorry. Dangerous button. You don't want to press out an ad unintentionally. Hope they should do that with a new job. Yeah. I wouldn't get your hopes up, but I would love it. That's content for me. What's up, Aida? One day I'll fix this portrait, I swear. Good opener. Alright, guys, it's Behemoth time. Buckle your seatbelts. Wow, that's a really good opener. That's a landmine. Okay, let me see if there's another landmine somewhere else. And a raising? Wow, we got the trifecta. Sleepy? Did you just wake up? Beastmaster in Deep Dungeon, though, maybe? I don't know, if they're not gonna put Blue Mage in there, I don't see how they're gonna put Beastmaster in there, unless they already designed it for that. But look, I'll be happy. I mean, again, it's content for me, so I'm not gonna complain. I need a gap closer. I was thinking about that luring trap, but I kind of like the idea that I don't have to deal with a Cyclops right now. Did I not? Ugh. I hit that button. It's actually irritating. I don't have a potion running. Okay, Dej. Check. Serenity. Check. Fortune. Affluence. Using it. Bok. Yeah. Hello, we've been trying to reach you regarding your character's One day I'll fix it. Plot twist. To unlock its full kit, Beastmaster needs to tame a Deep Dungeon Gold Mimic. I'll do it. I'll spend hours. You think I won't? Yo, what up, Cog? How you doing, man? Did you stay alive? One day we will talk about something that doesn't involve you actually dying. But hopefully you had a good PoE stream. That was satisfying. It hella was satisfying. Sight. Landmine number 2. Alright, we got landmine number 2. Affluence. Almost back to endgame? Hell yeah, brother. Actually, yes, I do take that surrender. I'd like to have sprint, yes please. The options are actually not bad. If I only get Dom-Els and Polar Bears, I might actually do this without a witching. But I don't, so... Oh yeah, it's just Bandersnatches. Let's do a mini mine play. Mini landmine. I can do like another landmine after. I'll use the one that's furthest, which is the one I came from. We'll do this pack, and then we'll do, if I need to get more kills, I'll do another pack on the other one. This one should be a lot safer. Okay. Didn't have enough kills. Okay, let's go to the other one. I'll check the chests on either side. I should clear the exit, but we'll check this chest as well. Now, it would be convenient if there was actually a landmine on the exit itself, but it's okay. Let's not screw this one up. How about that? They should change the landmines to no longer affect enemies, deal 100%, and delete your account, to be honest. I think that would be better. Well, why bother doing damage if you're just gonna delete the account? That seems a little extra. Just delete the account. I mean, everything else seems fair. It's just the whole dealing damage seems a little extra. I don't think I can do this without the witching. Well, I don't really trust myself without that witching. I think it was a little too spicy because of the Bandersnatches. Send a message! I don't have MP. That's a bit of a problem. I still don't have MP. Okay. Oh yay! It's a good thing I saved them. I saved the landmine for you. Come over here. Don't be a jerk. Don't be a jerk. Okay, good. Landmines more like bandmines. You know, originally, Meishion, landmines did not affect enemies when they originally released Palace of the Dead. They added it in later. I don't know why, but they did it. Next Sea Dungeon should have a trap that randomly changes your class on the... Oh my god, I love that. Dude, I would love to do, like, something like that. You'd have to make adjustments of the job. Oh, that'd be so much fun. You're falling behind the gold standard of one being done by 55:30. Hey, I had to break up the thing into two, because I wanted to be a little less spicy, but I ended up with the witching anyway, so... Didn't really save me time. If I would have gotten down the first 6, I would have been out of here. But if I had planned for the witching, I would have pulled more. But I didn't plan for the witching. And I ended up pulling the witching. Oh, that was a little unnecessary, but... Hold on. My prompter has once again died. God damn it. Okay, 1 second. Sorry. Technical difficulties. I have a prompter, but it's on, like... beta for chat, so it tends to break very often. Oh, you're gonna aggro. Alright, I'll go this way first. So a little more investigating of support gems. I figured out a way to execute mobs passively with my Herald of Thunder. So clearing has a little more CC, which makes the hits on me a little more easy to deal with. Yo, Pog, dude, we're progressing. Let's go, Cog. Love it. Oh, god damn it. You know what? I can't complain. Why am I gonna complain? It's fine. PoTD wasn't solo till Red Mage came out. Could healers have... So... It is one very, very big question that I wish I have an opportunity to do it. The, we had a situation, actually, Magion, where... I don't think it's a reality. I think someone was talking about it. That they were going to try to create, like a private server for 14 that was going to be in the Heavensward era. And the first thing that lights up in my brain, oh my god, OG Palace of the Dead. And I'm like, oh. Man, would I love to see how we deal with that with all our knowledge now. I would like to believe yes. I mean, especially with like Aurora Moon would probably be the best candidate there, because the healers would be the best option. You had original Cleric stance, which boosted your damage on Cleric stance. So there's a lot of things that could have been possible. But it's just theory until we actually go in. But the downside, though, if they ever do produce a private server, if someone makes a private server, I could never showcase it to you guys, which sucks. Because you have the original game here. So, I mean, Square Enix is going to get weird about doing private servers, so I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it on stream. That's the only big downside. If they do an official thing, that's something where, like, okay, maybe we can pull it off. But, yeah, so... I would love the opportunity, though. I would jump on it immediately. If there was something official that I wouldn't get in trouble streaming it, I would totally do it. No, it's not it's not the same. I mean, I would record it. I mean, I would record it just as I couldn't go live. I mean, that channel would get nuked, you know? So... But... Game knowledge? Yeah, Cog, game knowledge, exactly, man. I mean, Cog, can you imagine? Like I'm still thinking, like, even though it's recent memory, that you know, we only started, what, a month and a half in PoE? And to see where we started, and to where we are now, that you and I, and maybe some of our friends in the community just stroll into endgame now. Like, I literally just stroll into endgame. Like, blah, 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 endgame. Where, like, it was such a struggle just to get there, you know? And a strength. This starts a loop where your channel gets nuked, so you make a new one with an even bigger mustache. I'm like 3 bosses out of endgame, not word and sled. Yeah. And remember your prog on Blackjaw, you know? Blackjaw on the grenade lady, like all these other things that like you're having stuck on. Now it's just like whatever, I don't care. Just chatting mode. Okay, strength. Actually, that's a good strength. I found the exit already, so I want to check the other rooms. So we used all the landmines to kind of, you know, get us ahead on time here. Now, that is a strategy that the community knows about. If someone is, like, listening, first time here, learning about Deep Dungeon for the first time. My guides that I put out for Pictomancer and Machinist don't really go over the landmine situation, because they're unnecessary. I don't do landmines on DPS jobs. For a tank, though, we have definitely found out that 71 to 73 on all deep dungeons, the last 30 floors, so 171 to 173, 71 to 73 on Heaven on High and EO, they just have an overabundance of landmines. It's just, you have more likely chance to see them. Why? We don't know. That's just how the game works. So we take advantage of it on a healer and a tank. I mean, you could take advantage of it on, like, a DPS or something. But those are the kind of things that you kind of, you know, look into, and you try to take as much advantage as you can. Because look, I mean, you got to use the tools that are provided in the game. Those are the tools that are provided in the game. So perhaps a fun DPS like Ninja. Yeah, I would like the answer. Like that's very valid. I mean, I would do it for funsies. I wouldn't like. I guess I would do it for shits and giggles. I wouldn't do it for a time save. Like for tank and healer, I do it for time save, personally. Like that is my method to save me time. Like, you could do it on a ninja too. Like, you could save time on ninja, but it would just be a less likely thing. At least that's how I look at it. I don't fear much, but that bird, it terrifies me. Yeah, that bird does terrify me. You're right. Also, the pinnacle bosses terrify me too, because I don't know what I'm doing about those pinnacle bosses yet. If I'm even doing the pinnacle bosses. I'll just stroll into 100. It's like, hey guys, I'm 100. Hey, did you do the pinnacle bosses? I don't even know what a pinnacle boss is. I do wonder, part of me wonders, as someone who's definitely like the outsider to the grander community of Path of Exile, I wonder if the going thought of the going community expectation is that if you're that high in hardcore solo self-found, if you're doing the pinnacle bosses, you know, like is your high rank hardcore validated if you didn't do those bosses, you know? And it's just, at the end of the day, I guess it doesn't matter, but I would still be curious to see, like, what the grander community thinks of, right? I would love to do the challenge, it's just, you know, it just would suck just to walk in and just die. That's the only thing I hate about it, but... Landmines and DPSs are either completely free, or you do it because you're scoring and get extra kills out of it. Scoring is just a completely different category, of course. I always leave scoring out of the conversations, because scoring is like, well, actually, which is completely fair, but... SC could do it themselves if they didn't get rid of the old code. No need for an entire game, just have it tied to Deep Dungeon only as an expanded version you select. Deep Dungeon ARR version? You think they're really gonna do that? I mean, that sounds great, but you know, yo, what up, Darabon? Good morning, sir. Hope you're having a good start of your week. I think, is it technically a start of the week for you? Anyway, I hope you're having a good one. Nobody really cares unless you start talking about being so good at the game publicly, then people will dig into your progress. Gotcha. That's what it is, right, Chidab? I feel like, and again, this is more of just me being like, I wonder, I don't know, I don't, like, part of me doesn't care. But if, like, you're sitting top 10, you know, like, is that gonna be an expectation out of a top 10 player? It's that you did the pinnacle bosses. But... it's something that I certainly don't have to worry about for a long time, if I even have to worry about it at all. AR version you selected and the game just closes. What about you had an option? What if they do that? Okay, let's say they introduce that, right, Kinetic Bomb? But they have it on April Fools, that you can select 1.0, but then the client just closes. Haha, nice try. Steal. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna decide if I want to fight through this or not. I should be fine, I guess. I shouldn't get hit with that, though. Ground ability is like Asylum. Disappearing during a loss is so weird. Yeah, because you're not present on the field. I guess it's just the mechanic of the thing. Like, you have to be present for that thing to there, so if you're not present anymore, it dispels. It's like, I imagine, Snek, it's like, if you cast Asylum, then you die, it should dispel. So maybe it follows that same principle. You're not on the field, so therefore, boom. I would not be mad, because that is something that could happen even if it was not a joke. People never really cared about the ladder in PoE 1. I doubt the well-known either do either. That's fair. I mean, to me, like for me, Tridav, I mean, I don't care what other people think, generally speaking. I care. Like, I think it's important to me, because I just like that accomplishment. I mean, it's almost like, I would almost put it maybe a couple steps up over, like, the leaderboard for Deep Dungeon. If you talk about amount of people, I would imagine that it's, like, in that level, right? So to me, it's like something that I want to strive for, if you will. But with that being said, I would like to imagine that there's still a community that revolves around that topic. Whether you're looking at the grander community of, like, the entire player base, it's almost like comparing it to Deep Dungeon. I mean, generally speaking, the grander community of this content doesn't really care about the leaderboard and the fact that we had a 3.5 million PoTD score, right? I mean, no one really cares about that. Who cares? But within that relative part of it is where it's kind of like, I care. I don't remember tanks taking so much damage from autos and PoTD. I I mean, it's fine. I mean, granted, like, I'm not really... I'm kind of being a little careless, too, with my MP and everything, but... I think it's fine. I mean, these things do hit hard, to be fair. 2 million score EO soon. Yeah, it could happen. But then you look at it, right? I mean, you know, using that comparison of, like, you know, people don't really care about it. I mean, we care about it. That's what's important. We care about it. But you put it on Reddit, someone got a 2 million! They'll be like, oh, cool, okay. Congratulations, I guess. I don't know what that means. Yeah, that'll be like the answer. It's like, oh, that sounds cool. Is that high? Wait, Palace, but Palace has like 3.5. I mean, that seems higher. So it must be not as cool. So it's just a matter of perspective and a matter of relativity, if you will. This is ass without items on Paladin. Oh, I don't have strength anymore. Alright. It's lower than Palace score, exactly. Thanks, Prompter. Thanks for lasting all of 10 minutes. Really appreciate that. Okay. Did you make it? Good. PoTD score would have scared me. So much waiting on respawns through an entire run. It's not that much waiting, honestly. I mean, you're basically only really waiting for like the first, what, 50? That's about it. Oh, well, no, that's not true. You're waiting on like 51 to 70, I guess. But it's not bad. I mean, it's a nice breather. Like to some extent. I think it's just a nice breather. Paladin doesn't have self-heal on 1-2-3 combo, but it's minor, but it adds up. Yes, it does, yeah. It really does. I mean, also, you're looking at something like a snowball effect with Paladin. Because I have to spend time doing Clemency to heal myself, I'm not doing damage. Therefore, I'm losing damage, I'm losing DPS due to that. So it snowballs. Where everyone else has, like, an ability they can use to heal back, or they get it, you know, built into their kit. Oh, against Dark Knight. I mean, Dark Knight does have a better heal now with Soul Eater, to be fair, but... And I have a lot of defensives on Paladin if I use them correctly. So guess who forgot your Monday stream time again? Let me see. Maybe it was Sheila or something. We can blame Pin, that's fine. Well, hey, I mean, you came in those sexy floors. I mean, we haven't done Behemoth yet, so there's that. I get to show you guys the Tokyo treat box, so there's also that. So there's all that happening, so, yo. Okay, I just want to get off this floor, honestly. This thing draws a cone. Like, if I were to, like, predict, like, where he's looking, like, I would say his cone, like, goes up to there. So if I go to there, I aggro the wolf. So I can't go past it unless it turns around. You know? It's like a visual, like, cone that I see from... It's like, I look at it like a telegraph. You know, like a traditional cone telegraph? That's what I envision when I look at, like, the side aggro. Alright, we don't touch any chests, because if I cause a mimic to happen, then it causes a lot of issues. We just go. Twitch sure did take 10 minutes to load my stream because it's a good website. Why is it giving me a problem? I can't believe Sheila isn't here yet. It's 9... yeah, I know, right? How dare she? How dare she go to work and wake up? Flights? That's good. Okay, no. No. No? Well, all no's? Okay. I'm just gonna reveal this floor. I can't see... okay, that is not the exit. And I know the other one is in the exit because the beacon of return is over there, so we're going this direction. Time is good. Do I want to aim for 2 attempts on Behemoth is the question. Probably not. I feel confident. Almost. I feel confident. Pulls an ape with ripe banana. I'm sure Hollow would last that long. It's fine. thinking, do I strength or not? I like all the Octopath 2 music I hear in the stream. I really should get around to the... Yeah, Octopath 2 is so good. I would 100% Zabin have Octopath 1 on here. But every time I put Octopath 1, YouTube did not like it. And I just... It sucked. It never complained about Octopath 2. But it always complained about Octopath 1. So... It's so fun. It's such a good game. The music is just... The music really, like, hard carries that game, in my opinion. Like, if that did not have as good of an OST that it did, I don't think I would enjoy it nearly as much. The music sets the tone for so much in that game. And then the voice acting is so top tier. Such a good voice acting. And I think it's so funny because you have two perspectives here, okay? So we're taking Honkai Star Rail and Octopath 2. What's funny with Honkai Star Rail is if you AFK, like you go into combat and you AFK, they will actually have a dialogue that kind of presses you to be like, oh, have you gone yet? It's like, hello, we're supposed to do so. Like, it kind of presses you to hit the button.
Getting up there in months. I wanted to ask a question. Is there an iteration of a job you missed for DD that was changed through
Monk.
the years of 14? External set AST, Grease Lightning Man.
Monk. 100%. And actually, Paladin is in that category too. Paladin with the old Goring Blade. I miss the old Goring Blade, because you had a lot of nice strategies for the old Goring Blade. But Monk, OG Monk, is so much better in here. I had so much fun with Monk. Yo, Lake, thank you for the 41 months. I very much appreciate your support. Okay, so, Honkai Star Rail had a thing to pressure you to hit the button. But then, Octopath 2... Basically, it was always, like, they didn't have something to pressure you to play, but it was always, like, kind of what you're thinking in a turn-based game. So it's like, okay, you're trying to decide strategy and everything, and you have one character that's, like, being like, okay, what to do, you know, like, they're doing that, and it's, like, it's so, like, appropriate for it. And they're doing it very subtle. Oh, it's great. I love that. That kind of, like, little detail is amazing to me. And it's not, and of course, the one thing I do enjoy about the game is that it's not freaking yelling at you with voice lines like certain other games. I can't stand JRPGs that... I think that's becoming my newest pet peeve, is when I play a JRPG and they just yell dialogue, they just vomit dialogue in your face. That was Tales of Arise, and now that's Metaphor. Metaphor did that to me. I just did not like that at all. Yo, what up, Kishi? I'm glad to hear it. Demon Fang. I hated it, dude. I just wanted to get out of combat. And it was really bad because I would just hit one button because I didn't find it necessary to hit any more buttons than one button. Well, the thing with Tales that I always yell about that game was that you had 3 separate dialogues happening. You had the anime yelling my moves out, right? Traditional yelling my moves out. Then you had 2 characters... Oh, then you had characters giving you hints on combat. So they're like, oh, maybe we should break in. Oh, maybe we should do this. Oh, it's weak to this. We should do this. And then you have characters having dialogue between each other, being like, oh, thank you for that play. You did a great job. Oh, yeah, I did. It's like all at the same time. I'm like, why do we all have to talk at the same time? This is like a social nightmare. Like, can you just, like, all shut up and just, like, I don't know, just do stuff? And then that's where, like, something like Rebirth, I think, hits it, like, Remake and Rebirth hits it perfectly because they're just grunting. You know? And then the grunt is enough to tell you what they're doing, and then they'll give you hints periodically, but they don't talk to each other. And there's a very perfect balance over there. Now, Metaphor was bad because your guide, your fairy guide, as much as I love the voice actress because she was in Castlevania, in the first Castlevania, it's like every turn you have, oh, you should heal this person. They're really, like, low HP. And then you go to the next turn, oh, they're really low HP. You should keep healing them. You go to the next person, oh, they're really in trouble. You should go heal them. It's like, I get it. I'm getting there. Like, if I can just get to the turn, I would heal them. like, relax, dude. And then the dialogue is like 2 sentences long? Oh my god. Couldn't stand it. And I actually tried looking up, like, if you can turn it off and you can't. So there is a suggestion on the PC to actually go into your file directories and delete, like, this one file, which was specifically for battle, to just delete the voice. That was what they suggested. I'm like, I didn't want to go that far, but it was a funny suggestion. Yeah, I can't do that, dude. Thank God I had steel here, by the way. Otherwise, I would have had to have taken care of it. I've died on a tank on an Anzu before. Wasn't a pretty sight. Oh, I didn't check that other room because it was the beacon of return, and I didn't see a chest over there. Side note, I just noticed that I can... Hold on, my prompter once again died. You guys are too powerful. Chat's too strong for my prompter. I got the third ascendancy period with level 60, not 65. It used to be 65. I don't know. I think it's kind of a little RNG, honestly, Cog, when that just shows up. Because it just needs to be 3 trials. So maybe it can happen at a lower level. But I couldn't tell you that. I mean, I have to look that up. When are you gonna do the third ascendancy, by the way? A blue screen would make me spooky? Would make me... Oh yeah, it would. My original green screen, the one I used to have when I was first streaming, it was like a foldable, like, oval. And one side was blue, one side was blue. I'm sorry, one side was green, one side was blue, and I thought that was funny. It wasn't even planning like an ever. Is there no benefit to you doing the third ascendancy? For me, there was a big benefit for me doing it. I wanted to do it because I needed something out of it, so... Yo, Miss Moody! Oh, coming in at a sexy time. We got the Behemoth set coming up, so you guys are going to have a good show if you want to hang around for like 20 minutes or so. But welcome in, everybody. I'm Angelus Demonist. Guys, that is my good friend, Miss Moody Moomba. Wonderful content creator playing Elden Ring, as you can see. She has done some 14. I think a lot of us are all on our variety kicks lately, but she's a good pal, and highly recommend checking her streams out if you haven't already. Moody, I hope you had a kick-ass time in Elden. How goes the Elden Ring on your end? And welcome in, everybody. I'm Angelus Demonist. If you find me in the Final Fantasy XIV directory, we are doing Deep Dungeon solo content. Otherwise, I've been addicted to Path of Exile 2, so we've been doing hardcore solo self-found in Path of Exile 2. We actually just made it to the leaderboard, so I am on the leaderboard right now. And I'm probably going to look into seeing if I can boost that up a little bit further, but pretty excited about that. That was my goal, to get on the leaderboard, and we are there. No, you are too kind. I always appreciate your raids, Miss Moody. And if you gotta do any post-stream stuff, you know, feed the animals and everything, do what you gotta do. I'll try to take care of the kiddos for you if they want to hang around. I've been loving Elden Ring so far. It's so addictive. I need to get back into PoTD. Well, at least PoE 2, it's one of those things where, you know, it is early access. Elden Ring's out. Elden Ring's done. It's out. It's there. Maybe they'll have some updates, but PoE will progressively get better over time. So, you know, you come back to it a couple months from later, it might be in a much better shape than it is now. So there's definitely no rush to that, but... But I'm glad you're having a good time with Elden. And I love, Moody, I love the wide variety of games that you've been playing on your stream. From mystery games and detective games, to cozy games, to Elden Ring, to PoE, like, it's great. I love that. So, I hope you're able to have fun with everything, and you certainly keep that going, because that is so cool to have that wide range of games. Not in this. Whoa. Okay. Not. I didn't want to do this again. Come on, man. Also, I don't have the steel on. Alright, time to really game like a tank. I've been thriving in my variety life. Hold on. Hold on. I've been thriving in my variety life. I feel like it's been really good for my brain. Nice, excellent. I was on a really great kick in my variety until PoE2 happened. Yeah, I mean, the brain rot's real, but I mean, it's a fun game, you know? And you know, it takes time to get good at a game. It really does. So it just comes down to, is that your goals? Do you wanna take that role or not? You know, we only have so much time in our lives, and certainly with content creation, so you gotta be happy with your decision, whatever it might be. I mean, I would say I'm a little bit on the variety end of things too, you know? I was mentioning it earlier, like, I'll play a cozy game, I'll play a comfy game, I'll play a chill, just MSQ, no real challenge, but I do like to try hard on and off. Like, there are games that I just want to, like, you know, showcase my gameplay on, so it's like I gotta have, like, that healthy mix of it. Maybe one can argue that I've gotten Deep Dungeon down to such a comfy level, and granted, I could push it up with scoring, I could push it up with speeds, but not in that mode at the moment. So I guess Path is kind of filling that spot where I can be like a little bit of a tryhard, if you will, more for myself than anything else. And I'm having a blast with it. How's our time? Time is actually a little dicey here. Certainly not going to look at 2 attempts right now, so we are going to rely on the 1 attempt on Behemoth. I could push for 2, but I think it's a little late for that. It's fun to get beat on by a monkey while paralyzed. Well, I thought I was gonna get out of the floor early, but this floor is actually gonna be a little bit of a long time. Okay. Just trying to decide what I want to do, because we are in time range that I probably have to do something to speed up. I think I'm just hoping that I pick up something. I mean, the 2 treasure rooms didn't help, that I couldn't really traverse past them. I mean, I think imagining the idea of having 2 attempts on this boss is probably thrown out the window, which is fine. It would have been nice, but I don't want to force it right now. I'm going to take care of this right now, since my buffs are up. Three Anzus are looking over there. Oh, hell. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, let's see if I can get through this room. Actually, how nice of you, Anzu. I thank you so much for letting me through. Possible trap that I'll hit, but it's whatever, I'll take it. Oh, yeah. What did I say? I'll take it? Yeah, I took it. I don't know what I'm doing about this, by the way. Kind of got my answer. What do I have? Oh, I have a cat here. Okay. I'm gonna witching again. So what I wanted to do is I did want to wait for the paralyze to go off and then do the witching. So then my paralyzation would be kind of on diminishing return. If I can just down this Anzu, we'll be in good shape. And then I would fight the lion next. So if I didn't see that steal, I am not sure what my game plan would have been. I was already debating on a rage, and I would have probably used the rage, but the steal kind of gave me the answer that I was looking for. So I decided to fight through this. I honestly don't even remember what that chest was. Did I even hit the chest? I did, it was a Serenity, okay. Because this one is the steal behind me. I'm on diminishing return for the cat, but honestly by the time I fight another cat, I will have my paralyzed back up, so... Shit. Looking at maybe a flight into the next floor. Still undecided. Might have enough time to do the next floor, but we'll see how long it takes me to get off for this one. I think this is going to be kill number 4, so there's a possibility I get off. But if it doubles that, then a flight certainly becomes possible. Yeah, I'm back on stun. Paralyzed, I mean. I wouldn't want to pull anything here if I wanted to fight something, though. Because it doesn't lead me to anything. I want to try to lead it to an area that I'm going to. Like, that chest is definitely a good one to try to go for. I could fight an Anzu now, simply because I have Steel on. One thing to very much consider. Which I'm probably going to have to fight him. Yeah, okay. Raising. Wow, that's funny. Game was like, here, we're gonna try to kill you. Here's the raising just in case. Oh, I wanted the clemency. Damn it. Oh, I'm out. I think I can do it normally then. I don't have to do anything. Might get a little tight though, but I think... What? An Anzu spawned in this room. Targeted respawn! That cat is looking right at the exit. Okay, 18 minutes going into 79. Should be okay to handle it straight up. We hate these Anzu girlies. Well, at least I can manage them on tank. I mean, if I was Pictomancer, it wouldn't matter because Picto just kind of eats them up. But we ate on Picto. Last I checked. Kind of the opposite of Pictomancer at this point. Haste. Okay, we might be able to get out of here in a reasonable amount of time then. People happy. The hammer. No witching is going to be a little terrifying though. I have to be just a little careful with that. Really? I thought I was kind of out of range. Oh my god, you jerk. No! I hate this. It baited me so hard. Wasn't paying attention. I have one more purity at least. Okay. Hey, Serratic, I'm taking a tea break from another PoTD. Okay. So, like, you're taking a break because you didn't do well, or you're taking a break because you just parked yourself on a floor and you're just kind of just sipping a little bit before you go back in? And cheers. Good luck on your attempt. Parked? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, that reminds me. I should have a food macro here for Paladin. I'm gonna do that right now. I might need the food macro on Paladin. $161's the next set. Alright, good luck. I feel like I take a break for more than an hour, I forget how to play. That's fair. Everyone's different. Everyone. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. I'll just do it now. It doesn't matter. Because if I get a mimic, it doesn't really matter at this point. Alright, so time is good. Don't forget the food macro. Don't forget the food macro. Don't forget the food macro. What would the macro add over just having food on the... what would the macro add over just having food on the hotbar? So, the macro that I'm gonna have is that I would take off the food. So that's what I'm looking for. Taking off the food is like an emergency play. If my HP looks dicey, I can remove food to kind of lower my HP, therefore surviving a meteor. It's gonna be a safety play on Paladin. I can't remember if I need it. I can't remember if I need it on Paladin or not, but I just kind of remember that we should probably have it on just in case. This was a high kill floor. Okay. Okay, that's an emergency play. It's an old strategy that we used to use back in the day prior to really maybe this expansion, maybe even last expansion. No, I think we did use it in last expansion. Because a lot of times, no, it's before Endwalker. We did a lot of food macro. Because think of it this way: you have 1,000 HP, and Meteor does 80%. You're getting hit with 800 damage, right? So if your 1000 HP is with food on, and then you remove food, and let's just say extreme example, you drop your HP to 800. Well, what's 80% of 800? I don't know what it is, 640? Let's just say 640. It's bad math, 640. So now instead of taking 800 damage from a meteor, you're taking 640 damage from a meteor. And basically what that means is that your sustaining potions don't scale to the amount of HP that you have. So theoretically speaking, you are taking less damage. Does that make sense? So that was a strategy that we used back in like Shadowbringers to help out in Behemoth for a lot of cases, for a lot of jobs. In this expansion, actually since last expansion, since they did the stat squish, really? That was actual good math. Since last expansion, when they did the stat squish, the why food became less important and why it doesn't quite matter, it's because your max potion, just as a base, your max potion, I believe, will do 2400 HP, okay? Back before the stat squish, max potion still did 2400. So by having double your HP, and then having something that healed you for 2400 HP, you're technically healing for less of a percentage to your max HP. But with the stat squish, and that the potions never changed, the potions are healing you for more percentage HP than it did before. So the potion now, no matter what potion you use, is giving you more HP than it did before, kind of covering for the fact that removing food would do that for you. That makes sense. Like, it's a little bit of a complicated formula, if you will. But that's the gist of it, why we don't really use food removal very often anymore. Because of that. Miss Sheila, we were just talking about you. What's up, Miss Sheila? Hope you're having a good start of your day. You've walked in at a good time. Not bad? Good. Alright, so because I'm only going to get one attempt on Behemoth, what I'm going to be looking at here is to, it's to do the Strength Steel at maybe about 60%. Like, really, really late into its rotation. just so I know that it's not going to fall off. Usually, like, I think 75 is probably a safe number. For any tank job, you delay the Strength and Steel, because if you use it on the opener, it will not last by the time you do your burst. Now, you do the opener on, like, DPS and stuff, because you are killing Behemoth faster than 8 minutes. But for a tank, you're not killing it faster than 8 minutes, so you do it late. Yeah, I gotta remember no spirits within. I gotta break that out of my rotation. I gotta think that over and over and over. Maybe I will go crazy and repeat it. Because if I use spirits before my clemency, we're gonna be in trouble. And it's rough because every single time, I always use it with my rotation. So you basically have to completely break that rotation. Alright, 60% is when I'll Strength and Steel. I really hope that they bring back this music for Deep Dungeon 4. If I had like, you know, very few things to want in Deep Dungeon 4, it's this song into Deep Dungeon 4. To me, this is Deep Dungeon boss theme music. This is what this is. It's just so memorable for this content. Okay. On his, on the Trounce, I will do the Strength and Steel here. Refresh Strength. And Steel, yes. So, this is definitely a personal thing. You're a tank, okay, so you can mitigate damage. Okay, fair. There was one time I tried to do this without Steel on, like, Warrior, and things went crazy in terms of how much damage I was taking, and I told myself never again. So I will always tank on I will always Steel on a tank, even though, you know, we could survive it pretty well. It's just, there's a lot going on with the Lust setup. You just don't want to add variables that you don't want to deal with. And I don't really need the Steel on a tank, so that's my justification. But you can more surely do this without the Steel here. It's my favorite boss theme in Deep Dungeon 2. Gets the blood pumping. It really does get the blood pumping. You could also go 1-2 combo and MP. Yes, yeah, that'll be like that's gonna be an on-call situation kinetic. And I'll have time to think it over to see what my MP is. Just make sure that I'm at 4K. I think sometimes I do that on the rotation, but it is certainly an emergency play. But I don't want to have to, like, obviously rely on it, because that means I am going to lower my DPS. They should do the remix of Revenge Twofold so they can use it on the boss theme. They should have done it on the Pulse. They should have remixed it like the Pulse album. I can't really think of Deep Dungeon bosses without Revenge Twofold. Same. Yeah, I mean, that was actually one little personal disappointment in Eureka Orthos, that I did not hear Revenge Twofold. I mean, it is what it is, but it's like I was missing it, you know? So the this Lust setup is actually a little different than I do towards the DPS classes. Paladin is actually going to survive probably the most meteors that out of any job, I think. Well, aside from the healers. The healers can survive infinity meteors, but in terms of a job that will have a limited amount of meteors, Paladin will last like about 5 to 6. Like, it'll die in the 6th meteor. So you have to kind of adjust your timing of the Lust to make sure that the Lust lasts that long. Now, this is one big thing I taught myself, which it might seem like common sense, but it's something that, like, you know, I had to figure out where am I going to put this Lust, like, based on X amount of time. So the spot that I'm going to be looking at using my Lust is one that I timed exactly. And how I ended up timing it was the meteors in between meteor casts, it's 10 seconds. 8 seconds for meteor, and then 2 seconds for a break in animation. So what I did was, I took the end of a Paladin attempt, which I failed because we were still progging Paladin. I took the end of a Paladin attempt, And then I counted 90 seconds back from the very last meteor, and that point told me precisely where I need to end my lust so that it would last exactly as long as I needed to in this burst phase. So it was kind of cool to do that and to kind of figure that whole thing out. Now I think I'm gonna wait for another rotation here because I want to have lust in a very specific spot, and we're not gonna quite make it, I think. So I'm gonna get him a little lower. Or maybe I won't, we'll see. No, we're not. Okay, I got the spot. Alright, we're gonna set this up now. So we need to get our 5th hit after the, after I think it's last thunder. No, not that far. After its second Charybdis, I think. I believe is where I want to go for it. Okay. HP. Uh-oh, I pushed them. We're going. I did it wrong. I hit spirits within. Okay, we're a bit of a problem. Okay, gonna see how this goes. Okay, I'll survive the next one. I should get the last GCD, I think. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Oh, I hate that, because what happened there was that I had it put at 15.1. Okay? We had it at 15.1 with that second GCD. So let me explain the setup that I wanted to go for. I wanted to specifically have the third GCD, the third combo, ready for that push. So I hit combo 1, combo 2. But then I heard it. I hit combo 2 and my auto attack went off. After 15.1 from the second hit, the auto attack went off and I heard the crit in the audio. And I'm like, that's not good. So I looked at the HP and that's why I'm like, we gotta go, because that's it. Because it's like, it got pushed to 14.9. And then, yeah, and then because I was reeling from that mistake, the early spirits then came in. But at least it was okay. Like, we got kind of saved with a couple of the things, and like the rest of the rotation went okay, because I had enough healing. But yeah, that got a little spicy. Like, I probably could have actually survived one more meteor if I had that first spirits within. Because I would have had the MP for it, probably. It would have come up at the very end. But thankfully, we had enough damage. Ugh, that was... that did not go the way that was supposed to. That was an early burst, and it was a lot sooner than I wanted to, but oh, at least we got there. Oh yeah. God damn. Have you done that with a tincture instead of a healing pot? I don't think so. I think I rely on the healing because it works in with surviving a meteor. Because basically, like, you would do like 1 clemency and 1 hyper is enough to get you back, because 2 clemencies is enough to get you back too. So I think if you drop food, then you veil, you would have survived another meteor. Maybe. I would have to look that back, Snack. I don't remember, but I think you would have right. Argent and Velvet, hello, how you doing? Good to see you guys. Yeah, oops, plan B. Well, you always have to have a plan B, but it was just basically go time a lot. I'm glad we got through, though. I think you were fine for 1 more meteor if you clicked off food. I had it ready. I had the macro here. You know, it would have been just... I would have just sent it because it's like, whatever, but we had it here ready to go. That I put it on the hotbar specifically because it's like... I mean, I remember Paladin having to use it before, so I'm like, I might as well just put it there, and yeah, that would have come into play. But we got there. Okay. Paladin done. So we only had 1 attempt. If I failed that, then early stream, but luckily not. But yeah, thank you guys for watching that. Now, we're gonna take our little sponsored section. Are you guys ready? Miss Sheila came in. She came in from Japan to drop this off to go back home. So we got the Tokyo treats right here. Sheila's in Japan, get it. Valentine's Day edition. Big thanks to Tokyo Treats for letting me enjoy these like every month for like almost a year, almost a year plus. We've been getting boxes from them, and I love showcasing to you guys what this is. And man, bless them. It's like one of our best sponsors. We get a huge commission if you guys do a new subscription. But what I gotta do is I gotta show you guys what's in the box. So we'll do the whole promo. We'll get you guys excited and hungry. Do what you gotta do with it. But I really do enjoy these products, so I hope you enjoy them too. Hey, yo, Varieties. Thank you for the tier 1 3 months in advance. Thank you for that support. Cheers. I hope you enjoy the stream. I guarantee I'll be streaming for at least 2 months. That third month gets a little iffy, but at least we got it for 2 months. Okay, let me show you the promo and then we'll show you what's inside, guys, alright? Where's my thingy? Also need to adjust my volume. Okay. Boom. And promo. Yo, hey, Varieties, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoy the content. I love doing it, so it's easy for me. I'll just do what I gotta do. So, is it the same to me back in 2000 when I subbed 6 months? I think. I like the joke. All right, there you go. Pink. Look at that. Hearties. It'd be so funny if like nothing was actually Valentine's related. Be like, hey, here's your your regular snacks. So whenever you open the box, they have a nice little welcoming. Nowadays, they actually provide like a nice little postcard and a booklet that they have. It's nice. I think they do this by hand too. It's really nice. See, Happy Valentine's Day from Japan. That's the box you're gonna be going for. The book, it is very pink, Mr. Biptek. I hope you're doing well. The book is great. This is the book. Thankfully, it's red. It isn't green. It does a fantastic job for the guys who don't speak Japanese to like tell you what's inside. Actually, I think that one right there, that's the one I'm gonna be eating right over here, the Poke Hearts Ramune. But they tell you everything. They give you allergen facts. They give you all the other stuff. They describe to you what it is. Some of them are in Japanese, so they give you the full description. Fantastic job. They also give you little bits and details, which like anyone from Japan can try to verify if that's true. Plenty of fish. The dreaded Disney. Wait, what the hell? Pricey Merc, long lines and roller coasters, typical theme park fun, right? Not for couples in Japan. Many believe going on a Disney date is bad omen for long-term relationships. Miss Sheila, have you gone to Disney for Valentine's Day? Japan, only women give... Yes, I remember you telling me this last year. Sheila, have you gone to Disneyland on Valentine's Day? Don't do it. We like you and Pinned. Stay together. Anyway, you have facts like that. That's fantastic. But yeah, you have a lot of foods. I don't think there's a drink this time, Biff Tech Rip. But there is they usually have a ramen in here, which is great. Where's the ramen? They always put one ramen. Oh, there's the ramen right there. And they're really good. We just actually ate like 3 of them last week. Oh, they're so good. Good stuff. It's the only thing holding our relationship together. Not going to Disneyland on Valentine's Day. Alright. No drink. Yeah, no drink this time, I think. Unfortunate. You always have a Kit Kat. So there you go. That's the Kit Kat that they have right there. I think they said it's like white chocolate and like some other chocolate. Oh, you have like look at these, dude. This is so like legit Japanese. Look at this. You would never see this in America. Look at that. So look at the comic book artistry there. Super. What does that say, Chila? Translate it from me before I have to look at the book. You're craving ramen? Yeah, me too. Actually, I'm kind of hungry. A little bit hungry. Super bread. It is bready. So we're gonna be eating this one. This is the Poke Heart Ramune candy. Let me get the thing. Where is it? Here we go. Sweet tart. These Poke Heart Ramune candy add a spark to your Valentines. With tangy cranberry strawberry flavors. Spy these chewable candies with 7 different Pokemon designs. Alright. Let's eat it. It's resealable, that's a good thing. Yeah, I'll just give her the boo-boo and ask. Alright, quick guys. I don't play too much Pokemon. Oh, there's no way in hell that's gonna show up. Anyway, it has a symbol of a Pokemon here. You can't see it, but... Those are the chalky Valentine hearts we have over here. Yeah, I can't see it either. Zoom in enhance. Good though. It is like their chalky Valentines. But I actually like it a lot. This one doesn't have a Pokemon on it. Good. Well, the thing has it on the... Kind of. You can't really see it. But anyway, there's the Tokyo Treat Box, guys. So if you're interested, we have the pinned posts on Twitch. I'll actually put the link in YouTube as well. So I'll post it back here. You guys get a $5 discount if you do a new... So this counts for new subscribers. So mind you, it's a new subscriber. If you actually resubscribe, for you to actually give credit to me, you'd have to actually cancel and redo it. It's a whole thing. But keep that in mind. One thing that's really nice about these guys, the shipping is actually the same price no matter where you live. So if you're in Europe, I think if you're in Japan, and maybe it's cheaper in Japan, but it's all the same amount of shipping, which is one reason I really like these guys. Now note, disclaimer, the only thing that's going to be iffy is that there's customs. Like, you might have to deal with customs. We actually had a buddy who was in EU. They paid the regular shipping, but they got charged like an enormous amount for customs. So that's something that I wouldn't know, and maybe the website doesn't know, but something to keep in mind depending on where you live. Now, me being in America, I can at least confirm to you that the shipping is like the same. So that one, at least I can confirm. But something to take a look at if you're interested in it. But that's all the stuff that you'll get in the next box for Valentine's Day. So really good stuff. Again, we've had them for like almost over a year, and they've been all fantastic. So hope you enjoyed that. Thank you guys for taking the time to look at that and everything. So I hope you enjoy the little sponsored segment. And we are back in here with Behemoth down. So I'm going to take a small break. I'm going to stand up. I'm actually going to get more water because I ran out of water. And we'll play some back. Oh no, I'll do this one. And then we'll step into 181 coming up next. I'm not in the game. Sick. Here we go. We'll be back into 181 plus after the ad break. After the actual ad break. So 20 more floors, guys. Let's see how this goes. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for your patience. I'll see you in a little bit. BRB. Okay. Yo, what up, Finn? Let me read your message. Hold on. Hold on. Paladin, I did not have a good time on yesterday. Hope for you that isn't the case. Well, I mean, we're doing 2 different categories. So, I mean, you know, the scoring and the clear attempt are definitely going to be different vibes, you know. But almost botched the Behemoth. So that was great. But we pulled it through, so that's okay. We pushed Behemoth a lot earlier than I wanted to. But it's okay. It's alright. We did it. It's okay. Hope you're having a good day, Finn. I see that you're having a great time. Finn, aside from his deep dungeon adventures on stream, he's been doing some hardcore WoW solo self-found. Good stuff, and it's so cool to see the challenge runs going, so I love it. We did a healing potion, but I pushed him too early. I was trying to set up his HP, and I did an auto attack that I didn't want to, and he just pushed him. So I had to just react. We did healing. But it was still kind of comfy. We had... Chat said I could have probably survived 1 more meteor. But we killed him on, like, one of the last meteors that I could survive in, so... Thank you, Mrs. Efron. I appreciate you, dude. Alright, 181. Title in Twitch is adjusted. So Twitch did the network errors for me around 50 minutes right after I load into Behemoth. What the hell, man? Twitch is so mean. Damn. I'm sorry, Rory. Thank you. It might actually be working now. I hope so. They better be. Do not deny Rory the content. I'm raising up. Okay. Imagine healing. Time for tank privilege floors. Wait, they weren't tank privilege on the previous floor? What do you mean? Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum. Also, Litaya, thank you for the GG. I appreciate it. I did Paladin recently. I find spacing 1 clemency, 1 heal. It's a very comfy push for up to 7 meteors. Yeah, I mean, to me, when I do it, it's like my idea with it was that I wanted to dump the NP as soon as I can, and then at least have the game kind of regenerate my MP whenever I'm able to. That's kind of how I was looking at it. As long as I wasn't overcapped and stuff, and then we would kind of like split up all the other healings together. I did like the healing chat personally, so that definitely is what we want to. But it's just what threw me off the whole time was just I didn't push it where I wanted to, so I was trying to recover from that one while still maintaining the rotation. Just always notice it most here. That's completely fair. I'm actually gonna set up the flight already. Okay, we're going here. We're going here. Okay. Oh, it's the lucky worm. Anytime you see a worm on these floors already, it's the lucky worm. I'm making that up, dude. That there literally is nothing. We don't say that at all. I have PTSD of this spawn and layout. Oh, they just because of the it trapping you. I just gotta strengthen steel. It's amazing. I don't see a chest over there. We'll go this way. The lurky worm. That's right, the lurky worm. Alright, since I have 3 strengths, we'll use it. A lot of patrols floating around. Two chimeras walk towards me right as I spawn in and wipe. Oh my god. Yeah, there was another floor. It wasn't this one. Oh, actually, it was that room, but it wasn't this layout. But it was that room. That was the one where I had the video of me, what I called Chimera Hell on YouTube, when we had to deal with 7 of them coming at me from one direction. Oh my god, that was insane. The craziest things I had to do in the game. Trying to survive that. We managed to survive it, but... Welcome back. That's a quick meeting. What the hell do you do in a meeting that just takes that long? You just say hello and goodbye? That's all you do? What the hell? Hi, I'm alive. I work. I do things. Okay, bye. It's daily stand-up. This guy insisted only be 7 minutes long. So what do you accomplish? Oh, shit. This is a logistical problem. Okay, thankfully he didn't heal his buddy. Oh, that's also a logistical issue. I said what I did yesterday, what I'll do today, any impediments, okay? Do you do it with a straight face, or...? You should do that for your raids. You should, like, pick a time that is not when you actually raid, and then be like, oh guys, we gotta gather on a video call, and we need to talk about what I did wrong yesterday, what I'm going to do today, and then my future plans in under 3 minutes. Well, the guy was showing his baby today. I don't know, whatever the hell you do. Maybe voice call, I don't know. What I did wrong yesterday. Yeah. Hey, whatever you people do in raids. I don't know what you do in raids. I'm sure that'll go well, but you have to make sure that you do it at a time that is completely inconvenient for everyone. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Let's roleplay this meeting. Do you want to make it like a series or something? It has to be every day. All right, yeah, perfect. Sounds good. Hell yeah. Lataya says, yeah, that was clutch. I have died from bad behemoth pulls a lot when time is an issue. There is so much, Lataya, that you have to think about when it comes to behemoth. And it's like how I think about when I kind of compare this to like social media. Like I don't have that many friends that I consider friends in social media, and I don't say that as a bad thing. No, I don't say that as a bad thing. I like cherish that, because in the reality of the matter is, people like to use spoons as an example. How many spoons am I really going to have if I have like 1,000 people that I call friends? I mean, am I really going to talk to 1,000 people? Like, I talk to a handful of people that I consider very close to me, and I really enjoy their time. But that's because you only have so much time, and you only have so much brain power to do something. Behemoth, in a sense, is kind of very similar in this fashion that... Imagine all the things that you have to think about Behemoth. The push, the lust, the burst, the timing, and then now you start to tack on, oh, I'm running out of time. Oh, I'm going to fail the run. Oh, what do I do? Like, you start adding in more and more stress to you, and your brain could really only keep track of so many things as you're going by. So... to keep as little variables as possible in Behemoth is the way to go. And I kept saying how on my push earlier, my problem was that I was still kind of recovering from the mistake that we just did, but I had to erase it out of my brain as soon as possible because we were still doing Behemoth. It's like, okay, I made the mistake, move on. I can't just linger on this mistake. But that's just how it goes sometimes. Like, the brain is very finicky, you just gotta do what you gotta do. Yo, Duke, welcome back, man. Mr. Joni, yo, thank you for the member on YouTube. I appreciate you, dude. I'm doing well. How are you doing? I heard you got addicted to WoW Hardcore also. I hope that's been going fun. Hope you're having a blast. I've been doing some PoE Hardcore on my end, and I've been addicted to that. So, I think a lot of us are trying to get our hardcore fix on other games, and I'm getting mine in PoE right now. Do I have enough spoons to be your friend? Of course, Miss Sheila. You're like one of the only few people I actually DM. I'll DM anyone. I regularly talk to like JC and Aida. Well, they DM me, but I talk to them often. And like I don't talk to anyone else, so. My hardcore fix is big fishing, yelling Duke. Down to 5 fish left for across the whole game. Wow. Are you excited for them to add more fish, Duke? Or are you kind of like, no, I don't want them to add any more fish? Everyone seems to be in hardcore mode. Yeah, everyone does seem to be in hardcore mode. There's just something about it, man. Something about it that just doesn't... That is a unique experience. I mean, like, we were talking about it between me, Cog, and Ross about the PoE, the Path of Exile hardcore, and how it's just something about that game mode that it just satisfies something, that it just will never feel the same if you don't do hardcore, no matter how you try to convince yourself. Having that threat of just losing the character that you worked on for, like, 3 days is just something about it that just makes you make decisions, and it's no different than Deep Dungeon. No, Rory, I'm sorry, man. Damn, what the hell is wrong with... Now you're the one having issues. Is anyone else having connection issues on their end for Twitch? We fixed it for Kieran and Sig, but now is it Rory that's having the issue? I kinda hate that. I'm glad you're telling me, because I want to keep it in mind. Maybe I can do something about it, but... I'm a hardcore mode when it comes to Thieves maps. True. I would love to get these 5 out of the way. But yeah, ready for more DT Big Fish? Hell yeah. Love the attitude. Trying to get as much Deep Dungeon as possible before Monster Hunter Wild. It's gonna take a break to grind that, but I'll probably be... Hey, and the thing I always like to say when it comes to Deep Dungeon snack is that it won't change. I mean, except for when you do, you're getting close to 7.3, you might expect a change over there. But you're not gonna expect really much of a change up until that point. So you come back, you finish Monster Hunter, Deep Dungeon will be the same. It's either my end or Twitch itself. Okay. I mean, I guess if you really wanted to, Rory, just for the sake of troubleshooting, if you wanted to visit the YouTube to see my YouTube simulcast, see if that's okay, because that might help you isolate. Maybe it is just Twitch. Maybe you've already done that already. Because that was something that was interesting to me, was that when Kieran and Sig were having an issue, they would hop over to YouTube, they said it's perfectly fine. Like, they were able to watch a 1080 and no problem at all. And I'm like, that's so weird. Like, I'm streaming to the same service, it's just Twitch itself is just being a bitch about it, you know? Oh. Oh, I needed a skill. Okay, focus on. I did like 60 maps in a day on Sunday and I didn't get any feast maps. Damn, you should have done 61. Oh my bad, exactly, see? The last one. Imagine healing, couldn't be me. That bomb, stay away. Actually, this is not a good spot, because he might turn around into my direction, but I feel just a little bit safer here than I did on the other spot. Is there a patrol? There is a patrol, actually. But I think I kill this before the patrol gets over here. Okay, he walked in directly into the... I might be able to get to the exit, though. Running out of time. Oh my god, really? Oh, it's gonna move right away. Okay. That bomb has a chance to aggro. Oh no, not anymore. Wait. Okay. I wanted to maybe get off the affluence, but I didn't want to move anymore, so I just... the flight. Opening flight for... that's definitely my go-to there. Open with the flight. Vivtek's favorite dungeon theme. Chimera dropped his wallet. Definitely a Chimera soon. I can dodge Romura. Is this flighted? Oh, I get my silver chest. Oh shit. I thought I had an interrupt. Because I was gonna interrupt it, hit the silver chest, but I didn't have my interrupt for like 6 seconds. Okay, he's going that way, so I'll go this way. Can I actually reach this thing for the silver chest? It didn't go off anyway. I don't think I beat the Armura. If I aggro it on this path, I'll just take him. I probably will. Might be a chance I could avoid the aggro, actually. Yeah, I could. Okay. I'm gonna get to the chest first, because I want to see if there's any mimics. The mimics have got to go first, and then I'll pull something. That's why I didn't want to fight that thing right away. I mean, it's an easy pull, but we gotta eliminate the mimic. Fortune. Alright, we take it. Next pull is the Walmora Campa if I need it. Ow. We hold on to the third flights, and I'll do the next couple floors normally. Current game plan. You're not out of here. Next pull is going to be the crawler. Ugh. Is there another enemy I could fight? I don't remember. I think there is. I think there is. I don't remember what it was, though. Oh, shit. Okay. I just hope it isn't a crawler. Like, I can fight anything other than a crawler. Didn't I fight a Mimic too, already? Okay, thank God it's a grenade. Okay, we'll take a grenade. And I think by this time, something else should respawn by this time. So, like, if I need another kill for whatever reason, then I should get a respawn. Okay, good. Enough. Don't use anything on the next couple floors. We'll just go in and stroll in. Looking at maybe an alteration by, like, 86 or 87. Looking at our rage, probably the last two. That's our current, like, set game plan. But, of course, things could change, so it all comes down to what happens in these next couple. Gave ourselves the time boost because of the flight, which is why we used two of them. No debuff. Okay. That's a bronze. That is a Vinthird and a bronze. And the exit, that's a Vinthird and a gold. I just had EO PTSD. Like, a split second, I thought, oh, I shouldn't be behind it because of elbow drop. And I remembered it's a Vinthird and Palace of the Dead, not EO. At least I still had that instinct to think about that. Hey, Ted! Thanks for Prime! Thank you for that support, I appreciate that. Let's go. Shit, that's a Chimera. Where did you come from? I didn't even see it coming down the road, what the hell? Thankfully its heads are too big. Okay, stop. Leave me alone. Aw, thank you, I appreciate that. I hope they've been helping. A steal. Oh, he's on the way up. Let's kill this first, and then we'll go. I think I hunt down that Chimera next. But choose, have you been trying it on Machinists, on Pictomancer, or just kind of referencing them just for some information? Or, heck, I shouldn't assume Palace of the Dead. I mean, maybe you're doing it in, like, Heaven on High and EO, but I hope you're having a good time. If amongst anything else, I hope you're having fun. Having fun in the content is probably the utmost importance. Greedy GCD, but I had sprint on. Strength is now down. Crawlers have no business being as scary as they are. They look cute. Yamirsa, those crawlers that you see, the whole same model and everything. If you're average Final Fantasy 11 player, this is the reference that I'm going to make. Those crawlers are like level 5 enemies in Final Fantasy 11 in Winders. You go outside the first area in Winders, the starting area. Those are what you kill for like money and for XP. Level 5 enemies. So to see them here, I remember the first time I saw them, I'm like, oh, they're just like FF11. And then they are just absolutely horrible to kill. But then you go to the... True. True. Maybe I didn't spend enough time in Crawler Nest for that to be my lingering memory. Although I do remember when they trained them to the exits. Those are fun. I was trying PoTD. Unfortunately, Behemoth died to Behemoth twice. That's fair. What job are you doing it on, Ped? We actually almost wiped the Behemoth on our end, but thankfully we kind of kept our composure and kept hitting buttons, but we got a little close to wiping on Behemoth also today. So, I mean, Behemoth, no matter how many times you do it, no matter how much experience you have, it's still a terrifying fight. It's just keeping it together mentally is just the trick to that fight, really. Hey, Druzy. Druzy, I hope your attempts are going well. I love when I flight these floors and I get Crawler City. You know, they're good on a ranged DPS, just not good on a tank. Yeah, Shigar. One as Bard, one as Machinist. Oh my god. Dude, Bard is so hard. Bless your soul for trying. Was Bard your first one to try, Pen? If that was your first attempt at Behemoth, holy moly. It's like trying to do Metal Gear Solid on Extreme your first time around. Oh yeah, just don't get hit the entire playthrough. I mean, why? How hard could that possibly be? That's like Bard and Behemoth. Oh my god. Now, it is one thing I'll tell you, Ped. One thing that's important about Behemoth. Once you kill it that first time, man, the confidence shoots through the roof. Even if you might fail it the next time around, just knowing that you, in your own gameplay, can kill Behemoth is such a massive confidence boost. So keep working on it. You'll get there eventually. The Seth. I mostly remember them from Crawler's Nest when they were horrible too. That's interesting. I really didn't get scarred by Crawler's Nest. I mean, I did a lot of XP parties in Crawler's Nest, but I think you know what it was for me? I spent so much time farming Silk Thread in the Windurst area. I think that's what my lasting memory is. Just killing crawlers for hours upon hours upon hours, just trying to make money. So that's why that's the lingering memory I have. I think 3 of us just recently in this month have done Bard no Rezo. Yeah. Who's the third one? I know at least 2. Who was the third gamer that did it? It might be a bit better. It might be. Although it depends on when Ped did it. I mean, Ped could have done it yesterday, you know? Oh, Snack! Oh, sick! Okay, cool. And didn't... Well, you said, Ross, that you had Crit City. But Darabon said he messed his up. So there's room for some error there. Hey, Dr. Groglick, I cannot read that. I apologize. I can only speak English, but cheers. Okay. But y'all are experienced gamers. First time bard is like walking into a final fight of Elden Ring naked blind. Naked and blind. The biggest thing for me is not having to press the macro now. Wait, what macro? Oh, the HP macro, yeah. Bard was your first attempt. Well, bless your soul, Ped. Holy moly. Wasn't aware of the... You know what? Honestly, that's awesome. Because I feel like it's very rare for anyone to like probably hop into deep dungeon, like just avoiding information. And the content is so hard to go in blind, but to get to Bard like without knowing that, oh, good stuff. I said, you're a little okay. I hope you enjoy. I'm just bringing it up not to swap off Bard if you like it. You just have to prep it for a little bit more precisely than other jobs. Ross did his, you know, if you ever check his channel out for Ross, he should have it on the VOD, so if you ever want to see this attempt, it was like recently. Said, oh, thanks Henry, appreciate that. Don't get, no. Okay, good. Oh, we got the strength back. I don't have the best of options here. I don't want to fight, well, I guess I can fight a crawler. I'm sorry. We can fight a scorpion. But I love that mentality that Ross put out there, you know? And it is true. I mean, you're talking about people who have just done it within the past 2 weeks, and that's the results that they're doing. Everything's fine until Behemoth. It seemed insanely hard to DPS down the time. Gotcha. May I recommend Picto if you're not into being precise? Just smash your head on the keyboard, you might get the win. How did Behemoth go? I messed up, but it was okay. I pushed it. Okay, you know what exactly happened, Darabon? I was setting up my combo so that I would have, I was setting up my combo so that I could have it on the third combo, so I would start with my third combo onto the burst. So, I hit my second combo, right? But I sneak in an auto attack. So I hit my second combo. I get Behemoth down to 15.1. And then I hear my auto attack go off, and I heard it crit in my ear. I didn't see it. I heard it in my ear. I'm like, oh no. So then I look at the HP for Behemoth. It's at 14.9, so we just had to go. I lost like maybe just like 2 or 3 GCDs though, but yeah. I mean, it went generally well. Was able to get it. At least it wasn't too comfy, but we got there. So. But man, how important, like, all those little details come into play. Like, I usually get very hyper-aware of a lot of things in Deep Dungeon. Like, earlier, I was fighting a Vinthird. I saw the 2 little heads of the Chimera poke up from the bottom of my screen. I'm like, nope, we gotta move. Like, it's like instant reaction, you know? So stuff like that, like, I always try to keep very attentive to. Because those little things, like, you know, just being a little delayed on something, like, could mess up your run, so just... I love that stuff. I love those little things. That's how I lost my machine. Oh no, you pushed it to it? Oh, Ped, you want to hear a story of how I failed a machinist run? Oh, it was so funny. So, again, it's all about the details. It's all about the details. So, I was working on a JP character for the first time because I wanted to try to do Behemoth. I wanted to try to do Behemoth with like higher ping. Because people were talking about that. They were concerned about Machinist and the high ping, and it's like, wow, I can't do this, I can't hit all these buttons. So to me, it's like, okay, let me experience it myself. Let me get this understanding, okay? So this was the first time I did Machinists. where we had the old Behemoth macro for HP. So we can see the HP value of Behemoth prior to what it is now. And I put it on the hotbar where I put it for all the other jobs, but I had never done this before on Machinist. It was the first time. So I'm setting up Machinist, I'm setting up Machinist. So I went to hit that button to check the HP on Behemoth. But it was right next to Spread Shot. And again, I never used it on Machinist, so it's like foreign to me. So instead of hitting the macro, I hit Spread Shot, immediately pushed Behemoth into meteors, and I'm like, well, that's it. Run's over. I didn't have a second attempt, I was done, and then we lost. And that was just how I lost the run. So immediately after that, I took Spread Shot and moved it like completely the furthest away from that button. Like, we're not doing that again. It's just the hard lesson you learn. It just happens, you know? What can you do? Like, I didn't predict that I was just gonna miss-hit my keyboard, but what can you do? But that's also where it just gets so much fun, you know? I'm getting attacked by multiple things. Fake raid hype? Hell yeah, fake raid hype. Alright, guys, leave me alone. I need to really focus. I know something got said on YouTube, I can't look at it right now. Okay, in. I keep getting the piss key. Palace wants me to stay. Please don't go. Where's my gap closer? God, I love this song. Okay, hold on. Because I wasn't sure if that right side was a dead end, and it's a dead end because that Chimera came back. So I need to see where you're going. Oh. Okay. I guess you're going towards me, is where you're going. This kind of works out, because this is the one I wanted to pull, to be fair. Because I wanted the other one to walk away from me. Which it kind of is, but... Rebirth OST is insanely good. Yes, it is. Deserves the game soundtrack of the year. How did that open one? How did that other one? How did this aggro but not the other? I don't know. The other one that walked past me, I was deeper in the staircase. I was like halfway up the staircase for this one, so that's why I aggroed it. I thought I'd be safe, honestly, but apparently not. Yo, what up, Axar? How you doing? Oh, couldn't get the button off. How's our time? 26 minutes into 6. Okay, not bad. Okay, I think that's the only other patrol floating around right now. Yeah. Didn't get the button off. The armor is cool. This armor that I'm wearing, this is from Eureka. The one in Stormblood, the Eureka open field. It's the Elemental +1 armor. You go all the way to Hydrodos to get it. Hydrodos. Love this armor. I am patiently waiting for them to give it the 2-dye treatment. I cannot wait for this to be 2 dyes. I'm hoping that you can change the glow or something, but it doesn't have 2 dyes yet, but I'm so ready for this to have 2 dyes. I hope I can change the yellow out to a different color. Might be asking a lot, but I really would like to change that to a different color. Oh shit, goddamn. Ramp. Double ramp. Okay. Man. Trying to be all careful. At least the Vinthird is fine. I should have interrupted it earlier. But outside the artifact outfits, I don't think we've seen them add a second channel to gears with stats yet. Oh, interesting. I had not paid attention to that detail, okay. Well, they said that they're gonna roll out the 2 dies over time. So maybe this is like in a section where all of them with stats will be all in one area, you know? Maybe. Like the scenic route on that one, holy moly. I haven't left this room. You can't have blue on blue tank armor? No, I will. It will happen. A blue glow with the blue will look amazing. I play... Ooh, I see. I'm almost done with Eureka, says Emily B. Nice. Oh, that's the exit? Well, that's not cool. And you're looking at the chests, okay. Okay, let me check the other rooms first. At least we got through all the patrols, finally. No chests over there? Let's see anything anywhere. Alright, we're just gonna stay in the other room. Those frost dragons haven't moved in a good while. So I'm taking note of that. Gonna continue watching the flood dragons if they ever move. They might be stuck. Which is actually interesting because one thing I wouldn't want to do, if I decide to pull that claw, I actually don't want the claw to move through the dragons, because if they are in fact stuck in their hitboxes, I don't want the scorpion dislodging them. So I'd have to pull the scorpion in a way where it avoids the dragons completely, if I have to do that. Because if I make it run through the dragons, they actually might shift their position and then they start moving. The weird oddities of Deep Dungeon and spawns. Oh no, that finally moved. Okay. So, theory busted. They're just taking forever to move. Steel's now down. That claw probably has to go, though. I think I use an affluence now, with a plan to rage at some point. Have to pull the thing anyway. Oh, but I could get the chest. Let's do that really fast. My feeling when I don't finish work until 1:30, so I missed them. No, I'm sorry, Willow. I'm still here, though. We're still here. We haven't quite finished yet. You did miss a spicy behemoth, but hope you're doing well. How's the run been? Good. I mean, more or less pretty smooth. Can't really complain about anything. Time here is a little spicy, but I think it'll be okay. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I was focused in on something else. Now you move. Ugh. Oh, shit. Okay, good. At least we got to enjoy this song for like 9 minutes. There is that. Ooh, that does not sound good. That's like at least 2 debuffs. Could be worse. And we do have Korrigans. Only 2 Korrigans, though. Do I Serenity this? Yes, I do. I worry about the fact that I'm gonna get like something bad on the next floor too. But we will run this gamble. I'm gonna Serenity this so I can save the time. We're currently planning to do a double dip rage on the next floor, but I do want to give myself a little bit of a buffer in case I need to kill extra. Because I could get into that 9th floor and still have to kill something. So I'm gonna give myself a chance to make it through. I'll need to turn something off on my PC. I'm feeling like a little stutter here. There's something I can turn off on the PC. I might try to do that if I don't aggro this Chimera. Do it really fast. Woo! Oh, I did that like really on the edge. Don't do Dragon's Force. Don't do Dragon's Force. Don't do Dragon's Force. Good boy. I mean, now it's fine. It's acceptable. Okay, one second. Okay, there's another Chimera coming. Oh, give me a quick second here. I have a program that tends to just kind of bog my PC down. Just gonna close it really fast. Okay, should be good. Time to close OBS. No, I can't actually. I'm on the gaming PC. It's on the gaming PC, so I couldn't possibly close OBS. I mean, I could close OBS, but you would still hear the game. You just couldn't see it. If I did it on my streaming PC, it would be really bad. I made an educated guess that he wouldn't come this way. Am I streaming it? Yes, I am. I have one PC's handling the game, the other PC's handling OBS. It was definitely the better solution for me. Because when I did it, when I was originally on the one PC, I started to see the limitations. Not to mention, I couldn't play games at max settings because they couldn't handle everything with OBS. The biggest one, Finn, that was definitely a tell for me to be like, okay, I need to find a better solution, was when I was playing Diablo 4. And when I wasn't streaming, I could play that on Ultra. When I was streaming, I literally could not play it on anything higher than low. Because if I played on anything higher than low, the game would lock up so hard because it took up so many resources. And I'm like, this is awful. Like, this is just awful. Like, why should I be suffering this? Like, this shouldn't be a thing that should suffer. And granted, the game in itself could be the problem. Like, okay, blame the game. But I mean, it's still something I have to think about, so... But I'm glad I one-shot Paladin, so I never need to run it again. Paladin is Paladin. I honestly am having a pretty decent time with it. If anything from me, Willow, it's just I have more fun with this than Gunbreaker. So I have something I can think of that's worse than Paladin. For me. It's fun factor, by the way. It's not the ability of the job to clear. It's just the fun factor. And to me, this is more fun than Gunbreaker. Congratulations, Serratic. Hell yeah, dude. 170. Are you gonna keep going? You gonna go to Behemoth? Just have a better Behemoth than me and your Gucci. You haven't done Gunbreaker in Palace. Yeah, my problem with Gunbreaker, like, it's a very good job. I mean, we just did it. It's a fantastic job. Like, definitely don't think I'm saying that it's a bad job. I think it's great. Its Behemoth push is really comfy now with the new Super Bowl line. and its new regen. Like, it's really, really nice. And I feel like Gunbreaker really shines on the last 30 to 20 floors. Its sustained damage really shows up, so it's so good. It's just there's no OGCDs. It's just 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. You don't even have your gap closer anymore. So to me, it's just a very boring job, but doesn't take away for what it's capable of. I'm afraid of the maintenance. The maintenance is in, if I were to give it time, it's roughly 2 hours from now. So you theoretically have time to do it, but I wouldn't blame you for having to just stay calm. Ugh. I mean, I even found Dark Knight boring in here, so Gunbreaker has no hope of entertaining you. It's kind of sad when I'm a healer main by trade and find a job boring. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. You're not gonna like everything. So, I mean, what can you do, right? That's just how it goes. We're all gonna have our own preferences and everything. I mean, like, you know, there are differences with, like, Red Mage, right? How, like, for Red Mage, it's, like, super hard for you. But I just like the challenge, but we're not gonna like the same things. How's Gunbreaker in Heaven on High compared to the other tanks? Gunbreaker used to be, and really for all intents and purposes, nothing really changed. It used to be the fan favorite. It used to be the job that people used to get Lone Hero back in the day when it first released. Now Warrior, I would say, has probably overtaken Gunbreaker in popularity, but Gunbreaker has never gotten worse. It's fantastic in Heaven on High. It has a good balance of everything. Wonderful damage, really good defense, so it was definitely a good one. But what some people... Kinetic had suggested early on, which was a very fair thing to say about Gunbreaker. When you looked at Heaven on High the first time, and even you could argue that Warrior was a pretty good job, you could argue that Dark Knight was a pretty good job, but the big benefit that Gunbreaker had was it unlocked at 60. And so if I'm like, hey, Dark Knight is great, you should go Dark Knight, well, guess what? Someone would have to level it from 30 all the way to 61 just to be able to do the content. If I said, hey, Warrior, top tier. Okay, well, unlock Marauder, get it to 61, blah, blah, blah. You know, like, part of that probably leads into it. I'm gonna die. Okay. So that probably kind of, you know, gave a little bit of, like maybe hesitation for people, where Gunbreaker was just right there. But I think nowadays, people have probably all the jobs leveled, so... I need to focus in. I just looked at my time. Time is... actually really bad. Like, very, very bad. I might double rage. I didn't realize we were kind of falling that far behind in time. Alright, let me focus in here, guys. We gotta go. This is actually perfect, the Chocobo racing theme right here. Okay. I have not seen a witching in like 20 floors, that's not good. Give me a learning trap here. I did get a learn trap. Okay, we're going. I'm gonna guarantee my way out of here with that learn trap. Because it'll give me 6. I'd be willing to double rage out of here. Because I mismanaged my time a little bit. I was yapping a little too much, honestly. I needed 6, okay. Is that a treasure room? That is indeed a treasure room. I talk a lot to Rahi, but I do really laugh at how I used to die to one line of Gunbreaker trying to get Lone Hero, and now I'm pulling 3 Griffins as a healer. Progression, man. It's all about that progression. This is actually a really juicy floor. The reason why is because I can get all my kills, but it also depends on where the freaking exit is. Did I pull 3 Garms? I did pull 3 Garms. I got the exit. Alright. That wasn't towards the exit, but... Please, 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 please. Fuck. Okay. I got my rage back. Okay, tactical death. And I didn't want to die in the exit. That would have been bad. That dragon, by the way, is looking right at the exit. That's really bad. I have time to wait based on my weakness, but if he doesn't move, that's just a rage. I just rage out of here. The problem is he may not move. And that's going to be a problem. Shit. Alright, I'm not going to waste time. It's either I get in or I rage. That's my options. Oh, nice. Okay, let's go. Bomb chart. We're not waiting. Now, my problem here is actually going to be the... It's going to be the ad coming in. And I only have 2 lusts. Because I haven't seen one since forever, so that's also going to be annoying as hell. Spicy time with only 2 lusts. Yes, and I had weakness going into here. But we should have enough time. I hope. I phased out on that last floor. I thought we were okay, then I looked at the time, we were at 12 minutes. I'm like, oh, I didn't think we were that tight. That's kind of my bad, but... Right on the spot. Which is actually not the best because I can't DPS. Make sure I get Circle of Scorn on that one. Alright, Lust is down. The next bomb is going to be southeast. I mean, to be fair, like, okay, it's a tight spot, but we conserved a lot of palms. That's like the flip side there. It's like, okay, if we can get through, our palms are like amazing. But may have pushed it a little far. Do I have strength tinctures on me? I should. Should be fine. I do. Okay. Middle. 1, 2. The risky 3. Oh, it died? Oh, that's okay. Didn't expect that to happen. It died because I had fight or flight on. So it did the extra damage. Okay, noted. Next is gonna be northeast. Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Tora, appreciate that. almost used that a little bad. just a little tight. Okay, I need to kind of have damage for the next ad coming up, which I think I will have some good damage for it. Yeah, I have like all my cooldowns. Okay. No more lusts. Kinda sucks, I just didn't see a lust. Okay, I would have one more potion that I could use at the very end, I think. West is gonna be the next coming ad. I want to give it some space so I can still DPS. I think that's gonna be fine. There might be a bomb, I think, that shows up a little bit here, so I gotta be careful. Yeah, okay, there's a bomb over there. Might be a little tight on the damage here. I have Goring Blade, though. Okay. Next ad is going to be more middle. I will re-strength, but I don't think I steal if I need to. Definitely don't want to drop strength at all, even though like we'll have a little less of it, but I don't want to drop the strength. That's a little tight, damn it. I'm gonna hold on to my other cooldowns for the ad. Tried to uptime the my last GC. I think well, yeah, I think maybe my thing would line up. No. What am I gonna have? I'm only gonna have one more fight or flight, so I'm gonna try to line it up with a potion then, if that's the case. Because I think 30 seconds. Yeah, last 30 seconds I'll have it. And no ad here. Might be fine. Oh, my strength's down. Did I use it? No, I didn't. Hello? Okay, Jesus, hell. Oh god! Oh, that's bad! Oh shit. I kind of forgot the steel dropped and we were gonna take a lot of damage. I was already planning to hold that hollow ground for the ad, but I'm like, oh shit, we're taking too much damage. Oops, I was ready to hollow, but I was like, oh my god. Okay, well. Because it's funny, because I noticed this strength drop. I forgot about the steel and how much damage we're gonna take with the steel. Whew. Okay, well, I guess we just had to make it interesting. That's so funny. That's so dumb, but it's just funny. So like I was trying to think like X amount of steps ahead. Like, am I going to deal with this ad? Like, what I was gonna do is I was gonna let the ad go, hollow ground, and just whatever. But I didn't have time for that. I just had to just go for the boss. Holy. Sometimes you just make a couple little mistakes. At least we got there. I was so my entire focus was the strength pot. Because it was coming off cooldown. I'm like, okay, line the strength pot with the fight or flight. I forgot about everything else. And also, I didn't activate it on the first round, because I don't have it in my hotbar. So I had to, like, manually do it. So my focus was lost. And man, that little bit of just loss of focus, like, really, like, takes you away from your game plans. Like, unbelievable. Damn. How did I survive that? I didn't get crit. Like Ross said. Just don't get crit, right? When you do Bard, crit. When you're trying to die, don't get crit. So, just that easy. At least we're walking in with three rages, so there is that. But anyway, I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna stretch. I'm gonna hit the restroom. I'm gonna take a breather after that one. My heart rate high? It is 110. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna take a breather, and then we'll prep for the last set. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you have a fantastic time. In short, pray for RNG. Well, yeah. I mean, as is Deep Dungeon, Imposter Gamer. As is Deep Dungeon. 500 HP I had. Amazing. That's all you need. You only need one. So I'll take the break. If you check at the top of chat for Twitch, we have our sponsor for the Tokyo Treats. We showcased the box on the previous set, so if you want to check out the website while we're away, I get a commission for anyone who does the new subscription. So if you want to support the stream in a different way, that's one way to do it. So anyway, BRB. See you in a little bit. Okay. I'm good. I feel like I need to make an altar for me. Alright, let's wrap this up, shall we? Also, maintenance in 2 hours, team. Maintenance in 2 hours. If you're doing Deep Dungeon or anything in 14, heads up. Maintenance in 2 hours. So plan your schedule accordingly. Okay, let's finish this up. That tension was almost too much for you, Moist. You know, we still gotta make it entertaining for you guys, right? Sometimes just strolling through the exit isn't as exciting. Gotta make it fun. Not that I intentionally did that, mind you, but... Nice music. Yeah, I will do that eventually. I'm so hard focused on path. I'll get there eventually, though. That's why it's content. So yeah, I think gamers were saying the Savage gets unlocked. PvP has its new season, I think, right? So. Oh, Henry, there you go. I just kind of answered that question. What's the maintenance for? Oh, I kind of answered the question. Yeah, I guess it's for that. Odyssey, I'm not 100% sure. But I know earlier we were talking about that PvP season will start up. Shit. Yeah, I think those are the ones I know of, but... Dude, this Mimic is taking a year to kill. And I have Strength on. How? Oh, you're dead. Okay. Ludo, I hope you're doing okay. Good to see you, as always. Absolute pleasure. Okay, let's do this. Oh, nice. Treasure room exit. Love it for me. Actually, not that threatening, though. Funny enough. Seal came in. I guess we'll work the treasure room. I don't see any patrols either, so let's just work the treasure room. Make sure I'm out of here clean. Also, let's do the fortune uptime. Sometimes I always forget about that. I should just fortune a lot on these floors, even though we have the 3 rage. Where else am I going to use them? Oh, I can steal, but nah, maybe not yet. I won't steal yet. Should be fine on the hippogriff with defensives. Still eyeing to see if there's a patrol that might be coming in. Still looking, I'm still making sure. Paladin damage is so slow at 60. I mean, you know, it's... I miss Goring Blade. The original Goring Blade, not the one that was a dot, I miss it. This is with strength on too. But it's okay. You get to listen to this amazing boss theme. This theme will have a very wonderful memory to me, which I won't go into detail because Rebirth comes out in like 2 days. If this song ever comes up in the future, I'll tell you that story later. But it's like partial spoilers, so I don't really want to go into detail. Just had a pretty epic fight with the song on, so. I feel bad. I feel like the bad part of Paladin at 60 isn't the missing damage, it's the missing sustenance rotation. Having to Clemency means you lose damage though. I feel like you have to mitigate more. That's fair. I mean, I feel bad every time I have to fire off a Clemency Zabin. It's like, okay, well there's a damage loss, but what am I supposed to do? I used up everything else. Paladin really fleshes out on the later levels. Like it feels so good in EO. EO is fun. I like EO. But yeah, But you gotta get all the way to 81, 84. You only have yeah. Well, you get the cheaper Clemency in Heaven on High, right? Doesn't that get a reduction in cost? So yay. I'm dying. Help. Oh, I don't have a potion running. That's why. I still haven't beaten Leviathan or Vice in Remake. Maybe I should get that done before Rebirth. They said, oh, heads up, gamers. They said that there's Twitch drops for Rebirth. I don't know what the hell they're giving, but there are going to be Twitch drops for Rebirth. Unfortunately, you're probably not going to see it on my channel. I have intentions of replaying Rebirth, but not now. I was going to wait till, like, Part 3 comes out. I'm still addicted to Path of Exile also, but yeah, just so you guys know, find one of your favorite streamers if they're gonna play Rebirth and, you know, get those in-game drops, whatever they are. I don't know what they are. They probably are maybe they're like some of the pre-order bonuses for like PlayStation, except you get them via drops or something like that. The only part where I say EO is fun, I like EO. I could take it out of context. And then look at when the last time I did EO was, and then compare that. Intuition, great. Oh really? You guys always aggroed really bad times. What's the hardest, Palace, EO, or Heaven on High? Ooh, good question. So, Larson, are you going to let me specify this question? Are you asking me what I think, or do you want like a consensus? Because it would be different answers, but I'm curious as to where you want to get the answer from. Time-wise, Palace of the Dead. Huh? Both? Okay, both? Yeah, let's go. The correct answer to my question. Okay, let's talk about community. So I would say, generally speaking, I think Palace is still considered the hardest of the three. And a lot of that still... It's one of the mysteries that I always want to find out with Palace. Why is it that people look at Palace as the one that's prestigious? Why is it that they look at that as like, oh, that's the really tough one, you know? And I would say that's still true even to 2025. That people look at Palace and they're like, that's the hard one. It could be the 200 floors, it could be Behemoth, whatever it may. But kind of as Imposter Gamer said there, time investment is way more than it is for Heaven on High and EO. Now, some will argue that EO might actually be the easier one, but EO is more of a memory game. It's a knowledge game. When you have the knowledge and you know what everything is doing, it just comes down to execution. Whereas in Heaven on High and Palace, you can have execution, but there's a lot more to it. There's a lot more understanding palms and handling bad situations and whatnot. So that's something that's a little different than the other two. But I would say, in a general consensus with the community, it probably goes EO on the easier side, Heaven on High in the middle factor, and then Palace in the harder factor. Now, Heaven on High is difficult. Like, the enemies hit you the hardest of the three, and that can be very intimidating, which is why tanks are favored in Heaven on High. One thing to point. Now, from me, if you're asking me, I personally find EO the hardest, followed by probably Palace, and then followed by Heaven on High being the middle ground for me, and then Palace being the easiest of me. Now, the reason why I put them as such, it is a personal thing. EO to me is, I can get it on repeat. Like, we got Omni very quickly in terms of that. But it's a combination of trying to stream the content, balancing like wanting to read chat and interact, because EO is like a focus game. I need to be focused on the content. And if anything pulls my focus in EO, it makes EO a lot harder. So it's like an extra layer challenge that not everyone's going to have. Heaven on High sometimes we'll have runs where the game just says no. It's just too much RNG coming in, too many debuffs, and I just kind of lose a run. I've lost a recent Reaper and a Dragoon run because I got way too many no items, and just like, I can't guarantee a clear there. Now, Palace, I mean, I can't guarantee a clear on Palace, but I do feel very comfortable in here, and I feel like everything is a little bit more balanced in terms of RNG and everything. And that's also not adding in the factor of like disconnects, bad connection, whatever. I mean, if you add that in, then Palace will have a much higher risk of victory because you have a higher chance of losing the run somewhere in the middle. But I don't include disconnects, right? So that's without disconnects, but that's my personal ranking. Like, I can stroll into Heaven on High and Palace personally, and we're like fine, we're chill. You know, things may happen on Behemoth and Godfather like it just did, whatever. But EO, I always go into EO feeling a little terrified, like, oh man, I might make a bad mistake here or something like that, you know? I think this is going to be a good spot to do a Rage. The reason why is because I have 3, and I'm not willing to do a Serenity. Now, I do have to find the Altered Room, so that's one thing we'll look for first, and then we'll go from there. For me, PoTD says Moist is the hardest because 200 floors, several scary bosses, and certain mobs are so scary. EO just feels needlessly punishing with too many one-shot mechanics. It's because the first 140 floors are boring. It makes losing a run much more heartbreaking. Yeah, those are all valid points. I mean, again, everyone's gonna kind of have their own different approach to it as well. Oh, it's coordinates? So it kind of comes down to, like, you know, what it is for you. And the answer would be different for everyone in complete honesty, so. Palace also has less oh shit safety palms if something bad happens compared to the other two. But in my opinion, Palace is a huge snooze fest until 150 onwards, says Shattered Angel. EO's easier, but it's a bit more strict with the stakes where basically everything one-shots you if you mess up everything in regards to the job. Yep. Yeah, you can kind of cover up mistakes in Palace to some extent. Like, you have like a possibility to get away from a mistake. In EO, you basically just do it or you don't. No recovery. Doesn't help that EO mobs hit like wet noodles, so you feel encouraged to pull more, which leads to accidentally pulling a Nona mob. Yeah. So Larson, I hope that gave you a little bit of a perspective there, and some people's response on Twitch over here. EO allows for so many mistakes. I feel like, to me, mistakes are like getting hit by mechanics, right? For me, Palace, it's like I could do a double pull that I didn't intend to, and I could have some time to buffer it. That's how I look at it, Ross. I'll pull a double Chimera, and it's like, okay, well... But then, like, EO, like, if I pull, like, a bad pull, like, I have a... Like, almost what was mentioned earlier, like, you have a lot of palms that get you out of the situation, if you had them on you. Just use Lethargy? That's what it is, though. But I guess I hold on to my palms too long, to be fair. That's probably a problem I have. I also feel like, yeah, I mean, without Lethargy, it's like, it's a tough one for me personally, just because, like, having to adjust to a lot of things very quickly for mechanics I can't see. Like, I like seeing the mechanics on the ground so I can adjust accordingly. And I think that's what throws me off, too. Partially. Appreciate the answer, says Larson. I randomly got addicted to trying to get Necromancer. Haven't even tried Heaven on High and EO. Still on Shadowbringer's Story 2. Excited to try the others. Best Palace is 193! That's amazing! You know, we have, like, this whole, like, mini amount of community members who make it their point to try to get Necromancer as a sprout. Like, it's totally a thing. And I think that's the coolest thing ever, personally. I died in Lethargy a few minutes ago. Rip Hustle Hoof, man. It's been interesting seeing DD runners break the game in EO because of the insanely big pulls. Lethargy, Purify, making certain casts freak out. Yeah. I mean, you wonder if that is really intentional, but I mean, EO definitely allows for that kind of limit testing, which you kind of can't do in the other two, which is completely fair. But that's, of course, those are for the veteran runners. I mean, bringing it back down to, like, you know, a first-time runner, it's definitely, you know, it's all different perspectives, you know? That's 4 fast blade misses in a row. I knew I wasn't building a combo. Demicones are too strong, says Gonad Gently. So, Gonad Gently, a follow-up question then. Would you actually like them to add another feature to the silver chest for Deep Dungeon 4? Or do you actually want to go away from anything from silver chests? Extreme answer. Hey, I missed Riot Blade. Lovely. I missed again. I decided... This is my fate. I decided to fight through this. Enemies are more interesting than just blowing up a 4, though. It's true. I'm not gonna argue that. Also a Sprout trying for Necromancer. I love it. I love that you guys have taken this challenge upon yourself, because that is not how I got Necromancer. I was like at cap content and everything. The idea of a Sprout Necromancer was never my thought. But man, have I heard so many stories of people starting up the game, finding this content, and then getting stuck and addicted to it. Like, it's just incredible to me. It's almost like every week I see someone having that same story. It's awesome. Gloom and Blind. I know, but I had 4 Korrigans. What am I supposed to do? I mean, of course I choose to fight it. You want them to expand on the Demi idea? Demis were definitely an improvement over Magicites, says Terrible Purpose. Magicites are just so broken. Okay, those are fair. Fair. High kill floor with a Gloom and Blind. Sorry, we have the 3 rages, no big deal. I'll spend 20 minutes here, it's all good. I am getting hungry, guys. I missed. Can you die? Holy. You know, now that I finally finish all the relics, maybe I'll finally do EO clear. Yo, let's go, dude. I believe in you. You'll get it, no problem, JC, and you're a pro. Right before the Deep Dungeon 4 comes out. If excuse me. If I had 3 Serenity, I would have Serenity'd here. 100%. The 2 Serenity puts me a little bit in the spot, because I don't want to go to 1. The difference of having between 2 and 3. Wish all Magicite had different effects, just not Elder. Yeah, I would appreciate more creativity, that's for sure. I mean, I guess that's where Demicones came into play. I mean, I guess, like, I don't want to, like... I guess in a way, I understand that Magicites, like, people... Even more recently, I've been hearing that Magicites were, like, you know, not the best design, they're too easy to use. I think that's fair, especially seeing what options we have nowadays. I think at the time when it released, it definitely was just a nice surprise, and it was really cool. Especially with the difficulty of the content. I mean, it was hard enough. I mean, you know, you could take any help that you wanted. So... It's definitely interesting to see the evolution of what people think about those power-ups and everything, you know? Maybe because the RNG in Heaven on High for bad divas is crazy that Magicites are so strong. They are Serenity. A Magicite is basically the Serenity, but also the RNG is kind of radical that, you know, you can go through and just never see one. Which I did. I have had 2 runs where I never saw a Magicite. Well, technically. My Monk run, which died on 82, never saw a Magicite from 21 to 82. And I was trying, too. And then I had a Warrior run, where we never saw a Magicite past, like, 40, the entire run, and I was trying. And that was the run where someone had asked, hey, can you do Warrior Heaven on High without landmines? And I'm like, sure, I'll do it next run. We didn't do a single landmine, but inadvertently we also did it without Magicites, because I never saw one. Like, there, I hope that helps. It's definitely possible. Monk on Heaven on High is rough, Monk on Heaven on High is rough. Go watch Tapin. Go watch my VOD for what he's doing in Tank and Stormblood to come back and say Magicite's OP. Oh, the good old days. The good old days of when Heaven on High was truly a piece of shit. Miss Zuan, why hello, my dear friend. Thank you for the 17 months.
Angelus Mimic Heart.
Miss C, did you finish Remake? I think you finished Remake, right? I was trying to catch as much as Remake as possible, but I couldn't see everything. But I'm pretty sure you finished Remake. It warmed my heart to see how much you enjoyed that game, because I freaking love Remake. Oh, you haven't finished it? Oh, okay. Well, I didn't say anything, so that's good. Hey, did you like this part at the end? Okay, I didn't say anything. Good. But, okay, so then that means I could probably catch you finishing the game. Fantastic. Okay, good. But yeah, I really like that game a lot.
Causing chaos.
Yo, Magnus, 18 months and longer than that. Thank you for that, dude. Respectfully, skill issue. Damn. Man's at like 10 minutes remaining by a few floors into 70. There's this one time on Scholar that I opened 8 mimics on 61 to 70 and I timed out on 70. It was great. Amazing. Yeah, those are the times. Man, those are the... Okay, guys. This was so hilarious. Scholar, Heaven on High, back in the day. So, when you're talking about Stormblood, you had your pets available. Your pets were, like, actual... Like, they had HP and everything. But the hilarious part about pets in Stormblood is that it could draw aggro. So you had to actually be careful about your pets moving around Heaven on High, because if you didn't take care of them, they would actually aggro shit and just start killing you. So I had to go through this whole micromanagement system of actually parking my pet in positions, so when patrols were coming around, they wouldn't aggro the patrol by accident. And a hilarious interaction. Back then, when you did conceal, it would also conceal your pets. However, if you had Pox on, and you were a Scholar, at some point, your fairy will cure you, kicking itself out of conceal and then aggroing enemies around it because it lost conceal. Those are the little things you had to deal with in Heaven on High back in Stormblood. Of course, nowadays, that's no longer a thing because pets theoretically don't exist to enemies, so it doesn't matter what the hell they do. But those are like the things that you had to adjust to. Yeah, I would actually park my fairy or desummon it like the entire time. Like anytime I concealed or whatever, I would make sure I didn't have Pox on, or I would just like leave it somewhere so that it wouldn't cause aggro. It was actually like... Yeah, I think that's what I did. I actually made it so it didn't do any abilities. I think that's what I did. Having to micromanage the pets was so much fun. I kind of wish they didn't take that away from the game. You might get it in Beastmaster now. I mean, that might be a thing for Beastmaster, but... I am pessimistic about their ability to do Beastmaster, not gonna lie, because they just have not handled pet jobs in this game very well. So I'm like crossing my fingers they do a good job with Beastmaster. My friends and I had many horror stories when we were climbing. I was on Scholar and another friend was on Summoner. Yeah, those were jobs that you literally leave out of parties when you're doing Heaven on High because they would cause too many issues. It was funny. Those were the days, man. Those were the days. What made me not use a mouse? Final Fantasy XI. I played Final Fantasy XI without a mouse because it didn't really have good mouse support to begin with. And basically my configuration that you see right now is just I transferred it from 11 to 14. And you have to give credit to 14 because 14 you can literally bind anything you want to any button. Which for some reason that seems to be a hard thing for a lot of games to do. But 14 can do it. So that's why you see it what this is now. That's right, Forgans. Bless their existence, I can probably get out of here quick enough. It was crazy when Cloud said it's remaking time and Rebirth all over the place. Oh man, I remember that scene, that was rough. Do you think Stormblood tanks are worse than Conjurer now? It's a good question. I mean, Stormblood tanks were so rough because, like, you only did damage when you're in offense stance. But man, when you're in offense stance, it felt like you were getting hit worse than a freaking DPS. So to have to stance like that, I don't know. Your damage is probably was worse than a freaking healer. Because when you're a tank stance, you did like nothing. You didn't do any damage when you were tank stance. So when they put them together, it certainly made quality of life for tanking, but... let's find the Ultra Rune first, I guess. Plus your damage was still bad compared to now in damage stance. Yeah. Everything is just relatively way more powerful than it used to be. Yep. I just remember you doing Heaven on High to like 70 or something and saying it is impossible, and that's it. I'm sure I said that. That sounds like something I may say. I'll never forget hearing dropping grit in raid over and over. Oh god, really? Well, you also had the Asuna thing, right? To Asuna Berserk and all that stuff. That was the thing. Okay, so we have 4 more Korgans, so I gotta fight through this. Oops. You didn't drop anything? I literally fortuned. Okay. Yeah, I'll come back for that. Well, I mean, we were talking about it earlier, Ross. You and I had this discussion about the old Heavensward private server that people were talking about, and how trying to do Deep Dungeon with the old cleric stance, you know, how much of a game changer that probably would be. Imposter Gamer asked, Deep Dungeon 4 is going to be in the next patch after this one. So you're predicting Deep Dungeon 4 in 7.35. 7.35. And guesstimation puts it around August, September, October. However you want to do patch cycles. So not in 7.2. Now, you could get a situation like last expansion, where they do something in the back end of the game that you'll see it in 7.3, they just won't talk about it. In last expansion, 6.3, they changed sustaining potions to 30 seconds, but they also added in auto heal disable, works on all enemies, but that wasn't in the patch notes. It only made sense when Deep Dungeon came out. So it's something to keep an eye on for 7.3 if they decide to change anything fundamentally for the game. You might see something that is just a little weird. And if you're like, hey, wasn't this like this before? You're probably right. So just, you know, keep an open mind when 7.3 rolls around. Yep, there is. They announced it in the pre-order bonus when the game was in they had it in the keynotes too. When they were showing all the stuff that they were going to have a Deep Dungeon, and as of about a month ago, they said that it's in development. So if you needed any reaffirmation of that, they said they're developing it, so it's coming. They scrapped it for Shadowbringers, but Then it came back because of popular demand for Endwalker. Due to popular demand, due to the entire world asking for it, we brought it back. That's what they said. Palace of the Living, 200 more floors, go all the way up to go back down. Is that in a song? I get back up? Wait. I go down, I get up again, right? New Deep Dungeon might be the only thing that'll get me resubbed. Hey, that's fair. I mean, I only do this content. I'm subbed to the game. This is like the only thing I do. I pop open stream, I do Deep Dungeon, and then I don't play the game until next week. Tub Thumpin', the dungeon, yeah. EO is honestly really good. My favorite of the three. Hey, that's fair. We have a lot of EO enthusiasts in the community. I'll believe. I get knocked down, I get up again. Yeah. There you go. Nailed it, Bivtech. .8.0, I want my build a deep dungeon with modifiers. You know, Final Fantasy XI had that. They had the maze mongers where you can actually build your own dungeon, theoretically speaking. So it's something that could exist. So could DC protection, but that's an entirely separate issue. I had my game crash in Path of Exile recently, and I loaded back in the hideout. I'm like, wow. Imagine. Imagine. On my hardcore, no less. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, that's a bit of a problem. Also, that didn't do anything to me. Oh god, they're coming. They're coming strong. Oh. I should heal. Probably a good idea to heal. Oh, nice clemency. Let's go. We talked about it before, but that compared to just hitting escape and leaving the game is nothing. Oh no, my hardcore character reset. Exhilarating. Yeah. That's true, that's true. And it's like, to me, DC protection though, for like Deep Dungeon... God, I wish it existed. But then, true, I mean, in theory, like, you could look at it as abuse in Path, you know, that people are escaping and leaving when they're in a bad situation. Probably moot point. But I just want to... Well, actually, Vuriat is... You actually might see a third slave slot. If I were to at least put down something that could possibly happen, a third slave slot might be... A third save slot might actually happen. And the reason why is because there is an interview from Famitsu last expansion. And Famitsu asked about Deep Dungeon. You know, what's the future of Deep Dungeon looking like? And it's something, and actually I think they directly asked about slave slots. And basically Yoshi P's answer was like, well, we can't do anything about it now because the system in itself is very complicated. But we'll be looking into doing that in the future to add in a third slave slot. Like basically they have to go deeper in the back end. Or another way to put it is, they thought about it for doing it for Eureka Orthos, they just couldn't get it in because it's complicated. So something to think about, that you might see that actually happen. Maybe it's part of the back end stuff that they adjusted for this expansion when they did the graphical updates, you know? It would only make leaderboards more annoying because everyone would reset at the point if they wanted to bet possible score. You know, seeing it in action though, Ross, I guess that's not wrong. Oh shit, I guess that's not wrong too. I'm not paying attention. Oh, can't look at chat anymore, rip. Okay. I can look at chat again. But if they implement DC protection and there can be a benefit to it, 100% people will abuse it. Yep. As you're seeing in Path of Exile. If DC wasn't instantly minus 5 minutes, I think it would be less abusable. Players need to abuse it when they don't have 5+ minutes to spare on higher floors. I think the best solution that we kind of thought about was like the instance keeps going. It's just it like pauses your character. So like you're not leaving the instance, you're not going back to a checkpoint, you're not resetting the file. It's just you're still in the instance. So like if you DC go back immediately, well at least you can get back in. If you lost power, then you're probably just GG, you're not getting back in, you know? Varieties. Okay, varieties. Got it. I will hopefully remember that, varieties. I also imagine... Oh yeah, and varieties, don't worry. Not a lot of people actually know that. I mean, I try to keep track of all the Deep Dungeon info that I can. So at least I can relay it to you. So hopefully I have the answer. So I can then share it to you guys. And I do very vividly remember that, very vividly remember that talk. You know what? I just realized I'm like going towards the exit. I thought I was going towards the exit. I am checking in on 14 FF streamers I am following. Can I ask, how long is my stream going to be till we clear this content? So maybe about 20 minutes? Probably will be here for maybe about 20 minutes or so. I could also imagine people then would make it like 3 other accounts and have several files going in once. Spaghetti code must be real to adding a third state slot's that difficult. Yeah. 1 allowance per 24 hours while making you wait 24 hours. For countable. I guess I'll just pull you. Too short. Enjoy it. Oh, thanks, CJ Mac. Yeah, I'm. Wait, really? I'm dead. Oh, I'm not dead. Wait, really? I got hit with that? No way. Wasn't I turned around? I guess I was late. The clear is guaranteed. Making the excuse complicated for any reasonable change the game should have. Name a... Pink, come on, man. Look, changing the friend list is really hard, okay? Yeah, I mean, I'm sitting on 3 rages. I don't really... It's kind of whatever. Hey, Tonberry. I am indeed still busy. That's right. I keep trying to find the exit out of Deep Dungeon, and we just keep going back in. It's really weird. Can I leave yet? Okay, do I aggro this? Hug the wall, hug the wall, hug the wall. Okay. Dungeon is too deep. It's pretty deep, that's right. It just keeps going for some reason. I keep finding a new bench. That's how I died in 193. I swear I was turned around and the evil eye sniped you. Yeah, it's really weird. I mean, I look at my character and it seemed like I was turned, but oh well. At least I'm Paladin, so it's fine. But that will kill a DPS. This is the exit. Let's strength finally. I'm like sitting on this strength for a while. Oh, I guess I'm gonna fight you. Right. Come at me, bro. Oh, since the merch store link came up, if anyone had visited the new Pictomancer guide, we have added a new t-shirt to the merch store, and it's related to soloing Pictomancer. So if you like it, let me know. If you want to see the other versions, if you want to have like maybe a Heaven on High EO version, we can make it happen. So let me know. If you want to see it on a hoodie, let me know. Like, that works too. One way they can do it is with Raised Pomander to protect against disconnect. If one is active, it will be auto-used and you disconnect. You can put outside Deep Dungeon, but you continue this. That seems like that'll get abused really hard. That like, I feel like just returning to the instance is like the best option to me. But they should have a bench on the other Deep Dungeons, but EO has a bench. Well, they have chairs, right? I'm wearing my red hoodie right now. Hell yeah, BivTech. I haven't checked in Deep Dungeon stuff in a while. How's Picto? Extremely strong. It is getting some of the highest scores in all of Deep Dungeon as well. We just had the highest score recorded in Palace of the Dead with a 3.5 million from a Pictomancer. Holy Pala, thanks for the follow. Welcome in, I appreciate that. I imagine they're really good in EO. No, they are god tier. In my opinion, Pictomancer is like god tier in Palace. It's like okay in Heaven on High, and for EO, it's like it's pretty good. It's very strong for killing. I didn't like it as much as some other jobs when you're going for like the clear count, for the clear, but it is still a good job. But for Palace of the Dead, it's very strong in Palace. Here's a really good example, Bailey Cat. All 20 jobs, not including Pictomancer, look at Anzus and they're like, nah, I'm not gonna pull that thing. Pictomancer eats them up like a regular enemy. Assuming you have your full burst, but Pictomancer can wipe an Anzu easily. Not a lot of jobs can really say that at all. The brush is mightier than the sword. It is. Paintings. Paintings. But yeah, I just brought out a Palace of the Dead Picto guide as of last week. So if you ever wanted to entertain that idea, you can see kind of what it can do. We've done a lot of Picto runs. At some point, jobs are going to be so strong that every single enemy on every floor will be able to be cleared, and the high score will be way more dependent on spawn rates than before. Might be true, yeah. Is Pictomancer hard to play? I picked it up pretty quickly, Ped. I still remember when we did it on day one, when early access. We went straight into Heaven on High Pictomancer, and I like to learn the jobs as we play the thing, and it didn't take me too long to pick it up at level 70. I personally thought it wasn't too bad, but I also like casters. Casters are my favorite role, so it felt like a couple other jobs. It kind of felt like Black Mage, it felt like Red Mage, you know, it had a couple vibes of what I liked. So to me, it was pretty good. It might be complicated for other people, but I liked it. Viper took me a while to kind of get the grip of it. Once I got the grip of Viper, it was a lot better. Like, it's like, oh, okay, this is pretty good. So Viper took me a little bit longer, but I did have a good time with Picto. And worse, you forget to paint your motifs between pools. Yeah. Skill issue. Can you die already? What the hell? I've only played Bard and Machina so far. Might try Picto later. Picto is very strong. It's good. I really like it a lot. Like, you might get addicted to the damage output, especially if you do it in Palace, Ped. Because the damage output is absolutely ridiculous. Felt like Black Mage, but better, as some would say. Well, it's like, you know, coming off of, like, the initial... Like, I didn't know what the damage was going to be, kinetic. So it's more like, you know, what's the vibe? I know one of the things I was comparing it to was, like, Ninja in Deep Dungeon. Because Ninja, you can reset your Mudras and stuff. And Picto was kind of like that. Like, every pull you had a burst, so that was kind of nice. Just be prepared, Pictomancer is definitely a definition of a glass cannon. Agreed. Agreed. Okay, this was a flighted floor, and I'm not out of here yet. You know, time is actually kind of getting a little spicy. Maybe I'll just do we'll just do a resolution for the last bit. I don't know. Since I'll rage the last 3, may as well, I guess. Oh my god, I think this was a high kill. Holy crap. And this was, again, flighted. Seven kill flight. I've only had this one other time, and it was on Scholar. The best job to have a 7-kill flight is on Scholar, of all things. Alright, let's stroll into 199, and then... I don't have a Witching, so that's one thing to note. Efficient flight. I guess that's one way to put it. Yeah, I didn't have to do a 14-kill. At least I had a 7-kill. No knockback. Oh, okay. Let's do sights. It's a lot of patrol. Alright, time to get myself out of here. We spent enough time on the floors. That was 6 kills. That's 7, okay. I just beat 190 for the first time, says Vigo. With less than 10 seconds left on the clock, with the help of your guide. I don't think I suggested to do it with less than 10 seconds though. Pretty sure I didn't mention that part. Actually we had a tight behemoth over here, Vigo, too. Like our behemoth was like down to the wire as well. I think I was actually down to 10 seconds myself. So high five, fellow 10-second gamer. This could be a little bad. I'm gonna dump out of it first. Okay. Damn, I know. It's thrilling. It gets the heart going, you know. Okay, not that one. Here we go. Found the exit. Do. Alright. Last 2 floors were done in 4 minutes. All good. Again, no auto heal. If anything to give me. Hey Gregory, how you doing? What's up, Mr. Viptech? I don't think I can, man. Oh, we'll see. If I lose all my characters in Path and I have nothing left to do, maybe I'll think about it. I don't even know if this is gonna be enough kills. Because I think if I die on Path of Exile, I don't think I make another character. Not for, like, getting back on the leaderboard. I think it's just like, I did it, I'm happy, I'll wait till Season 1. But if I don't die, then I mean we keep going, right? You know what I want to do, actually? I want to do a witching... no, I'm sorry, not a witching. I want to do a resolution to get off this floor. And then do the rage on the last one. I think that's a smart idea. So on the hardcore solo self-found leaderboard for Path, we are now, last I checked, 975, and I'm still alive, so I can keep pushing the PB as long as I don't die. But we made it on the leaderboard today. Pretty excited about it. Bravery Default 2, that's right, the boss theme. It would be neat to see. I wonder what... Yeah, same Biftech. I wonder what the hell the Twitch shops are. It's probably like maybe some of the pre-order bonuses for... maybe like when PlayStation was around. I think I remember that being a thing maybe when Remake came out. But I could be mistaken. Maybe I'm misremembering, I don't know. I'm just gonna kill this because it'll make my life easier. I missed. Okay. Maybe some accessories or pieces that will be best for like chapter... yeah, get through that chapter 1 top numbers, you know. Good finishing song. Let's go. Man, auto heal disable for the last 4 floors. That's pretty incredible. I mean, it's not that detrimental, but that's interesting. Oh my god. Can I hit it? Thank you. Are you guys tired of this song? Because it's just the extreme song, right? I don't know how much he did extreme. I mean, to me, this is a fantastic song, but I didn't do extreme, so... Uh-oh, it's gonna get me. Alright! Okay, so this is stealing. I'm stealing from Darabon. Because I liked it. We're going to do our prediction here. You guys are going to guess, is it a glass or a fire? We'll do, a 1-minute thing. Start prediction. Top of the chat. If you're able to predict, then put down your money. Bet it all. See what we get. I'm more of a glass pumpkin type of person. But, there you go. By the way, Paladin, it got spicy. It got spicy. Yo, Lovka says, I finally killed Behemoth with 79 HP to spare after this 3rd meteor. Oh my god. We are all having close calls on the last 20 bosses. That is hilarious. I just had... I got down to 500 HP on Godfather myself today. Some spicy, spicy runs, but good job, gamers, holding it through. Yeah, there you go. That's Paladin, guys. I hope you enjoyed the Paladin run. Pretty good job. I think I like Paladin a little bit more than Gunbreaker in terms of fun factor, but in terms of, like, efficiency... Paladin is pretty down there, honestly. I mean, Warrior will win because of the AoE healing. Dark Knight is just a little bit more bursty because of the, you know, its MP and stuff. Gunbreaker has fantastic sustain, and then Paladin kind of is just there. It's a good job, though. It's just, you know, the healing is nice, but I kind of prefer the other tanks. Alright, let's see what it is. Oh, let me type this out, right? Prediction. Prediction, the winner is... It is a glass pumpkin. Hell yeah, glass it is. Complete prediction. Let's go. The good choice. The real answer. You bet a lot. You got good view. I like the shield in my eye type of situation. Alright. I do like the back turn. Look at my 6-pack look at my 8-pack from the back. Look at that. Look at that 8-pack, dude. My cat girl is really, really, really strong. Okay. Shield Bass, Clemency, or Clutch with no abilities. It is true. It is true. I'm not denying that. Alright, Paladin in the books. Thanks for joining me on this journey. This was a fun run. It was thrilling. Maybe unnecessarily thrilling. Behemoth was great. Oh, there's Mr. Wallen. Look at Mr. Wallen over there. The lone hero, Mr. Wallen Gaming. Hell yeah. Love it. Had a thrilling Behemoth. Had a very close call in Godfather. Nice, smooth 191 plus, even though our palms were like super, super good, so... What even is this place? Is it ever set? No, I don't think there's lore past 101. It's just whatever, so... But anyway, guys, thank you for joining me. I hope you had a fantastic time. Guys, maintenance in 1 hour. If you're doing Deep Dungeon, big warning. You have 1 hour. I probably recommend not going to the high floors. So just your heads up for the night. We'll be back next week. I don't know what I'm doing. It might be Astro. You guys want to see Astro? People keep asking for it, so maybe I'll set up Astro next week. How about we do that? I have nothing obligated unless someone wants to see something, so... Astro next week? We gotta set up the file, and then we try to go for the clear attempt, so that's what you're gonna look at. If you want to do Deep Dungeon yourself, join the Discord. I have a lot of guides on the YouTube channel. Check the YouTube channel. I post when I go live and socials here and there, so... But yeah, the next 14 stream is next Monday. Honestly, I'll tell you something. If there's any weird changes coming up with the patch notes coming in today, might get back into a little bit more Deep Dungeon, because I like to entertain the... I like to check out the changes, but if there's nothing weird, then we keep it as scheduled. Rest of the week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 9 p.m. Eastern, we are continuing our Path of Exile hardcore playthrough. We are up in the high levels. I have an 89 character. It's in the leaderboard. I might play that tomorrow. We'll see. I have an online character that's around 76 too, so depends on how I feel. But we're pushing up there, and I'm having a good time with hardcore solo self-found, so that's what we're going to be doing for the rest of the week. But I hope to see you guys if you want to check that out. But the rest of you guys, cheers. It's always a pleasure. And once again, check out our sponsor one more time with the Tokyo Treats. If you guys want to support the stream, have some amazing Japanese snacks. Tokyo Treats, that's the way to go. They're very good stuff. So, but yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate you all being here. I'm gonna go find someone to raid into. Let me see. Who do I want to say hi to? Let me also double check to see the Discord. Around this time, I never catch someone going in live. I always miss out. Okay. No one seems to be doing the deep dungeons. Let me just take a look at the directory and see if we can drop it off. Can vouch that they are great. I've got them. Yeah, dude, it has been over a year, right, man? I can't believe it's actually been that long. I mean, I can't believe it's been that long for me doing Tokyo, but yeah, you've been having it since the beginning. So, okay. Do I get lucky to find someone doing deep dungeon? Never. I never get that. So we can go visit. Ooh, almost. I thought I saw the deep dungeon UI, but I was sorely mistaken. I guess let's go over here. We visited them before. They're doing the chaotic raid, I think. They've been streaming for 539 days in a row. No, this is not the chaotic raid. What the hell is this? This is This is like P11. Anyway, they're fun. They're fun. So we'll go to Miss Kiwi Cat, who is always nice to us. So we'll drop you guys off to there. They are good people. That I know for sure. So, but yes, I appreciate you guys. I hope to catch you next time. I hope to catch you during the PoE streams, but if not, I'll catch you next week for 14. Maintenance in 1 hour! Maintenance in 1 hour. Say hi to Kiwi. See you later, guys. Have a good night.